Welcome One country gift baskets. Why? Because I didn't know if I was gonna get the little magazine this year. I guess I am, so that's tight. Fuck that guy that lives downstairs. This motherfucker. Look at this, look at this, Jordan. Look at this athleticism.
The Last Dance ya está aquí. El documental deportivo más esperado de los últimos tiempos ha lanzado a través de ESPN y Netflix sus dos.
Man, look at this move.
Scotty, the paper today, it says that Phil wants one more year back here and Michael wants $36 million. And it also quotes Jerry Krause's not ruling out a trade for you, which leaves you flapping in the breeze. Does that bother you?
No. I would love the opportunity of finishing my career out in Chicago, but if it don't happen, then I'll just have to look elsewhere. I'm one of the best players that ever played the game. I understand what my value is to this game.
You're very underpaid, though, as one of the top players. What do you think your value is?
My day will come. My day will come.
Thank you. Thank you for all the wonderful moments that the fans here in the city have shown me and my teammates for 10 long seasons. I've had a wonderful career, and if I never had an opportunity to set a skin, thank you. Scotty Pippen with a cheerful thank you. We thought for one unconscionable moment that we might be hearing a retirement statement here.
What made me upset was I knew it was the end of the journey, and I never saw it ending like that. Jerry Krause made everything real murky when he said this is Phil's last year with this melting this team. After the season, we're basically relieved of our duties.
God, the game's over. Chicago Stadium is going on.
First of all, go back backstabbing going on. It's time for me to move on. This will be Phil's last year as the coach of the Bulls.
Are the expectations way too high? Where do we go from here?
Question, how long can it last?
Sorry, Keith, guys.
Michael, what did you make of Scottie Pippen's speech? You was kind of caught up in emotions.
I mean, Scotty has feelings. I mean, he has certain dedication and love for the city of Chicago. It's tough. I mean, when you have so much appreciation for the fans who supported you for so many years, and sometimes when you get out there and you speak to me, it has to touch you deep down inside. And with all what's happened thus far, I mean, it certainly be a very emotional situation.
Have you talked with him at all while shouting?
Are y'all gonna talk about the game, or y'all gonna talk to Scotty?
A little bit of both.
Well, you talk to Scotty to answer Scotty.
Okay, what about the game?
There you go.
Scottie Pippen was the underrated, underappreciated Robin to Michael's Batman.
I would never be able to find a tandem, another support system, another partner in the game of basketball like Scottie Pippen. It was a pleasure to play with.
What a show it was.
Trial and error through that kind of blast furnace that Michael would put people through. This guy got tough.
Scottie coming hard on the drive. Takes it all the way to the rack.
And he was lethal defensively.
Down three. Antonio. Sensational defensive action.
He helped me so much in the way that I approached the game, the way I played the game. Whenever they speak Michael Jordan, they should speak Scottie Pippen.
But everybody said, well, I won all these championships. But I didn't without Scottie Pippen. And, that's why I consider him my best teammate of all time.
I grew up in a town of about 3,500 people. Everybody pretty much knew each other. My mom, my dad were very strong people. They were about survival. Obviously, that's what they were about. They had 12 kids. We used to have a basket in my grandmother's yard. It was in the dirt, so it would be dusty all the time. It didn't matter. I had old shoes anyway.
You hear about them close knit, everybody sharing everything, It's just a good time. We didn't even know it before.
I was about 11 or 12. My dad had just gotten home, and as he was eating his dinner, he just kind of fell back and even suffered a stroke. I can still see it every time I think about it. He lost his speech, and he was stuck in a wheelchair, bedridden for the rest of his life. 6 years before that, my second oldest brother was in junior high school. A kid fell on him in a PE class with a wrestling move. He paralyzed him. So, two people in my house in a wheelchair. Basketball gave me an opportunity just to get out of the house and play. Didn't need anyone to kind of play with. Dr. J was my childhood hero. I always wanted to play like him and dunk the basketball like him. I felt like that one day I was going to be in his shoes.
Yeah, that's every kid's dream, you know. Every kid's dream will play in the NBA one time or another. Just a dream.
He always knew he was going to make it to the NBA. Not really. I didn't ride in the NBA. And he started off as being the equipment manager. But he was practicing and doing all of those things that he should do with the team.
Few guys academically fall off, so some scholarships come available. And I go back as the coach. I was very persistent, and he finally gave me a scholarship.
He came in as a 6'1", 155-pound guard. I got to watch him play, and I thought, wow, this guy definitely something that he can fill out. He started lifting weights. He could have the ball better. He could shoot better. He could jump higher.
I was getting better at such a rapid pace. It meant my freshman to my sophomore year. Over the summer, I grew 5 inches.
When I seen him, the next time he was 6'5". And then the next time I seen him, he was 6'7". He kept his guard skills that he had. He could get a rebound on one end, take his length of the court, weave in and out of people, and dunk it. Very few players can do that. I'm saying, Scotty, they out there, they looking for you now.
Fanatic basketball fan. I went down and watched Pippen play. I knew he was going to be really good. First time I met him, we did all his training for years together. He was so shy. By the time he graduated from the University of Central Arkansas, the NAIA team, he was the best player in his division in America.
I just really got excited when I saw Scottie Pippen play the first time. I thought, oh my Lord, he's going to be a special player. The NBA scouts saw the versatility, they saw the athletic ability, they saw the humbleness.
The Seattle Supersonics select Scott Pippen of Central Arkansas.
Scott Pippen from the University of Central Arkansas. He's 21 years old, and that's right, folks. You probably have never heard of Scottie Pippen.
Scotty, 1 year ago, if somebody said you were going to be the 5th player taken in the draft, what would you have told them?
I would have told him probably that they was joking, you know, really. I would have figured it's just been a big joke.
Is there a deal involving Seattle?
No, I've not heard about it.
You're wearing
Yeah.
We realized that we were going to have to maneuver to get up in the draft to get a higher pick than we otherwise would have had in order to get him. Kraus was able to pull off a trade.
We were able to work a trade the night before the draft. Technically, the Seattle club took him for us, and we acquired him.
You know, Chicago is a great franchise, and probably every player that's in our audience wants to be a part of.
The Bulls brought in Scottie Pippen, touted to make an immediate impact in the NBA.
Scottie Pippen about to make his big league debut. He nearly kicked it away, plays outside, stolen by Pippen.
Scotty took a lot of trash. Scotty came in, something better like a Jordan. As a rookie, I was pretty confident in who I was as a player. But as a rookie, you get treated like a rookie. Charles was bully, so he beat me up for saying that. I'm a rookie. Treat me like this. Treat Mexican this time, all right? Yeah, okay. I recognized that instantly that, you know, you're not the top guy on the basketball team anymore. Michael was such a Actually, my rookie year, he gave me a pair of golf clubs. Yeah, he was trying to lure me in so he could take all my money.
Everybody needs the number two. The person that does the dirty work, you get who is great at it. But he was so low paid, he was not even the 100th highest paid player in the NBA.
Pippen is as underpaid as underpaid gets, only the 122nd highest paid player in the league.
I don't recall the terms, but I do recall that it was a longer contract than I thought was smart for him. Scottie Pippen signed a deal in 1991 for 7 years for $18 million. And if he played it right, I think he could have made 9 times that amount, 10 times. I said to Scottie the same thing I said to Michael. If I were you, I wouldn't sign this contract. You may be selling yourself too short. It's too long a contract that you're locking yourself in for.
I felt like I couldn't afford to gamble myself, getting injured and not being able to provide. I needed to make sure that people in my corner were taken care of.
He did take care of my dad, my mom. He built them a house. He sent them money every month. Everything, made sure he take care of it.
I don't know nothing that I need or want. Something things I don't have to ask him for. So I feel like he loves me. I know I love him.
He signed a long-term deal, and it was undervalued pretty quickly. The league took off. You know, revenues went way, way up. Salaries went up.
Jerry Reinsdorf was emphatic about it when I signed the contract.
I don't want to hear from you again. Don't come back and try to renegotiate.
It was embarrassing because he was maybe the number 2 in the NBA. His value was immense.
You know what? It's okay on this one, my persona.
When we got to 97 and 98, that was the last year of Scottie's contract. I know he was very frustrated because Scottie needed to get paid. He deserved to get paid. There was a lot of anger from Scottie. You know, he'd been one of the best players in the game for many years. He had done so much for the Bulls, so his frustration bubbled over.
The world champs making news this week. Scottie Pippen of the Bulls will be out for 2 to 3 months. Pippen underwent surgery Monday on a sore foot in New York. It's an injury that's been bothering him dating back to the Eastern Conference Finals.
I had a ruptured tendon in my ankle, and I decided to have surgery later because I was like, you know what, I'm not going to fuck my summer up trying to rehab before season. You know, they're not going to be looking forward to having me, so I'll enjoy my summer, and I'll use the season to prepare.
Scottie was wrong in that scenario. He could have gotten the surgery done as soon as the season was over and be ready for the season. What Scottie was trying to do was trying to force management to change his contract. Jerry wanted to do that. So now I got to start the season knowing that Scottie wasn't going to be around, but we have to find a way to win.
How do you carry this team now in November, December without Scottie?
I think we have to do it collectively. I don't think one individual is going to be able to do it. I think we as a team, that's what the team is all about. You know, so we have to cover up with Scottie not being here. We know he's not here, but that don't mean we stop playing.
Our Chicago Bulls without Scottie Pippen, and they apparently missed him tonight.
Again, it is still early, but 4-4 for the Bulls out of the game. Have not scored 100 points yet this season.
we're not playing with much continuity and much rhythm, and that's something that Scotty really provides for us. Scotty was so key for our team. He tied us together in many ways. And when you're a really good team, one loss feels like five. You know, you're expected to win. You're supposed to win. And so early in that season, we were losing games, and it felt like trouble. Over the Chicago Bulls. Scotty, right after the season ended.
Yes.
Purposely mislead.
No, I wasn't. You have to understand players' mentality and where they're coming from. Some guys can handle it, some guys can't. And, Scotty probably needed to have this to feel like he justified what his salary was. So I stayed solid, said we're going to survive this, we'll be fine, we'll go forward. That's one of the things that Phil was really good at, is managing distractions and keeping us focused on what we had to do. Scotty's on a different timetable. It's going to be a bumpy road till he gets back, but we got to manage without him for right now.
When it came down to it, his burden always fell on Michael. And he welcomed it in a lot of respects. He liked that. He liked to take the responsibility.
I'm gearing myself up physically to deal with whatever I have to deal with. I'm looking forward to it, actually.
Michael wanted to be the best player on the best team. Scotty's not here, but we're still better.
I was trying to get the guys to understand it from my standpoint. Scotty was out. My voice had to be the loudest. I let my anger motivate players. I said, hey, I want this. You guys.
He's raising his voice. He's calling guys out. You got to rebound better, box out. We're not playing well as a team. Defensively, we're lazy. Not worried about hurting your feelings. If you hurt your feelings, you could leave. He would gladly tell you, get out. We don't need you here. We want to play hard, get out.
Every day that Scotty wasn't playing, gave someone else confidence that they could beat us. And if you're trying to maintain dominance over people, you don't want to give them a chance to gain confidence. So that drove my energy. Let's get this thing rolling.
What time is it? Game time! This Bull team fired up tonight, really wants to get off this 0-4 start on the road. Embarrassing for such a good team. The Bulls in their road blacks and Clippers at home white. They played the Clippers, who were a joke. First team in the league. Yet the dregs of the league took the Bulls to 2 overtimes. Jordan kept waiting for somebody else to help him. Nobody else could. For that game, he went somewhere and he found a switch. And the answer to the question is Michael Jordan tired. Jordan had scored 49 for them to win that game. No question, we saw greatness here tonight. Bulls win for the first time on the road, 111-102. Jordan finishes with a mere 49 points.
We've had opportunities, in all the games on the road, except for Cleveland. And hopefully we can build upon this. That we can finish games on the road. We've been in all the games. We really needed to win like this.
Jordan was really worn out physically, worn out emotionally.
My innate personality is to win at all costs. If I have to do it myself, I'm going to do it. Every time I step on that basketball court, my focus is to win the game. It drives me insane when I can't. As you get older, you look back and you understand how you became the person you are. I don't think I would be here without the lessons that I learned at a very young age. That competitiveness within me started when I was a kid. My parents provided us with all the opportunities to succeed in life. My father worked in General Electric, mother worked in the banks. As a black person growing up in Wilmington, we were trying to make our own footsteps.
As a family, we were naturally tough. My father was tough, my mom was tough. And the environment they brought us in was a tough environment. You get knocked down, you got to get up. You always give it your best, and you always try to win. We hated to lose.
Mrs. Jordan and myself always tried to share with them. Don't wait for somebody to give you something. You're strong, you're intelligent, go out and earn it and work for it.
We had 5 kids, and both the wife and I both worked. And we were wary at times about the kids being home, so we thought one of the things we could do is get them involved in sports. Drop them off at the little league field or the gym and keep them involved in the community.
My parents are trying to keep me busy. They always wanted all of us to play organized sports so that we learn more about life. At the time, you had racism all over North Carolina, all over the United States, and there was a lot of it around here. So as a kid, it was like, okay, this is where I don't want to be. Y'all want to excel outside of this. So my motivation was to be something outside of Wilmington. For me, it became athletics.
We used to compete an awful lot in the backyard. My brothers hated losing, but not on the same level like me. Because if you beat me back then, we had to fight. You know, and that's just the way I was.
They were so competitive between the two of them. Matter of fact, at that time, it might be said that Larry was the best basketball player.
My father pushed me. He pushed everybody. And he had the chance, if he felt you weren't doing the best you could, you find a way to push you hard. And that was your life. Because Larry was really like it.
I don't think from a competitive standpoint, I would be here without
just in time for the holiday season.
my brother.
Their new performance
When you come to blows with someone you
5.0,
absolutely love,
the Lone Wolf
that's igniting every
5.0
fire within you.
ultra body trimmer, the weed
And I always
whacker
felt like I was
2.0,
fighting Larry
and the
for my
ear and
father's
nose hair
attention.
trimmer.
I
Their
wanted to
crop
do it
shooter
yourself, right? So I
aftershave
could
lotion,
take Larry out.
which is tremendous.
He was fascinated
And
by
their
the
crop
things
preserver
took a lot of pride.
ball
And
deodorant
Michael would
that
be out and
attracts
give me a
like a
Phillips.
fucking.
He might give you a pep out.
Listen,
And I guess I was a little short and fishy with it. I said, get
It's
this thing
stronger
out.
than ever. It's
Boy,
lovely
you
thing.
know,
My white hands,
go back
they
with
just
mine.
fly off now. It's tremendous. And the weed whacker for the ear,
Because I want that. You know, I want that next competition.
I mean,
So my
your
determination
nose
got
hairs,
greater to
thank God there's no
as
COVID,
good, if
there's
not
no
better,
This
than
thing
my brother.
cut right to those little cut things like Nino in New Jack City. Anyway, the Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra does all the heavy lifting. 2 next generation blade heads. It's even waterproof, so you can knock out your shaving routine while you shop. Who's better than you?
When I got home,
Manscaped,
that was
get
cut.
20% off with free shipping right now this holiday season.
Coach
With code Joey, J-O-E-Y, at manscaped.com. That's 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com.
My words to him was,
Joey,
that you really
J-O-E-Y.
wanted
Listen,
work hard
it's
on
the
yourself.
perfect grip for grandpa.
And he did that summer.
His hands are longer than that.
He would
He's
practice
been praying at
all
home.
day that basketball, never said.
My little stuff
You
ain't
want to bring
doing
out the
routine.
best in Mike and tell him he
Nobody.
can't do something.
The checkout is also brought to you by Stamps.com.
I think
Listen, if you're a business owner like Uncle Joey
to go out
and you have a slate out of deliveries this Christmas,
much
you need
improvement from
Stamps.com. Stamps.com is your own
tremendous. A lot of it had to do with design.
whatever you want. All you need is a computer and a printer. That's it. Print your own
He had great guard skills. He always played guard. He always held the ball. And now we come in 6'3", 6'4".
UPS prints and Stamps.com will let you know the cheapest, the fast shipping options to help you save even more.
County schools call us. I've got a guy down here. I think they have a chance.
If you want to save time as well as money, you can even schedule package pickup on the stamps.com dashboard. It couldn't get any easier. So do me a favor, give your business the gift of stamps.com so your mailing and shipping is covered this holiday season. I don't care how small or big your business is. Stamps.com is the way to go. Sign up with promo code Joey for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial plus free postage at a digital scale. No long-term commitments or contracts. Just go to stamps.com, click the microphone at the top of the page, and press in code Joey.
It was the third game of the season, the second season. We're playing Golden State. I go up for a lob, and when I landed flat.
What's happening?
I was devastated because I never heard it. I'm in the cast, doing anything. I was anxious. Irritable to a lot of people.
He wrote this poem right in the middle. It's an area of the body that may not heal very rapidly because of the poor blood supply. The healing time can vary from 6 weeks, 12 weeks, or longer. Occasionally, that fraction is not healed.
Michael had never missed a game through high school, college, and the NBA so far. Also, he was a 64.
I'm doing nothing.
I had a great Thanksgiving. I had a my girlfriend's house with her 2 kids. And that was a
You
lot
could
of fun.
not keep him on that
She was
bench.
getting ready, and then we all
Mr.
went
myself is saying, Michael, you're not ready. And he said, but I don't think you can tell me. I know when my body's ready, but the doctor knows when you're ready.
For the most part, it was at daytime at home. There were some. It's funny how like I'm not a parent by any stretch of the meaning, but I'm sort of in that world right now. Like they were great. And they were great on Thanksgiving, but there was like a minute in the morning where like we're out of the flow. They just decided to cause shit. It's like it's Thanksgiving morning. I actually had that written down.
My calf muscles and my injured calf is stronger than my uninjured calf. Blah, blah.
Listen, you're fucking 18, 19, have no family. The holidays are like fucking nomads, you know. Somebody might show up like on the 19th day, we got everybody go for Christmas Eve. Come on, now you gotta hustle up, shop them gifts for the family or whatever. Bring them out, handshakes, whatever.
What percentage
like that ever since I had the child.
Doctor said
It's
10%.
now you
I just lost it. It's 10% chance, but it's 90% chance that I won't.
And then I said, what happens if 10% changes? And they said, well, his career would be over.
Why everybody's just thinking
figured it out. Like anybody else.
wow, I didn't think the last half full. Everybody
They
thinks
figure it out.
So I said to Michael, you're not understanding the risk reward. You had a terrible headache,
Christmas Day.
and I gave you a bottle of pills.
Now, but
9 of the pills was chewy, one of the pills was
so
really
eventually kids aren't that fucking stupid.
Would you take the pill?
I look at it and say, depends on how fucking bad the headache
Amazon will just leave stuff out. It happens all the time. I had a friend who happened to the other day.
Pure business. You don't play the guy.
No, they didn't steal it.
Here's
They
your
had like
franchise.
kid stuff being delivered,
Your franchise.
and it's not put in a box for some random reason.
Coming back,
You can find outside.
because we weren't going to win a championship anyway. Why even take a 10% risk that your career's going to be over? We didn't see it.
I'm starting to think, well, so maybe it's not being played as opposed to charade is over this game, so we can
It's a sad day
to the library.
because they wanted right 5 or 6. And then they kind of know, you know, you have to you make the list, you know.
We should always
So then
Exasperated Bulls owner Jerry Reinsdorf finally agreed to a compromise, which would allow the starting play a specified number of minutes in each game
We reached the compromise and we allowed us to come back and play. I think it was 7 games each day.
Let me go back and play, and they didn't put a time restriction on it.
They had them on 7 minute per half time limit.
That's why sometimes I don't even get your phone. I charge your phone.
You could be almost a mid-shot. Like, tweet.
The TVs have microphones.
Like Jordan, you're
everything. Everything. It's a fucking nice. You're happy to see these guys like that. I know. Do masturbations online. You sit there and your face, they just say minutes per half. Well, so that's Scientology, you know. You're fucking a better man with your way to say Scientology.
In a situation where we reduce the odds.
Nah, that's why I don't like that perverted stuff. So there's a situation like that here.
Give me the most important 7 minutes to think about.
They had some problems.
So now we start winning and we start getting into the playoff picture. We get to a pivotal game. We don't play Indiana.
That's why it's game because they got it's just different playoffs. Cameras have changed.
That's freedom. See, you put him in 1 second. More than 14 minutes, he's fired. You still take things for granted. 14 minutes from that just go absolutely shit. And we were in a position to win.
That's what I understand how they years from now, the relations and the satellite that's been playing. And when they had the cut chase, it's taken all day. And when they had some murders or something, they had to go to the satellite.
I don't know. Jerry came down from the
out of the house and
saying, hey, get about the game and
back to the shit you stole. 31 seconds. They got you. They got there, and then like what about like Ring? Like Ring owns all that footage.
Michael saw it
They were all like the video doorbells. Now they have cameras. They have to put cameras.
So I don't want to hear about your draft picks. I want to hear about missing the playoffs. Like how good they have been.
The government can
That's not that good.
It's like, come on, fuck it. It's only 13 seconds. 13 seconds. Yeah, 13 seconds. Yeah, keep your chin up and lose the job. Feel the whole theory of this town. Yeah, we're trying to not make the playoffs, get a better draft pick. But I'm bound to make the playoffs every year. And this is a chance for us to be the playoffs.
There's parks everywhere, you know. The cameras have
eyeball. 13 seconds left. Jump back to the game with a shot.
Unfortunately, I just let the Indians throw some shot in and we end up winning the game.
Every sandwich, you know, there's a camera now. You know, you want to slow the number. There's a camera now. There's a lot of that. There's a lot of things, you know, New York City.
Once you get in after the game, stay 100 minutes. It was, you know,
New York
New
York City, it's one big camera.
It wasn't a good situation.
Mistrust Michael had,
especially
management specifically,
the
crowd fans,
he
believed that they violated the most fundamental aspect of sport. I would argue the most fundamental aspect of the way Michael conducted his life.
And they
doing it
like,
to the highest level, and he did it to win all the time.
But like they're doing it in China right now. They have like cameras and
Michael's
they like that's how you pay for things. That's how you get into buildings. They scan your face, and it's not even that hitting camera. It's like right in your face, and they have like
No one could limit the power and the glory of Michael Jordan. The Bulls made a late season rush to a playoff berth, which ironically cost them a chance at one of the first 7 choices in next year's draft. We had to make the playoffs happen, I believe we won out 30 games in the regular season. We got the 8th seed.
Jordan essentially drove his team with a winning record into the playoffs.
They got cameras.
And what is their reward? Well, they get the playoffs. Almighty Boston.
You got to assume, you know, you have to assume.
4 guys who make the Hall of Fame.
I don't know what it is about me. I can't stay in a nice place. I can't
about 7 foot
think
tall.
that doing bad things in a hotel room. Like, do you ever look at stuff like that? Like, not have the comforter down. They say they don't watch that shit. And like you're saying, they have cameras in the rooms.
Of all the teams I've been on, there's no question that was the best team.
That setting against that team, that's what you play for. You get to be in those situations.
Celtics have won 31 in a row at home. They've been Chicago 6 times this year in the regular season.
This just extreme confidence about this. He loved the big stage.
It's like
This is the opportunity to play each other. Celtics.
So you have
This is showtime.
Michael's going off.
next year tell you going into
You know what? It's back.
and you
Michael Jordan is back, and there are no limits to his
don't
playing
have the
time.
same amenities that they
And
had.
it cut loose. And we're about ready to go at the Boston
When
Garden.
you're on the website,
Limitations off
there's
the
still
outside.
nothing. Get there,
And
you
you wild dog.
There's another chain. Restaurants in there.
You don't
It's
own
not
the
great.
breaks now.
It makes sunny side up. It's not like Saturday. Yes, I believe so. You don't have any of those things. And I never did.
We stuck with the game plan. We're winning a baseball game.
Pretty hard to ignore Michael Jordan tonight. He chose him as our player of the game. 49 points, 4 rebounds. Spectacular individual effort by this guy. Tough job for the Chicago team. Now just that outback trying to get them ready for game 2. They played so hard here tonight.
I remember game 2. I called for Michael for the before. Michael, Danny, Mike Carey, and myself. And Michael and Danny are giving it to each other back and forth.
It's not like you're walking into the plaza in Vegas. Cigarettes, you know. The next thing I'm going down to get breakfast.
I took a few bucks off of Michael that day. We were talking trash to each other. That might have been a mistake.
It was just everything was done at him. Don't tell me they got Tennessee.
We get down, we get in the car. We drop Danny off first. And Michael says, hey, tell your boy DJ I got something for him.
The first thing we got was great at night.
You're not going to find
I don't think anyone would expect going in the next team what's going to happen.
Tennessee, but they tried. Every day.
Shoot over guys.
Practically every minute is a second. I just never stopped. Staying on back, kept putting me in isolated situations. And I got took advantage of my energy.
And now you have to use those that's a nightmare in itself.
We all took our cracks at him that day. It wasn't one guy. DJ was our best defensive player. And he picked up 4 fouls early in the third quarter.
I was only for a while, but he was only a lot.
Surviving.
I remember laughing through the game because Walt was cursing me out. He had to guard Jordan on a few occasions.
You're making
Walt
$50 a show.
Walt got fouled out.
Jordan is 18 free throws today. You like 49 on Thursday? How about 50 on Sunday? Well, it's doing very good. 52 for Jordan. Michael right baseline jumper. Good and a foul called. Michael shooting for the tie with no time left.
cheese.
Fortunately for us, we had the last shot.
There's a guy I'll never forget. There's an opening night, Thursday night, after the show, you know, it's that comedians only that like to put on a show.
The most valuable player in the game is Michael Jordan with an all-time record 63 points in a single playoff game.
And everybody, the family, it was incredible.
Playoff performance. I've never seen it before, and I had never seen the man. That wasn't Michael Jordan. That was God's disguise as Michael Jordan.
Saturday at the club.
I like it. I've never seen him play like
Saturday morning, they come get breakfast. The guy tried.
That's really nice. Like, but it's just like for people listening, I think stuff and Larry complaining, you know, but at most
championship basketball.
Like, he knew the guy was coming. Like, that's not a huge thing.
The right horses that go along with him.
It was that, you know, now I see years later with the values of
the NBA.
you know, like,
so a year later,
you guys been traveling, you know, the bus, you
That's the work.
you bring shit, this place was, it wasn't damn but it was like a
Changed they make up
it was a concert restaurant.
I always give Gary Krause credit for assembling a roster that fit.
Fucking phenomenal.
I'm sure one of the hardest trades he ever had to make was trade Charles Oakley.
Let's go.
Go Cartwright.
This restaurant, so
We needed a big man.
now
So
back
that was a
it's
great
really
fit.
nice. If anybody
Much I
has a
love
comedy
Charles,
club,
this fits us better than
try
what
that.
Charles gives us right now.
You know, if you're a booker,
Michael was very fond of Charles, but Charles was his protector. Michael was always attacking the
first
basket.
night of
He
the
got
show,
knocked down.
somewhere
And Charles was always the guy to back him up.
But just the
Charles
effort,
pulled the trigger on that trade, and that was one of the defining things in his career.
you know,
Charles Oakley and I were
some
good friends. We spent a lot of time together. But things were in
if
place
your mom makes
for
the
us to
lasagna
get,
tray,
what do you
that
think?
goes a long way. She gives you a piece to go home with.
Make good trades, make good free agent signings. He deserves a lot of
So
credit.
he said, "Did you
But he couldn't get out of his own way.
go along? How was your week last week, comedy-wise?"
Comedy-wise, I had a great week last week. I did 5 spots, 2 were shows, 3 were open mics, and I had a cool week because I was kind of nervous about it. I kept
Scotty had problems with Jerry, and he came out
I
on
decided
some
to release a
occasions.
clip.
The thing was, and part of, Scotty's
So I didn't
anger
want to
was they did look at the seriously trading
bookers.
after the 96, 97 season.
Came out and ended up in the thing by 10
Part of
minutes.
my responsibility is to listen to other teams when
And
they
so I
talk
did
to
like
me about our
completely
players.
different sets than I
And
normally
we
do.
think Scottie Pippen is certainly
And
one of the
they
top
both
couple
went
of players in basketball and feel very strongly about it.
more shows
And
with each.
I can't tell you what's going to happen in the future because I don't know.
Congratulations. As far as the fucking
Krause's point then was, look, we're going to lose Pippen in a year. The group doesn't have that much left. Let's blow it up now. But the ownership said no.
I killed that because
you got
I decided
TV shows.
that as long as Michael Jordan was going to be here, we got to go for the 6th championship.
And I can the showcase I ever had was at the 90.
We had a
Which was
number
Mitzi
of
show.
offers that we
Yeah,
thought
holy
were
shit.
good offers.
You know,
For
it's
Scotty and
anything
for some
else,
other
man.
players.
When you're there,
going to stop.
you see this
I will never stop
you
trying
know what I'm
to
saying?
make the team better.
It's like that time. I remember I used to tell you that I used to go in clubs. I was just a fucking salesman like Jersey. I like to come to you. I to make guess that this is so special. But
yeah,
if I go there on Saturday night, I'm gonna make sure on Sunday night.
Trade,
Make sure
all that stuff, but
never
never
here.
would tell me
Years for having to look at that, prepared because
after you're in the game for a while, realize that nobody
I'm sure he's told it a couple of times, but I honestly just don't remember enough to hear it.
I so
Like, you
took
can
that
really tell, like, you're showcasing from the history.
disrespected him to some degree.
for unity, I don't fucking remember it anymore.
It was always sparks, go back and forth. But
It was
at a certain point, Scotty crossed
I got that done. I had already done.
it was
the year before that. I done the Seattle comedy competition.
Pippin started abusing
So 5 nights
Crowd.
in a row, you had
Cursing them out on the bus.
7 nights the first week.
tolerated
You
anymore.
went up in front of judges,
Respect
you know. And then the second week again, it's 7, you know. So that, at the end of the fucking month, you walk in front of 30 fucking judges. And there's other bookers there, you know, from the area, Seattle area. There's other bookers from comedy club chains, you know. And you going up in front of me, and I prefer when you come up to me after my set and go, hey, I work for the Funny Jones. I booked 6 clubs. I just saw you.
You don't appreciate me trying to trade me. You won't pay
I
me.
hate if you come
Well,
up to
screw
me
you.
for that.
You know, I'm taking care of myself now.
Naturally, when you do those things,
Why I feel like
you have to assume this big player in the audience. You know, I just spoke to a writer last week.
Pippin is now demanding a trade. He will not return to the injured list until he is gone from Chicago. He said he's never going to play for the Bulls ever again. I'm never going to wear this uniform ever again.
Letter saying this is why I think I should move with you. And part of that letter was him coming to the comedy store.
see myself carrying on.
Like 2 or 3 years and stuff like comedy.
For shattering comments last night.
Wow.
Writers
And he said, how do you watch me grow? Blah, 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 blah. We already have a relationship. I mean,
I felt like this guy
like it's coming. That I know he was already
worried
ever
about
in the
himself as
audience.
opposed to
That
what
I
his
know
word
that
was
I
to
writers
the
like that.
organization as well as
So
for
in
the
the
team.
audience at the comedy store, no. I'm gonna shoot that man.
You know what I'm saying?
You would came up to me and said,
Already
you're going
read
up
my script, but I'm glad
6
this
writers
is
from
it.
CBS or
So
NBC.
I had to do what was best for me.
You see what happens? Like you don't even know. You have a good set. That's why people always tell you just to be yourself. And it sounds so cliche and so cornbally, but it's fucking true. You know, if you see that booker in the room, don't act up like you act like you usually act. Go up to the girl, give her a kiss, hey, what's going on here? Anybody bitches call? He's watching everything. You have to assume they're watching every move. The minute you walk in that showroom, you check in, you know, whatever, you start to be your manager. And then you go up there and you deliver the fucking goods. But the most important thing is to be yourself. Like I've seen great comics showcased with great things. They had a set that that person came to see, right? That person came to you and said, hey, last Thursday night, I saw you at the Improv. You were fantastic. Or the Laugh Factory. You can do that next Thursday night. I'm going to bring everybody from the Tonight Show out to see you. You know what? Like a guy like me, an idiot like me, would show up with a whole different 10 minutes.
You think that's what you're going to say? Oh my God, really?
Yeah, an idiot like me would show up with new 10 minutes to show you that I'm fucking Johnny Extraordinaire. It all depended on what part of my career you call me in. Right now, I know that if you saw me on a Thursday last week, I'm going to go on a piece of paper somewhere where I wrote like a couple of anchors. I didn't write my set on. I wrote a couple of anchors just to move around. I'm at the comedy store. I'm at the Improv, you know. And that's what I'm going to do. But somebody like me, the old me, would have gone with a whole new 10 minutes.
See, like that, I just hearing that request, all I could think about was, do I have to do it word for word? What if I had a good interaction with somebody at the Improv, but then this week I don't have that interaction, and no, it looks like I bombed.
Just go, oh my God, kind of working around the same material. And if you see an opening, take the opening. If not, stick to your material. This is NBC, this is the Tonight Show. Oh, this is an HBO special. This is Jimmy Kimmel. This is anybody, you know. At the end of the day, it's all the same shit. It's how you control your nerves and your breathing, you know. What I always like to do is try to hit them hard heavy so you get the confidence going. If you go out there with a dragged out one-minute joke, you don't really know where you stand. You come out fucking take the swings, you're either going to die or you're going to come out extra hype, and then you're just sailing from there. It's only 10 minutes. I'm trying to do 35 minutes in 10 minutes. I don't want you to breathe. I'm gonna keep punching. I'm like, like one of those rock'em sock'em fucking robots. So I'd rather give you that advice than the Mitzi short name. Not that.
Okay, I love that. We didn't. I don't know if you want to go back there, but we didn't even talk about your Thanksgiving. How was your Thanksgiving?
My Thanksgiving was very cool. You know what I'm saying? I woke up nice and early. I fucking worked out. I went to my buddy. We did a nice 45-minute workout. I came home and put some ice on my ankle, you know. And then I watched, there was a honeymoon fucking afternoon, like a couple episodes, like the marathon, 11 to 3. Nice. At 3, we went over there, and with the Pumas, thank God they invited us. You know that she's a great fucking cook. Jody is. She put together a fucking turkey. She made my favorite. Because she knows I like stovetop dumpling. I don't want to eat your fucking international stuffing. Beets, I don't want to taste it. The Pilgrims didn't have any of that. They had stovetop. All right?
No.
So she made fucking like waffles out of stovetop. She put them in the waffle machine. Fucking genius. You put the white meat on top of that. You throw a hand scoop of mashed potatoes on top of that. And some cranberry sauce and some ootd gravy. And one of them, I was done.
Was it like all crispy?
Yes.
The stuffing, that sounds really fucking good.
Oh, you shit it out of the fucking park, Jody. The gravy melted into the layers. I don't even like gravy.
No, me either.
What's that?
I don't like it either.
Yeah, but you gotta throw the gravy on there. The gravy on there was perfect. And then we watched the first game. I forgot what the fuck it was. And then we went to the Myrtles around the corner for the late night fucking aperitif. And they busted out desserts. They had like, maybe they had more fucking desserts than, what's that ice cream store that has all the flavors? That's my mountains. They got 200 flavors. They beat them that night. They had everything. Mousse, fucking jello, popsicles. They had everything. Fucking Ben and Jerry's, this, that, Ryers, a couple of apple pies. I tell you what, I didn't eat the shit. Pumpkin pie.
What made you stay away from it?
I didn't. I forgot all about it. It was there, and I always said I'll get back to it later.
I don't like any pie. I like, I like pecan pie. That's pretty good. I have recently had. They had an Oreo cake at my aunt.
Did you tear that up?
I did it.
So you enjoyed it.
It was really good. What did you have instead of pumpkin pie?
I probably broke down at the Myrtles because the animals kicked in. Then I had
Peanut butter whiskey. Why the hell not? A little salty, a little sweet, a little savory, and always smooth. Screwball, the original peanut butter whiskey that's unexpectedly delicious. Visit screwballwhiskey.com to learn more. That's Screwball with a K. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2023 Screwball Spirits LLC, New York, New York.
All those holiday get-togethers you're hosting this year, you're going to be a breeze. Because you know exactly what to serve your guests. Absolute Espresso Martinis. It's the perfect drink to sip and savor while you enjoy the festivities. And so easy to make. Just combine 2 parts Absolute, 1 part Kahlua, and 1 part espresso. Then shake over ice, pour, and voila. Absolute. Born to mix. Tap the banner to learn more. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2023. Imported by Pernod Ricard USA. New York, New York. Having your strongest financial self? Good planning. Northwestern Mutual's Guide to Good Financial Planning can help you balance spending and saving, set goals, and start creating the life you want to be living. Get it today at northwesternmutual.com/bigplan. The Northwestern Mutual Life Insurance Company, Milwaukee, Wisconsin.
Did I mention I hate this anti-Semitic neo-Nazi fuck?
The Last Dance ya está aquí. El documental deportivo más esperado de los últimos tiempos ha lanzado a través.
Scotty, in the paper today it says that Phil wants one more year back here and Michael wants $36 million. And it also quotes Jerry Krause's not ruling out a trade for you, which leaves you flapping in the breeze. Does that bother you?
No. I would love the opportunity of finishing my career out in Chicago, but if it don't happen, then I just have to look elsewhere. I'm one of the best players to ever play the game. I understand what my value is to this game.
You're very underpaid, though, as one of the top players. What do you think your value is?
My day will come. My day will come.
Thank you. Thank you for all the wonderful moments that fans here in the city have shown me and my teammates for 10 long seasons. I've had a wonderful career here, and if I never had the opportunity to say this again, thank you.
Scotty Pippen with a tearful thank you. We thought for one unconscionable moment that we might be hearing a retirement statement there.
What made me upset was I knew it was the end of the journey,
My
I
right hand,
never
my
saw
best
it
friend,
ending like that.
used to be partying.
Jerry Krause and
He used to
basically
come
everything
drive
real
2 hours
good.
from his
He said,
base where he is. He's in the U.S. Special Forces.
with this
He used to come
mountain
party with
scene,
the Iraqi guy.
I say
Been there a while. But he changed his life. Now he's married, you know? So their lives changed. Everyone in my circle who was hanging out with me now suddenly has a girlfriend, in a relationship, or married. At least they're away from all that.
First of all, there's no backstabbing going on.
So those type of changes happen. They happen to me, like my cousins.
Are the expectations
When
made
we're
to
in car
currently
or
go for
whatever, especially me, when they see me now, they're like, okay, wait, yeah, I'll come pray too and everything. So it's like, I don't have to tell anybody, but it's a positive influence that everybody is around. Whoever's left around me, it's a positive influence, and they follow suit, because when they see I think everybody starts to worry. Everybody starts to worry. You're like, oh, what are you?
I mean, Sky has skills. I mean, you got certain dedication and love for the city of Chicago. It's tough. I mean, you
So, and being through it, when you make that change, you help to a level of position where you start having a much bigger impact on the world.
You're right. You talk with them and all about that.
You're going to talk to the game, so you have to talk to this guy. What you talk to this guy today?
What about the game?
Yeah, you know.
Talk about it, you don't talk about it third-hand experience, but first-hand experience, right? It's like I've been places, done this stuff.
Scottie Pippen was the underrated, underappreciated Robin to Michael's Batman.
I would never be able to find a tandem, another support system, another partner in the game of basketball like Scottie Pippen. He was a pleasure to play with.
Trial and error through that kind of blast furnace that Michael would put people through. Scottie got tough.
Scottie coming hard on the drive. Takes it all the way to the rack.
And he was lethal defensively.
So down 3. Antonio. Sensational.
He helped me so much in the way that I approach the game, the way I play the game. Whenever they speak Michael Jordan, they should speak Scottie Pippen.
Everybody said, well, I won all these championships, but I didn't win without Scottie Pippen. And, you know, that's why I consider him my best teammate of all time.
I grew up in a town of about 30,000. Everybody pretty much knew each other. My mom, my dad were very strong people. They were about to survive. Obviously, that's what they were about. They had 12 kids. We used to have a basket in my grandmother's yard. It was in the dirt, so it would be dusty all the time. It didn't matter. I had old shoes anyway.
Everybody was close knit. Everybody shared everything, you know. It was just a good time. We didn't even know it before.
I was about 11 or 12. My dad had just gotten home, and as he was eating his dinner, he just kind of fell back and he suffered a stroke. I can still see it every time I think about it. He lost his speech. He was stuck in a wheelchair and bedridden for the rest of his life. 6 years before that, my second oldest brother was in junior high school. My kid fell on the PE class with a wrestling move. Paralyzed.
Yeah, there definitely are people out there.
Two.
Should be weekend if I be fan of Skype with them.
Basketball game and opportunity just to get out of the house and play.
I hope that motherfucker so goddamn much.
Dr. J, who's my childhood hero, always wanted to play like him, dunk basketball like him. And felt like one day those were the issues.
That's every kid's dream, you know. Every kid's dream on to play in the NBA one time or another.
And sooner or later,
Just a dream.
you will be caught in the whole little thing. And, yeah, you are going to be caught up, and there will be another person stuck in this whole little fight. Another person that's being hit with some across their problems, or whatever it is that day.
He was practicing and doing all of those things that he should.
You know, it is just, again,
Few guys academically
it's
fall
stupidity.
off, so some scholarships.
It's sad that I did this episode
And
for this
I
country.
go back as a coach. I was very persistent.
But, you know, it is what it is. This is our country. This is what we're dealing with here. So,
Yard. I got to watch you.
yeah, well, it's America. Welcome to our country. Yeah, but I do support. I do personal support, though. And I'll do a show tomorrow. You know, I'll be talking about this a bit more tomorrow. And, you know, so
I grew 5 inches. I seen you the next time you was 6'5", and then the next time I seen you was 6'7". Exploded.
He kept his guard skills that he had. He didn't get a rebound on one end.
Hey, nice to meet you. It's just you want to first piece. I had some questions. Can I ask? Yep, please. Any question you have for the people who please ask. I saw about I want to know in the short term, like the 5 to 6 months, like we expect that the hype of crypto is coming, NFTs are coming, like to a great extent. So, how do you plan to get maximize the opportunity of the police market and
the Seattle Supersonics select Scott Pippen of Central Arkansas. Scott Pippen from the University of Central Arkansas. He's 21 years old, and that's right, folks. You probably have never heard of Scottie Pippen.
Thank you very much, Buffy, for that question. That's a very, very nice question. So 5 to 6 months, I think we'll be having BTC having there's already bullish support for next year. And we
realized that we were going to have to maneuver to get up in the draft to get a higher pick than we otherwise would have had in order to get him. Kraus was able to pull off a trade.
We were able to work a trade right before the draft. Technically, the Seattle Club took it for us, and then we acquired it.
You know, Chicago's a great franchise.
Release for the product are going to improve
The Bulls brought in Scottie Pippen, obviously making an immediate impact in the NBA. Scottie Pippen about to make his big league debut. Quickly, clearly kicking it away, plays it outside.
just a glass of water.
You can do it as long as you like. I'm going to let you speak. And again, for everybody, listen to me right now. The true demon, there's another demon that's so much more subtle. I got to wait for the mute button. Elon, you're a fucking rat. Fix the mute. It's been fucking months out where we're starving. The hosts are struggling. There's some glitch issue. People getting kicked down. We're getting accused. Space is shutting down. You press the fucking mute button. Oh, God. It's 8 seconds. Hang on. Please, we're starving. Stay Stacey, the truth is, you know what? That there's another demon, which is the demon where you're laughing and actually being entertained from this shit, including me. She's the victim, and we're now getting off on it and actually enjoying it. See that? That's a whole new level of demonology. So shame on all of us. Stacey, go for it. Shut up, Archangel. Yeah, you can take 10. As long as you want, go for it. But as she's talking, listen to the demon. You don't have to make any money, mate. You don't have to make me. Now let her talk, man. Let her talk. Stacey, I want to ask you something, Stacey. I don't want to be honest, because you can be honest with us. Do you know what I mean? Because God bless you. I know, man. I couldn't imagine what you've done and been through. I'm not judging you. I'm truly not. If I met you, mate, I'd buy you a drink. We could have a dance, whatever. But listen to me. Do you think that doing certain things like you did in your lifestyle can lead to possession and dark spirits? Do you believe in that?
Pippen is as underpaid as underpaid gets, only the 122nd highest paid player in the league. Scottie Pippen signed in 1994.
I don't recall the terms, but I do recall that it was a longer contract than I thought was smart for him.
Scottie Pippen signed a deal in 1991 for 7 years for $18 million. If he played it right, he could have made 9 times that amount, 10 times.
I said to Scotty the same thing I said to Michael. If I were you, I wouldn't sign this contract. You made me sell yourself too short. It's too long a contract that you're locking yourself in for.
I felt like I could afford to gamble myself, getting injured.
Our eyes now get clear. 2 years people are attacking me, but I get where they are coming from. Okay, let me adjust. Secondly,
He did take care of my dad, my mom. He built them a house. He sent them money every month and everything, made sure they take care of them.
I don't know nothing that I need or want. Some of the things I don't have to ask him for. So I feel like he loves me. I know I love him.
He signed a long-term deal, and it was undervalued pretty quickly.
The league took off. You know, revenues went way up. Salaries went up.
Jay Reinsdorf was emphatic about it. Guy signed the contract.
I don't want to hear from you again. I'll come back and try to renegotiate.
It was embarrassing because he was maybe the number 2 player in the NBA. His value was immense.
You know what? I'm telling you, it's okay on this one. I'm telling you.
When we got to 97 and 98, that was the last year of Scotty's contract. I know he was very frustrated because Scotty needed to get paid. He deserved to get paid.
There was a lot of anger from Scotty. You know, he'd been one of the best players in the game for many years. He had done so much for the Bulls, so his frustration bubbled over.
The world champs making news this week. Scottie Pippen of the Bulls will be out for 2 to 3 months. Pippen underwent surgery Monday on a sore foot in New York. It's an injury that's been bothering him dating back to the Eastern Conference Finals.
I had a ruptured tendon in my ankle, and I decided to have surgery late because I was like, you know what, I'm not going to fuck my summer up trying to rehab before season. You know, they're not going to be looking forward to having me, so I'll enjoy my summer, and I'll use the season to prepare.
Scotty was wrong in that scenario. He could have gotten his surgery done as soon as the season was over and be ready for the season. What Scotty was trying to do was try to force management to change his contract. Jerry wasn't going to do that. So now I got to start the season knowing that Scotty wasn't going to be around, but we have to find a way to win.
How do you carry this team now in November, December without Scotty?
I think we have to do it collectively. I don't think one individual is going to be able to do it. I think we as a team, that's what the team is all about, you know. So we have to cover up with Scotty not being here. We know he's not here, but that doesn't mean we stop playing.
Our Chicago Bulls without Scottie Pippen, and they apparently missed him tonight.
This is going to be the first setback for the Chicago Bulls. Again, it is still early, but 4-4 for the Bulls out of the gate. Have not scored 100 points yet this season. We're not playing with much continuity and much rhythm, and that's something that Scotty really provides for us. Scotty was so key for our team. He tied us together in many ways. And when you're a really good team, one loss feels like 5. You know, you're expected to win. You're supposed to win. And so early in that season, we were losing games, and it felt like trouble. All of the Chicago Bulls.
Yes. No, I wasn't. You have to understand players' mentality and where they're coming from. Some guys can handle it, some guys can't. And, Scotty probably needed to have this to feel like he justified what his salary was. So I stayed solid, said we're going to survive this, we'll be fine, we'll go forward. That's one of the things that Phil was really good at, is managing distractions and keeping us focused on what we had to do. Scotty's on a different timetable. It's going to be a bumpy road till he gets back, but we got to manage without him for right now.
When it came down to it, this burden always fell on Michael. And he welcomed it in a lot of respects. You know, he liked that. He liked to take the responsibility.
I'm gearing myself up physically to deal with whatever I have to deal with. I'm looking forward to it, actually.
Michael wanted to be the best player on the best team. Scotty's not here, but we're still better than this.
I was trying to get the guys to understand it for myself. Scotty was up. My voice had to be the loudest. I let my anger motivate players by saying, I want this. You guys want it.
He's raising his voice. He's calling guys out. We got to rebound better, box out. We're not playing well as a team. Defensively, we're lazy. He's not worried about hurting your feelings. If you hurt your feelings, you leave. You gladly tell you get out. Don't need you here. If you want to play hard, get out.
Every day that Scotty wasn't playing gave someone else confidence that they could beat us. And if you're trying to maintain dominance over people, you almost give them a chance to gain confidence. So they drove my into, let's get this thing rolling.
What time is it? Game time! This Bull team fired up tonight. Really wanted to get off this 0-4 start on the road. Embarrassing for such a good team. The Bulls in their road blacks, the Clippers are home white.
They played the Clippers, who were a joke. Worst team in the league. Yet, the dregs of the league took the Bulls to 2 overtimes. Jordan kept waiting for somebody else to help him. Nobody else would help him. For that game, he went somewhere and he found a switch.
And the answer to the question is Michael Jordan tired. No.
Jordan had to score 49 for them to win their game.
No question. We saw greatness here tonight.
Bulls win for the first time on the road, 111-102. Jordan finishes with a mere 49 points.
We've had opportunities, in all the games on the road except for Cleveland. And hopefully we can build upon this. That we can finish games on the road. We've been in all those games. We really needed to win like this.
Jordan was really worn out physically, worn out emotionally.
My innate personality is to win at all costs. If I have to do it myself, I'm going to do it. Every time I step on that basketball court, my focus is to win the game. It drives me insane when I can't. As you get older, you look back and you understand how you became the person you are. I don't think I would be here without the lessons that I learned at a very young age. That competitiveness within me started when I was a kid. My parents provided us with all the opportunities to succeed in life. My father worked at General Electric, mother worked at the banks. As a black person growing up in Wilmington, we were trying to make our own footsteps.
As a family, we were naturally tough. My father was tough, my mom was tough, and the environment they brought us in was a tough environment. You get knocked down, you got to get up, and you always give it your best, and you always try to win. We hated to lose.
Mr. Jordan and myself always tried to share with them. Don't wait for somebody to give you something. You're strong, you're intelligent, go out and earn it and work for it.
We had 5 kids, and both the wife and I both worked, and we were wary at times about the kids being home, so we thought one of the things that we could do is get them involved in sports. Drop off at the Little League field or the gym, and keep them involved in the community.
My parents are trying to keep me busy. But they always wanted all of us to play organized sports so that we learn more about life. At the time, you had racism all over North Carolina, all over the United States, and there was a lot of it around me. So as a kid, it was like, okay, this is where I don't want to be. You don't want to excel outside of this. So my motivation was to be something outside of Wilmington. For me, it became athletics.
We used to compete an awful lot in the backyard. My brothers hated losing, but not on the same level like me. Because if you beat me back then, we had to fight. You know, and that's just the way I was.
They were so competitive between the two of them. Matter of fact, at that time, it might be said that Larry was the best basketball player.
My father pushed me. He pushed everybody. And he had a chance, if he felt you weren't doing the best you could, he would find a way to push you harder. And that really drove my gut, because Larry was pretty good at quite a bit.
I don't think, from a competitive standpoint, I would be here without the confrontations with my brother. When you come to blows with someone you absolutely love, that's igniting every fire within you. And I always felt like I was fighting Larry for my father's attention.
I wanted to do it yourself around the house. So I could take Larry out, and he was fascinated by fixing things with his hand. Took a lot of pride in it. And Michael would be out, you'd say, give me a Phillips screwdriver, he might give you a pair of pliers. And I guess I was a little short-faced with it. I said, get back in the house with your mom. Boy, you're never going to be anything. Just go back with your mom.
You're going through it. It's traumatic, because I want that. I want that type of confidence. So my determination got even greater to be as good, if not better, than my brother.
I met him in tryouts, but there was nothing particularly outstanding in tryouts.
He did not make the varsity team as a sophomore. When I got home, I told him that I was cut. I was demoralized. I didn't want to play any more sports. Felt like, the coach didn't like me.
He was devastated. He came home upset, crying, and we both cried, because I knew he wanted to really compete with the other guys. My words to him was, if you really wanted, you work hard over the summer. And he did that summer. He focused. He would practice all day. That basketball never left his hand.
If you want to bring out the best in life, I'm telling you, can't do something. Or you can't do it as good as somebody else. And I think that he takes it as a personal challenge to go out. He
sophomore year to his junior year was tremendous. A lot of it had to do with his size.
He was about 5'10" or 5'11". He came back about 6'3". That ball.
He had great guard skills. He always played guard. He always held the ball. And now becoming 6'3", 6'4", that just made him into a much better ball player. We knew that he was special.
The athletic director of Hanover County Schools called us and said, "I've got a guy down here I think may have a chance." And that was Mike Jordan. And so we invited him to our basketball camp. When we got here, we knew of him. We'd heard he's pretty good. 5 days later, when we left here, we thought he was the best player in America.
It was the third game of the season and the second season. We played Golden State. I go up for a lob, and when I landed flat-footed. When they did the cat ski, it was a clear break, and I was done.
Last year's Rookie of the Year, Michael Jordan, out with a broken left foot.
I was devastated because I got hurt. I'm in the cast. I couldn't do anything. I was anxious. I'm pretty sure I was irritable to a lot of people.
He broke this bone right in the middle. It's an area of the body that may not heal very rapidly because of the poor blood supply. The healing time can vary from 6 weeks, 12 weeks, or even longer. Occasionally, that fracture does not heal.
Michael had never missed a game through high school, college, and the NBA so far. All of a sudden, he misses 64.
I'm doing nothing, watching games and sitting on the bench. My mother and my father came up and spent a lot of time.
You could not keep him on that bench. Mr. Jordan and myself is saying, "Michael, you are not ready." And he said, "Well, I don't think you can tell me. I know when my body's ready, but the doctor knows when you're ready."
I was itching to do something. So I talked the Bulls into letting me go back to college. I just started going to the gym, shooting, and then I started playing 1-on-1, and then I started playing 2-on-2, and then I started playing 3-on-3. Next thing you know, I was playing 5-on-5 in the Bulls level when I was doing it. And when I got back with the Bulls, my calf muscles and my injured calf was stronger than my uninjured calf. So the first thing they said, "What in the hell have you been doing?" Blah, blah.
You know, we didn't really know he was playing until he came back and told us. You know, when Michael came back, he said, "I've been playing an hour and a half a day for the last week. After my heart dropped down, I just dropped down and oh my God." I gradually worked my way up to a point where I'm playing 5-on-5 in a game. And I got the confidence that the foot is completely healed and I can play on it.
Michael asked him, "Well, if I play, what percentage is that I'm going to get hurt again?" The doctor said, "Yeah, 10%.
And I just lost it. I said, "Look, it's 10% chance, but it's 90% chance that I won't."
And then I chimed in to the doctors, "What happens if the 10% kicks in?" And they said, "Well, then his career would be over."
Well, everybody's just thinking about the negative. Well, I think the glass is half full. Everybody thinks it's half empty.
So I said to Michael, you're not understanding the risk-reward ratio. If you had a terrible headache, and I gave you a bottle of pills, 9 of the pills would cure you, and 1 of the pills would kill you, would you take the pill?
And I looked at him, I said, "Depends on how fucking bad the headache is."
From Jerry Reinsdorf's perspective, it's a pure business decision. You don't play the guy. Here's your franchise, literally your franchise.
In my mind, he should not risk coming back because we weren't going to win a championship anyway. Why even take a 10% risk that your career is going to be over? Well, he didn't see it that way.
I'm starting to think, well, maybe it's not me playing as opposed to us trying to lose games so we can move, into the lottery.
there something to this business of wanting a better position, getting in the lottery?
I hope not. I mean, that just shows a losing attitude, and not just on the team, but in the front office also. We should always go out and try to win.
Exasperated Bulls owner Jerry Reinsdorf finally agreed to a compromise, which would allow his star to play a specified number of minutes in each game.
We reached a compromise and we allowed him to come back and play. I think it was 7 minutes each half.
So let me go back and play, and they put a time restriction on me.
Jordan with 10 points. They had him on 7-minute per half time limit with a stopwatch. He could be almost mid-shot. It's like, tweet. All right, Jordan, you're out.
Michael Jordan sat down.
Doesn't seem too happy to sit down. He's fired up and ready to go. They're going to have to hold him back.
What was the rationale for the 7 minutes per half?
Well, we felt that the doctors had said a certain amount of time. We felt we were going to try to make the odds right in a situation where we would reduce the odds.
At the time, the coach was staying off at it. So, Stan, fuck these guys, man. Give me the most important 7 minutes that you can think about. So now we start winning, and we start getting into the playoff picture. We get to a pivotal game, go and play in Indiana. We need this game because it puts us in a position to make the playoffs. Stan got me rated, saying if you put him in 1 second, more than 14 minutes, you're fired on the spot.
Going around, opening screen, lead in backward, left baseline,
For 14 minutes, I just go absolutely ballistic. And we were in a position to win. All of a sudden, the time is up.
I don't know if Jerry came down from the stands to say, hey, get him out of the game, and there's like 30 seconds left.
31 seconds to go. Michael's time is up.
I'm just like, I'm angry.
Michael saw it for what it was. You play the game to win, period. So I don't want to hear about your draft pick. I want to hear about missing the playoffs, how good that would be. That's not how you play the game.
I'm begging Stan, put me in the game. Come on, fuck it. It's only 14 fucking seconds, Stan. 13 seconds. Put me in for 13 seconds. So then I can't put you in, I'm going to lose my job. To fuel the whole theory that here we're trying to not make the playoffs so we can get a better draft pick. But I vowed to make the playoffs every year. And this is a chance for us to make the playoffs. It's our ball. It's 13 seconds left. Lo and behold, John Paxson hits a game-winning shot.
Pax comes down with a jumping one-hander.
Fortunately, I get lucky and throw some shot in, and we end up winning the game. Went into the locker room. Stan locked that door, and Jerry Krause came, wanted to get in at the end of the game. Stan wouldn't let him in. It wasn't a good situation.
The mistrust Michael had with management, specifically Jerry Krause, was he believed that they violated the most fundamental aspect of sport, I would argue, the most fundamental aspect of the way Michael conducted his life. You do it at the highest level, and you do it to win all the time. From that moment on, Michael's relationship with the ownership and management was deeply sour. That never went away.
No one could limit the power and the glory of Michael Jordan. The Bulls made a late-season rush into a playoff berth, which ironically cost them a chance at one of the first 7 choices in next year's draft.
We ended up making the playoffs happen. I believe we won only 30 games in the regular season that year. We ended up the 8th seed.
Jordan essentially wills his team with a losing record into the playoffs. And what is their reward? Well, they get to play the almighty Boston Celtics with 4 guys who make the Hall of Fame.
We had Parrish, McHale, and Walton, all of them about 7 foot tall that could score, run. defend. We had Danny Ainge and Dennis Johnson, our guards, and I was a small forward. So we had a big. Team, and we were deep, we were big.
It's funny. But I trusted the sound on this more than I trusted the clock. I looked at the clock and I looked like it's like 1 o'clock. But I heard this and I was like, no, it's definitely 2 day. I'll look for this. And I look again and it's 1:57. Man, I hate to say this and make me a Nazi cunt. Weird kid. But yeah, so what happened? How would you describe it? I was over there writing a note for the people. Well, actually, first for Alex. And he came downstairs. Then I was writing one. I was like, oh, it's one for Alex. It's like, whatever. It's going to be like, okay, well, that's how much I can do about it. It's not. I'm going right to the source. So I was writing him another one. And that motherfucker had like flashlights on. And he had like all the lights on. And he just comes upstairs. And I was like, I could just stand my ground and be like a dick, but I don't know. I don't want to fight. And plus, I'm just at my wit's end with this fucking house and with this fucking with him. And he goes and he closes the door, and then he's walking back, and he's like,
The healing time can vary from 6 weeks, 12 weeks, or even longer. Occasionally, that
which pretty
fracture
said
does not
made
heal.
sense.
Michael
I was like,
had never
it's not my
missed a
my
game
fight.
through high school, college, and the NBA so far. All of a sudden, he misses
And it
64.
shouldn't be up here. It's not his deal. But that's what Alex wants. Alex will do that. Alex doesn't seem too fucking worried about it. This is about this guy in control and his obsessive compulsive disorder. And we're gonna get into this thing where we keep opening and closing the doors, and it's just gonna be ridiculous.
But the doctor knows when you're ready.
I was itching to do something.
But I give a shit.
So talked to Bulls and they let me go back to college. I just started
You feel better?
going to the gym, shooting, and then I started playing 1-on-1. Then I started playing 2-on-2. Then I started playing 3-on-3. Next thing I was playing 5-on-5 with Bulls and I was doing it. And when I got back with the Bulls, my calf muscles and my injured calf was stronger than my uninjured calf. So the first thing they said, what in the hell you been doing, blah, blah.
No, we didn't really know he was playing until he came back and told us. When Michael came back, he said, I've been playing an hour and a half a day for the last week. After my heart dropped down, I just dropped down and oh my God.
I gradually worked my way up to a point where I'm playing 5-on-5 in a game. And I got the confidence that the foot is completely healed and I can play on it.
Michael asked him, well, if I play, what percentage is that I'm going to get hurt again? The doctor said, 10%.
And I just lost it. I said, look, it's 10% chance, but it's 90% chance that I won't.
And then I chimed in to the doctors, what happens if the 10% kicks in? And they said, well, then his career would be over.
Well, everybody's just thinking about the negative. Well, I think the glass is half full. Everybody thinks it's half empty.
So I said to Michael, you're not understanding the risk-reward ratio. If you had a terrible headache, and I gave you a bottle of pills, and 9 of the pills would cure you, and 1 of the pills would kill you, would you take a pill?
And I look at him and I said, depends on how fucking bad the headache is.
From Jerry Reinsdorf's perspective, a pure business decision. You don't play the guy. Here's your franchise, literally your franchise.
In my mind, he should not risk coming back because we're not going to win a championship anyway. Why even take a 10% risk that your career is going to be over? Well, he didn't see it that way.
I'm starting to think, well, maybe it's not me playing as opposed to us trying to lose games so we can move, into the lottery.
Do you think that there's something to this business of winning a better position getting in the ladder?
Oh, okay. I mean, that just shows a losing attitude, and not just on the team, but in the front office also. We should always go out and try to win.
Exasperated Bulls owner Jerry Reinsdorf finally agreed to a compromise, which would allow his star to play a specified number of minutes in each game.
We reached a compromise and we allowed him to come back and play. I think it was 7 minutes each half.
So let me go back and play, and then, they put a time switch,
Jordan with 10 points in limited playing time.
They had him on 7 men per half time limit with a stopwatch. He could be almost a mid-shot. It's like, tweet. All right, Jordan, you're out.
Michael Jordan set down.
Doesn't seem too happy to sit down. He's fired up and ready to go. They're going to have to hold him back.
What was the rationale for the 7 minutes per half?
Well, we felt that the doctors had said a certain amount of time. We felt we were going to try to make the odds right in a situation where we would reduce the odds.
At the time, the coach was staying all back. So I said, Stan, fuck these guys, man. Give me the most important 7 minutes that you can think about. So now we start winning and we start getting into the playoff picture. We get to a pivotal game. We go and play Indiana in Indiana. We need this game because it puts us in a position to make the playoffs. Stan got me rated, saying if you put him in 1 second more than 14 minutes, you're fired on the spot.
Jordan around an opening screen, lead in check for left baseline is halfway.
For 14 minutes, I just go absolutely ballistic. and we were in a position to win. All of a sudden, time is up.
I don't know if Jerry came down from the stands to say, hey, get him out of the game, and there's like 30 seconds left.
31 seconds to go. Michael's time is up.
I'm just like, I'm angry.
Michael saw it for what it was. You play the game to win, period. So I don't want to hear about your draft pick. I don't want to hear about missing the playoffs, how good that would be. That's not how you play the game.
I'm begging Stan, put me in the game. Come on, it's only 14 fucking seconds, Stan. 13 seconds, put me in for 13 seconds. So, yeah, I can't put you in, I'm gonna lose my job. Fuel the whole theory that, we're trying to not make the playoffs so we can get a better draft pick. But I vowed to make the playoffs every year. This is a chance for us to make the playoffs. It's our ball. It's 13 seconds left. Lo and behold, John Paxson hits a game-winning shot.
Pax comes down with a jumping one-hander.
Fortunately, I get lucky and throw some shot in, and we end up winning the game. Went into the locker room. Stan locked that door, and Jerry Krause came, wanted to get in at the end of the game. Stan wouldn't let him in. It wasn't a good situation.
The mistrust Michael had with management, specifically Jerry Krause, was he believed that they violated the most fundamental aspect of sport. I would argue, the most fundamental aspect of the way Michael conducted his life. You do it at the highest level, and you do it to win all the time. From that moment on, Michael's relationship with ownership and management was deeply soured. That never went right.
No one could limit the power and the glory of Michael Jordan. The Bulls made a late season rush into a playoff berth, which ironically cost them a chance at one of the first 7 choices in next year's draft.
We had to make the playoffs happen. I believe we won only 30 games in the regular season that year. We ended up the 8th seed.
Jordan essentially wills his team with a losing record into the playoffs. And what is their reward? Well, they get to play the almighty Boston Celtics with 4 guys who make the Hall of Fame.
We had Parrish,
Oh,
Kim,
5.
and Walt. All of them about 7 foot tall that could score, run, defend. We had Danny Ainge and Dennis Johnson, our guards, and I was a small forward. So we had a big team, and we were deep, we were big, and of all the teams I've been on, there's no question that was the best team.
That setting against that team, that's what you play for. You get to be in those situations.
Celtics have won 31 in a row at home.
I used to love that
Chicago
game
6
so much.
times this year in the regular season.
Michael had this just supreme confidence about him. He loved the big stage.
This is the opportunity to play against Larry Bird and
And a
Boston
parquet
Celtics.
floor.
And it's
That
just
green
showtime.
fucking.
Michael's coming off a pretty serious injury. We didn't know what to expect.
Michael Jordan is back, and there are no limits to his playing time. But he's really ready to cut loose. And we're about ready to go at the Boston Garden.
They took all the limitations off, and it was like
Parquet
unleashing
floor would be good.
a wild dog.
That's not too similar.
Our whole thing was just do what we can do to hold Michael down. But you don't hold the great ones down.
Wheels fades on balance. Absolutely amazing.
What's his coming?
Jordan with great anticipation. He's off to the race. Watch this.
We had a lot of guys in our league that could score a lot of points. He took it to another level. We stuck with the game plan, and we ended up winning the ball game.
McHale, Bird, Parrish, and a foul. There's the Celtics. Who do you have for
about the player of the game, Jack?
Pretty hard to ignore Michael Jordan tonight. We chose him as our player of the game for 49 points, 4 rebounds. Spectacular individual effort by this guy.
Tough job for the Chicago team now from Stat Outback trying to get them ready for game 2. They played so hard here tonight.
I remember game 2. I'd played golf with Michael the day before.
It was Michael, Danny, Mike Carey, and myself. And Michael and Danny are giving it to each other back and forth.
I cannot hit today.
I took a few bucks off of Michael that day, and we're talking trash to each other. That might have been a mistake.
We get done, we get in the car, we drop Danny off first, and Michael says, hey, tell your boy DJ I got something for him tomorrow.
The first game, the guy scored 49, but I don't think anyone expected going into the next game what was going to happen.
Put his face in the sand. Got the last mafioso. I'm an MC cop. Make it say go LL and do the wow. If you
score at will, dumps, bankers, he get in the middle and shoot over guys.
yeah, trendsetter, I'm better. My rhymes are good. I gotta go make late. That's as I wish you would.
I play practically every minute in the second game. I just never stopped. Staying all back kept putting me in isolated situations. I just took advantage of my youth and my energy.
Jordan with 31, bullseye. Jordan against Ames, spins into the lane, shoots the shot up, and draws the foul.
We all took our cracks at it that day. It wasn't one guy. DJ was our best defensive player, and he picked up 4 fouls early in the third quarter.
4 fouls on Dennis Johnson. Welcome to the club.
I was on him for a while, but Eddie was on him, DJ was on him a lot.
I remember laughing in the middle of the game because Walt was cursing me out. He had to guard Jordan on a few cases.
Walt with 5. That's foul and he's wrong. Isolated one-on-one.
Walt fouled out.
Jordan has shot 18 free throws and made 15.
Cut him up in chunks. You assume to hurt me, and your ego's wrong. I'm translating. I'm so good it's a shame, cause I ain't rappers like a cannibal. They call me insane. I'm as great as a bull. Of course you know I am full. I enjoy what I'm doing, plus I'm paid in full.
48 for Michael Jordan.
Say the kind of rhymes that make them see wish that I died. Now I was trying to put my mic on the shelf. The baddest rapper.
You like 49 on Thursday? How about 50 on Sunday? Pull up 7, very good. 52 for Jordan. Michael, right baseline jumper. Good, and a foul called. Michael shooting for the tie with no time left. Overtime is boxed and dark. Jordan hits it. 56 for Jordan. 61 points. High at all time. Single game playoff record. Got it. 63 for Jordan. A new NBA record has been set in the boxing card.
It was a high-scoring game. Fortunate for us, we had the last shot.
Fortunate to win that game, but Michael put on a show.
Our Miller Lite most valuable player of the game is Michael Jordan with an all-time record 63 points in a single playoff game.
We ended up winning the series, but it was an incredible playoff performance I've never seen before, and I had never seen it after. That wasn't Michael Jordan out there. It was God disguised as Michael Jordan.
Well, I like it. Point blank, I never seen him out play like he plays, and you can include all of them.
Jordan is the most talented player in the NBA by far. Guys like myself and Larry, who knew the game, who knew championship basketball, we knew the guy was coming, right? He just needed the right horses to go along with him. We realized that Michael Jordan is the greatest ball player in the NBA. So a year later, we basically rebuilt the entire team. Got us what to work. We added some great people like guards
Alex Grant, Scottie Pippen.
We changed the makeup of the team.
I will always give Jerry Krause credit for assembling a roster that fit. I'm sure one of the hardest trades he ever had to make was trading Charles Oakley to New York for Bill Cartwright. We needed a big man, so Bill was a great fit. As much as I love Charles, this fits us better than what Charles gives us right now. Michael was very fond of Charles because Charles was his protector. Michael was always attacking the basket, and he got knocked down. And Charles was always the guy to back him up.
Right after Hot Rod Williams.
When Krause pulled the trigger on that trade, that was probably one of the defining things in his career.
Charles Oakley and I were good friends. We spent a lot of time together, but things were in place for us to win, when he left.
Jerry did a phenomenal job with the team. He made great trades, made great free agent signings. He deserves a lot of credit, but he couldn't get out of his own way. Scotty had problems with Jerry, and it came out on several occasions.
The thing was, and part of Scotty's anger was they did look into seriously trading him after the 96-97 season.
Anybody can be traded, and part of my responsibility is to listen to other teams when they talk to me about our players. And we think Scottie Pippen is certainly one of the top couple of players in basketball, and feel very strongly about it. And I can't tell you what's going to happen in the future because I don't know.
Krause's point then was, look, we're going to lose Pippen in a year. The group doesn't have that much left. Let's blow it up now. But ownership said no.
I killed that because I decided that as long as Michael Jordan was still going to be here, we got to go for the 6th championship.
Well, we had a number of offers that we thought were good offers for Scotty and for some of our other players. I'm never going to stop being aggressive. I will never stop trying to do things to make the team better.
That really is what sort of tarnished my relationship with Jerry. He tried to make me feel so special, but yet he was still willing to trade and do all that stuff, but never would tell me to my face. After you're in the game for a while, you realize that nobody is untradeable. But I felt insulted. I sort of took the attitude of disrespecting him to some degree.
There was always sparks going back and forth. But at a certain point, Scotty crossed the line. I mean, it was getting personal.
Pippen started abusing Krause openly, cursing him out on the bus.
Couldn't tolerate it anymore. Didn't respect him.
I remember some shots coming from the back of the bus. Raise your eyebrows,
Pippen started berating Jerry Krause in front of the team. We had to say, hey, let's hold it down.
And that's when it was like, hey, there's something about it. It's not your normal. There's some hard feelings.
You don't appreciate me trying to trade me, you won't pay me. Well, screw you. I'm taking care of myself now.
I was at that point where I felt like I needed to do what was best for me. I felt like it was time for me to go shopping.
Pippen is now demanding a trade, and he says he will not return from the injured list until he is gone from Chicago.
He said he's never going to play for the Bulls ever again. I'm never going to wear this uniform ever again.
Do you think he would make a move to stay?
No, I don't see myself carrying on.
Scotty made some earth-shattering comments last night to the Chicago writers about wanting to be traded. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm really happy, man. I felt like Scotty was being selfish, worrying about himself as opposed to what his word was to the organization as well as to the team.
I'm done here. You know what I'm saying? You've already written my script out that this is it. So I had to do what was best for me.
I could have been a bomb. I could have been in jail. I could have been dead. But I worked my ass off to get here. You know, you get a lot of negative things about Dennis Rodman. But people don't actually know Dennis Rodman. They just see what they see on the court, what they do favor. God, he's a bad person. Does it hurt? No, I just think that I created this monster. But nobody can say anything bad about me as a teammate. You know, they got the great Michael Jordan, Scottie Pippen, and Phil Jackson. But if you take me away from this team, do they still win a championship? I don't think so. I love Michael Jordan to death. I love Scottie Pippen, all these guys. But they really don't do the things that I do.
Yes.
You gotta go out there and do all
You hate that anti-Trump thing?
Yeah.
Well,
I want to go out there and get my nose broke. I want to go out there and get cut. Something that's going to really just bring out the hurt, the pain. I want to feel that.
God, the game's over. Chicago Stadium is going wild.
Well, there's no backstabbing going on here. It's time for me to move on. This will be Phil's last year as coach of the Bulls.
Are the expectations way too high?
Where do we go from here?
Question: how long can it last? They still might be considered world champs, but so far this season, the Chicago Bulls have looked more like that old circus act from the 80s called Michael and his Jordanaires. Defending champs need help. They're really looking average. As for MJ's supporting cast, Rodman is having trouble getting out of the gate.
Well, Michael already tired of talking about Pippen and all that, yeah. Pretty much. So something happens, so he says what he's going to do. We have to continue on. We're going to do it now.
First meeting featuring Michael the player against Larry the coach. Bulls and Pacers. Dennis Rodman blocked by Dale Davis. Reggie Miller. Look at the crossover. Right past Jordan for the Phil Jackson. We've seen that look before this year. Pacers go on to the win, dropping the Bulls to 8-7 last season. Chicago didn't lose their seventh until game 56.
Missed a lot of easy shots. Dude hadn't really shot the ball particularly well. But tonight what killed us was that rebound. Rebound was horrendous. Couldn't get the rebound. Couldn't clear the boards.
Dennis is he's got to like it back there behind everybody else. His enthusiasm for the game right now.
Dennis Rodman's the best on-ball defender I've ever seen in 30 years. The problem was that he wasn't always motivated to play.
That's not one of those players that I'm bored as hell. I gotta find somewhere to put a log on the fire.
Well, I didn't see it. There's a lot of things I didn't see. Most of the time now I see the shit here.
Dennis had accepted the role that Scotty wasn't going to be around, and we need you to be more accountable. I need to count on you. So around that time, we had a game, and he gets kicked out for some shit. And I'm livid because he gets kicked out of the game. He leaves me out there by myself because Scotty's not playing. And Dennis knew he fucked up. He knew he screwed up. I hear this woman knocking on the door in the hotel. Now, Dennis never comes to my room. He comes and said, "Man, you got an extra cigar."
I went to Mike's room and asked for a cigar, but I think that he knew the fact that, that I think that's probably his way of me showing him that, my bad.
He didn't say apology. He didn't say anything about him coming to my room. It was his way of saying, I fucked up. And from that point on, Dennis was straight as an arrow. And we started to win.
I'd like to ask all y'all one question. What's wrong with it?
Scotty left. I think Mike had a lot of confidence in me too, knowing that I'm going to be there for him. I'm not going to let him down. I'm not going to let the team down. I'm not going to let the city down. No.
Nets gave it a whirl, but just did not have enough. As a defending champions, knocked off the New Jersey Nets 100-92.
Yeah, this is what held us together. When Scotty was up, he had to really focus to make us as competitive as we were. We adapt, and we adapt quickly, and we're off and running.
Rodman got it into the rebound, saving it! Igers snatches it out of the air! That's Logan basketball. Those kind of plays that Dennis Rodman does to make his team great. Awesome!
As a black kid that live in the projects, life is like fucking nuts, right? It was like, whoa. My mother to buses for the school. And she got sick of telling my ass not nobody, not doing anything. And I think it was like 18. He just got tired of keeping me out. So I lived in the street for 2 years. I was just trying to bounce around so I could stay at big backyard, my friend's backyard, or something like this. That could have been a drug dealer, that could have been dead, that could have been shit, anything, man, at that time. Why I never did that drug stuff? Well, I never did. I just sit there and watch him do it, watch him sell it and stuff like that, and I watch him do it every day. Go to the gym, come back, do the same thing every day. I was just fortunate to start picking up basketball and start playing. And I just got lucky that some guy from some college that just want to play for us. I enjoyed it. I want the balls out every time. I just know how to go full speed. So when I was in college, I averaged like 27 points, 14 rebounds a game. Trying to, get through school, try to get a degree and things, And what I was, when I finished school, I just, hope for the best.
We just had two other picks here in the second round that I'll give to you very quickly. Greg Dreiling went to Indiana, the big center, and Dennis Rodman, the youngster from Southeast Oklahoma State, went to Detroit as the 27th pick in the 1986 draft.
When he first came to Detroit, he was just an innocent, beautiful person, but a little naive about, the world.
He was simple at that time. Like he would say, man, you don't know life till you just go out, get away from everybody, make a fire, cook food outside, and just look at the stars.
I think the second and third year in the league, I actually figured out what I could do best: rebound and play defense. Basically, I just started learning how to perfect that. I just used to have my friends late at night, 3, 4 in the morning, go to the gym. I said, shoot the ball. Just shoot over here, shoot over here, shoot over there, shoot over there. I just sit there and react. I just practice a lot about the angle of the ball and trajectory of it. You got a Larry Bird, just go spin. You got a Magic, that big spin. When I go shoot over here, I position myself right there. Now I hit the rim, it's boom, click, go back this way, boom, here, click, go that way, boom, that way, click here, go back this way. So basically, I just start learning how to put myself in position to get the ball.
Rebound, capitalized by Rodman.
I was pretty much like that rash. Hopefully, that rash you can never get rid of, right? Dennis Rodman was the fuck up person. He just fucks everything up. He's a pest. Shut down wherever he wanted to. It was always a challenge. He was one of the players that had changed the game just by his presence.
I'll tell you, you talk about coaches' dreams. There aren't many players like him. Couldn't be a player I'm more proud of. Proud to be associated with.
He had a great relationship with Chuck Daly. Chuck was the only person that understood.
Let's see, you got the top shot. You're in here. Like your defense. Block him here.
I remember one time I was working with Dennis, and then Chuck called me over and he said, just leave him alone. You don't put a saddle on a Mustang.
Considered a troublemaker on the court in college. Got that right?
No. I built that in Detroit.
There's no disputing that Detroit is one of the most physical teams in the NBA, and it's all part of their strategy to take their opponents out of their rhythm.
The Detroit Pistons were the epitome of the physical, tough, hard-nosed brand of half-court basketball. They had big, strong guys, Laimbeer, Mahorn, Rodman, Sally. They had a great defensive player, Joe Dumars. They had Isaiah Thomas. I don't think they cared.
At that time in the NBA, yes, you can do anything you want. Compared to today, 30 years ago, and back then you could just sit there and just literally beat people up and still get away with it without technical anything.
see us fight. Rick Moore told me how to elbow and said, if you hit somebody, do it on purpose. Don't get a cheap foul. That's stupid. If you're going to hit them, hit them.
They acquired the moniker Bad Boys. Now, they played a tough, intimidating style, and a lot of people didn't like it because it was getting away from the beauty of basketball. We weren't the league's favorite. We weren't the pretty team that had got invited to the Lakers and Celtics party. When we showed up, it was almost like we were crashing their party.
This is the way the game of basketball was played at the time. These guys on the other side may not be as talented, but when you do come to Detroit, you're going to get your ass whooped.
If they see this, okay, we're bad, let me just start feeding into it. Next thing you know, we start to win.
The Pistons had overtaken the Celtics as kings of the Eastern Conference, and they're rolling along just as the Bulls are really starting to emerge.
In 86-87, Jerry Krause made the head coaching hire. I think we all felt that we needed something different. This speaks to Jerry's strengths. He identified the young Doug Collins, who he felt would bring an energy and enthusiasm that a young team needed.
This game, we're going to go out and have high energy. We have a high energy level. Win tonight, we got tomorrow off. We spend all night in Los Angeles doing whatever you want to do. I don't care. Otherwise, we got practice tomorrow.
Dougie was a breath of fresh air. You know, he believed in everything that I believed in. He wanted to win. He was an easy guy, great guy to play for.
Doug's energy on the sideline was unparalleled. He'd walk off the 4-up game and he would be drenched in sweat. I mean, he looked like he played.
Make sure, above all, get some rest. Detroit were 1-4 against them. It's on national TV, and I want to beat those guys on Sunday.
The year before I came, the Bulls had been eliminated by Boston in the playoffs. The roster was a little thin at that time. I'd seen Michael play, but I really never had spent any time around him. Our second best player at the time was Charles Oakley, who was a vicious rebounder, brought a lot of toughness. You know, John Paxson was on that team, Dave Corzine.
And their head coach, Doug Collins.
The first game I coached, we went to Madison Square Garden. And the Knicks had Patrick Ewing, Bill Cartwright, and they were loaded. Hubie Brown, a Hall of Fame coach. 2 minutes to go in the game. The game was tied. I'm soaking wet with sweat. I chewed my gum to a powder. It's around my mouth. And I saw this hand come out with a cup of water, and it was Michael Jordan. And he looked at me and he said, "Coach, take a drink of that water, clean that stuff off your mouth. I'm not going to let you lose your first game."
All alone. Turn off the glass. 3-2 points for Michael Jordan. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Maurice Farrell working on him. Jordan to the basket. Score.
And he went out, scored like the last 10 points of the game, ended up with 50.
Michael Jordan setting a new Madison Square Garden record for an opposing player tonight, scoring 50 points.
Off the wall, Doug Collins a winner. His first time out, and it's a 50 Doug Collins on the far side.
I remember being on the plane going back to Chicago. I said, "Wow, I mean, this guy is something like I've never seen before."
Doug and I were like this, he designed the offense to support the way I played the game, the way he wanted to coach.
I think he loved my competitiveness. He understands that the greatest respect you can give a great player is to coach him and coach him hard. Michael's big thing was stack the practice against me and I'll still win.
Doug always tried to maintain a competitive advantage in practice. I'll be with the starting five. And then next thing you know, in the middle of who else is winning, he put me with the second team.
There was one day at practice, he got upset, he thought I was cheating on the score. And he got upset and left practice. And we came back the next day, and they were asking if you talked to Michael since practice. Yes, I really haven't had a chance. We will. And about that time, Michael came out, and I reached over and I grabbed him. I kissed him on the cheek. I said, "I love you. He loved me."
Would you come here a second so we can kiss on TV here, please? There we go. Would you tell him everything is fine? Oh, okay. We've kissed and made up.
I coached him for 3 years, from the 86-87 season through 88-89. When I was coaching him, he was the MVP of the league. He was the MVP of the All-Star team. He won the slam dunk competition. He was a defensive player of the year.
Up court pass stolen by Jordan. Michael Jordan takes it.
That's greatness. You know, I mean, he was now the best player.
Michael to the left side. Right over Raleigh.
Under Doug Collins, the Bulls were rapidly improving and suddenly becoming a real contender in the Eastern Conference.
Detroit was certainly at the time a team to beat in the East, but who was going to be their challenger? Who was going to really rise up and challenge Detroit? It was going to be one of two teams. The Bulls were in ascension, obviously, at that time. Their young core of Jordan, Pippen, and Morris Green. But Cleveland was, at the time, a great team. So these are the two rising teams in the East.
The Bulls would have been Cleveland in 89, the best 3 of 5. Most basketball observers believed Cleveland was better.
Nobody has picked the Bulls. Everybody in the media, we picked Cavs. Everybody's picked nationally the Cavs.
Back then, we played teams 6 times in our division. They beat us 6 times, 6-0. So now in our mind, we got nothing to lose.
Bulls win the first game, and then Cleveland wins the second. Cleveland. We go back to Chicago. Bulls win game 3. Game 4, Jordan's got a free throw at the end of regulation. Misses.
The Cavaliers have kept their hopes alive.
We go back to Cleveland for game 5.
And welcome to the Richfield Coliseum. Game 5 between the Chicago Bulls and the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Up to that time, the franchise and history of the Bulls was blowing leads. And you're like, oh my God, this is going to happen again. They're going to do this. They're going to blow this. They're going to lose the series in Cleveland.
So the game's about to start, and there was 2 other beat writers. Beat writer from the Sun-Times, Lacey Banks, and Kent McGill from the Herald, and me. And Lacey's picked the Cavs to sweep in 3. Kent's picked the Cavs to win in 4, and I picked the Cavs to win in 5. So Michael, the game's just about to start. And Michael walks over to Lacey and he points to and says, "We took care of you." And he looks at Kent and he says, "We took care of you." And he looks at me and "Take care of you today."
We went back and forth the whole time.
Jordan against Harper. Great turnaround.
And it was a very tough game.
This is the playoffs, and here we have two great teams right here. Guys that lay it out.
It's a constant battle.
We have had drama here in the final minutes of the game. 11 seconds to go. In the middle of the floor, Jordan has it. And Jordan puts up the jumper. And has 6 seconds to go. Jordan hits the basket. And now has 42 points in the game. And the Cavaliers have called the timeout. Hilo will inbound. He gets it in the dance. Gets the ball back. Tries to the Here's our story here at Richfield Coliseum. One of these teams will advance. It has been a thrilling game. The Bulls have 3 seconds to try a shot and try to win the game.
Everybody knew where the ball was going to go.
You know, they had Greg Elo on me at the time, which, in all honesty, was a mistake. Because the guy that played me better was Ron Harper.
We up bar one. I said, Coach, I got MJ. I got MJ. So the coach tells me, I'm going to put Elo on MJ. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Whatever. So I took bullshit.
We drew a play where I was coming to the ball, but I only had time to get one dribble and get a jump shot. We were going to live and die with that scenario. So I was doing everything I can to get the ball.
The inbound pass comes into Jordan. Here's Michael at the foul line. A shot on Elo.
I've been very many cases where we started the playoffs. Them looked at everybody was giving us. Even I asked you in the locker room, I asked everybody, so what was the feeling back in Chicago? Did the writers talk yet? And you said some of them have written us off. I said, well, tell those guys to stay home.
Somebody had written or said that the Bulls were going to go home. Send them home. And so when he gets the shot, go home, motherfuckers, go home.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the goal. Fucking anywhere, but you out of here. Whoever's not with us, all you fuckers go to hell.
It was so dramatic, and it was typical of what we'd see Michael do the rest of his career in big moments.
That shot enabled the Bulls to start growing and believing that something special was on the horizon.
We finally got over the hump of losers mentality. We were starting to become a winning franchise. And, you know, the sky was the limit.
How high can this man fly? Michael Jordan is soaring, and the Chicago Bulls are going right with him. But now, Superman faces his toughest test. As we bring you the first game of the Eastern Conference Championship between the underdog Chicago Bulls and the favorite Detroit Pistons.
The NBA was invested in making Michael Jordan a star. The Pistons were slowing that down.
We knew how important to the NBA it was to get Michael to go to the next level. The blueprint was Larry, Magic, now Michael. And all of a sudden, it was this little team in Detroit. We just messed up the whole story. We loved that.
Oh, hey. And he carries me even to this day. They made it personal. They physically beat the shit out of us.
When we played the Pistons in that series, it was arm-to-arm physical combat. But we never backed down. We fought them.
The Bulls have won the first game.
So we got game one. They won game two. We came back to Chicago. Michael had one of the most incredible games.
You'll see him elevate. do a 360 and just toss it up. Right short. There it is. Rodney Selfie in one-on-one. 5 seconds to go. Short off the glass.
That was get the ball, Michael. Everybody get the fuck out of the ball.
Jordan pretty much took over the game, made all the big field goals down the stretch, showed the superstar that he really is.
We knew Michael Jordan is the greatest player, and we tried to use it as a rallying cry to come together. We had to do everything from a physicality standpoint to stop him.
Detroit had Jordan moved just for money. I don't know how he came out of it alive.
The infamous Jordan rules, the Pistons' defensive tactics designed to contain their namesake, are enforced whenever Michael is on the floor.
When he was in the air, we had him shot. But, when everything is on the floor, you can hold your own. You have to stop him before he takes a leg.
Because he's not human.
The story of this game, Detroit defense.
This is what the Jordan rules were. On the wings, we're going to push him to the elbow, and we're not going to let him drive to the baseline. Number two, when he's on top, we're going to influence him to his left. When he got the ball in the low post, we're going to trap him from the top. That's the Jordan rules, and it was that simple. That's when Lampy and Ball would go up and knock him out to the ground.
As soon as he steps, hit him.
Jump in here. This is a Jordan. You want to take motherfucking mask, put him on the ground. When he comes to the basket, he ain't gonna dunk. We're gonna hit you and you'll be on the ground. We ain't trying to lift this. We hurt Jordan.
That's no place to go.
How bad do you want it? Are you willing to be injured to score a basket?
This is one of the Jordan paid, whatever it gets in the paper.
And the referees back then didn't look to see if Michael was hurt or not. It wasn't make sure that the savior is okay. That wasn't the way it is.
It's over at the Palace. The Pistons have beaten the Bulls.
I can give Michael Jordan to nobody because for him to survive that and still maintain that greatness, this is very unparalleled.
We were not ready for the Detroit Pistons at that point in time. They were more physical than us. They were the aggressors. Detroit had our number.
The Detroit Pistons, by virtue of a 103-94 victory, have eliminated the Bulls and indeed are heading for the final.
Unfortunately for the Bulls, the story was the same. Control Michael and the win is yours.
We did not have, as a unit, the confidence that we felt like we needed to beat Detroit.
The game's over and the Pistons have won the World Championship. They're going down to Patrick Brooks as one of the greatest defensive teams ever in the history of this league.
It seems that in sports, there's always that one team that you have to overcome. And you always build your team to beat them. And unequivocally, for the Bulls, it was the Pistons.
A friend of Dennis Rodman was worried enough about the Pistons' whereabouts overnight that he called 911 to initiate a search. Police found Rodman at the Palace early this morning in Auburn Hills. Rodman had taken his legally registered rifle with him. His mood characterized as despondent. What happened?
My equal concern. I'm here.
That's Dennis at about 8 this morning, trying to assure reporters that he's fine, that he's not on the verge of an emotional breakdown, and that he did nothing out of the ordinary, at least for him.
Every report that we have is that he took a gun, had a gun in his truck. Have you heard that? Can you confirm that?
I've heard that, yeah. That's all I know. gun in my hand, like in front of the seat. Luckily, I fell asleep, and cops came and got me. I was at a lost place at the time. This lost place. That time in my life, I think that was both a wake-up call and a rescue call.
Last night may have been the last time we see Dennis Rodman in a Pistons uniform.
Dennis Rodman used to be a Piston. He's out of there. The Worm is now a Spur, traded for Sean Elliott and David Wood.
Dennis goes to San Antonio, and then Demolition Man comes out and he changes his hair color.
That's me. That's Dennis Rodman. I'm not trying to police anybody.
And then Madonna goes, he's cute. And they started seeing each other. Madonna explained to him, you have to establish who you want to be in this life. Don't be who they tell you should be. He started realizing he can push to any boundary. And that's a freedom.
People that write the things in the paper don't really know Dennis Rodman. They don't even talk to me, so they just have to write something that's crazy and stupid to make me look like an asshole. I just want to do something that makes me feel like that I'm free, that I can go do anything I want to do.
What does it mean? The outfits, the tattoos, the sunglasses, the velvet hat, the rings, the stuff. Why?
I like doing what I'm doing. It's making me happy, making me feel like I'm a 10-year-old kid.
Can I ask you to do one thing for me before we leave this interview? Take off the hat. Let me see. Take off the hat and let me see what color it is.
There's no color. I've been pretty much lazy and this hell with it. I'm thinking about shaving that off.
I want to go to the park with Dennis. I didn't do it. And Jimmy Stack, who was my assistant at that point, came to me and said, let's talk about Rodman. I said, no, I don't want to talk about Rodman. And he said, Jerry, I've done some homework.
I really felt like I had a different perspective on Dennis.
Dennis Rodman
Already has it. It's another one. And out he goes.
Dennis was acting out in San Antonio, but I just felt like the structure that we had with Michael and Scotty and the leadership, Dennis would respect those guys and play and thrive.
If we had not had Michael and Scotty, people in our locker room, we would have never taken this. And if Phil had not been the coach, I don't think we would have taken him. Because I knew that Phil could handle it.
Do you remember your first meeting?
That was awful. I walk into Jerry Cross's house. He's sitting on the couch. He's got a po' boy hat over his eyes. He's got the rings in his nose and his mouth. And he doesn't stand up to meet me. So I said, stand up, Dennis. Take your head off, shake hands. Let's go outside and talk. We had to break bread at the house. So basically, Dennis, you want to come play for the Bulls? I said, I don't care. Whatever. What's up?
Last week, the Bulls announced the acquisition of a player many people consider the most controversial basketball star in the NBA. He is Dennis Rodman, one of the best rebounders in NBA history. Is it one of the shrewdest moves the Bulls have ever made, or one of the dumbest?
It was a visceral reaction to Rodman. Rodman was at the center of the most hated team in the history of Chicago.
We all thought, well, there's no way they would ever accept him. Like, even if they signed him, they'll never accept him. You know, and to their credit, Jordan and Pippen especially said, hey, he can help us win. You know, we know how tough he is.
On a hand and a good one.
Dennis was a dominant defensive player, and what Dennis brought was exactly what we needed. Somebody who gave us that edge on the front line.
This job with all love. Play basketball. That's it. That's what he did.
Dennis was one of the smartest guys I played with. He understood defensive strategy with all the rotations. He had no limits, in terms of what he does.
He could guard multiple players. He studied each guy. He knew player strengths and weaknesses.
Knows how to play understanding what it takes to win is a huge reason for our success.
I know. You gave me a good article the other day. I appreciate that. The one that you said, quit worrying about what he's going to do in the different part. Don't worry about next year. Leave him alone. But ask a stupid question about what's happening. Yeah, I'm sick of it too. I'm tired of it. I am totally tired of it. I'm going to stop talking to y'all. You say next question. I mean, you guys. One place on the road. That's what killed me.
It's got to be a little different. Every city, it's like you said, Michael's last game and everything that's going on with that. Is it wearing on you a little? Does it wear on you?
Yeah, that's all right. Questions don't change. The answer is pretty much the same.
Listen, wouldn't it be nice if Bulls fans could enjoy this title run without worrying that it could be the final running of the Bulls? More questions than that made for Michael Jordan today.
You said this is your last year.
If this has been your last outing in the Bay Area, it's your last regular season. In a sense, it's Michael's final run as well. Do you think tonight will be your last time here in Orlando?
Should he retire?
It's his decision.
Are we required to ask every game if you're going to retire?
You're going to get the same answer. Although I may have the same answers. I'm practicing quite a bit. Yeah, I know. You never know. You never know. Beats me. Maybe the last time, last dance, whatever, but I'm not focusing on that. I'm just focusing on the moment. Enjoy the moment. Enjoy the game. And whatever happens for this organization, at the end of the season happens. What happens after that happens. I think people, or the media basically, trying to redirect, trying to change some kind of little emphasis within the question and see if my answers change. I think my response is change.
So what about next year, Michael?
I love you guys. Hey, everybody, let's go meet the Smith brothers. These are the Smith brothers over here. There's Gus Smith, CT Smith, Calvin Smith, Tom Smith, John Michael Smith. These are all the Smith brothers. They got Michael over here. Smith brothers are Michael's security guys. The Smith brother is actually a jock sniffer. So we used to say everybody was sniff with Michael's jock, so all those guys would always be around. He's the General Sniff right here. Brigadier General Gus Sniff. Y'all get out of here. He didn't think about the president. Y'all gotta get out of here. Gunny's gotta be ready to cut. President Smith brothers, he wouldn't have this problem. All people that's in the police are crooked too. Let you know now. That was Craig Sager gave me $20 to pay for my fine. Like a bribe. I'm saying. He must want to interview you also. That's his problem. Say hi.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You like Chicago?
Oh, yeah.
Take him to Nashville.
No. I've been to Nashville, brother.
2 months ago, Scottie Pippen said he would never play for the Chicago Bulls again, but then he softened his stance, saying he was looking forward to returning to the team. So the question came, when would he come back?
Changed my mind about coming to play. I knew that it was probably going to come down to me and the team trying to, play hardball. And I would lose in that situation because they would start to find me probably. So I wasn't going to let them benefit in that way. Bottom line is I was willing to accept the trade if they did it. And I knew they wasn't going to do it.
After watching 35 games from the bench, the Bulls forward suited up at the United Center tonight and took the court.
Now, as for Dennis Rodman, check out the newest hairstyle. The word is that those are 33s in tribute to Pippen's return.
Pippen ended up playing 31 minutes, scoring 14 points, grabbing 4 rebounds, dishing out 5 assists, and the Bulls have to feel uplifted by having Pippen back.
When Scotty wasn't there, Dennis loved the fact that Michael needed him.
We did it. Tonight's winner, let me know what you're going to set a back screen on. Set that shit right there so when you want me to open up against home. You have to switch out. Switch out. I stop Houston right there. The Oaks not telling about to stop right there. So get your when the pocket's running down, he set that screen and feed over the top. Switch. And that's it. Situation.
He was, hey, Michael, it's me and you. We got this. And when Scotty came back, that's when they lost him.
When Scotty came back, got the three amigos again, and I'm pretty much the family.
But Rodman became dramatic. His drinking, his partying, his connection with reality.
The thing about this, people don't understand, it's just not basketball that we have to deal with on this team. It's not just that. It's the pressure of the bullshit. I play the game for free, but you get paid for bullshit. After you need to deal with the public pressure, the media pressure. Out of my face. I'm done. I'm not talking. No comment. How about that one? Basketball is simple. It's a simple game. But when you leave this confined zone, it's hard. It's hard. Like I said, I know about the football thing in this country or in this business because they can, this business kiss my head. I don't even know what they think about me.
Everybody understood Dennis's impact on the group, and we understood that he had different needs in his personal life than we did. I'll play you something.
When Scotty was out, Dennis was his final citizen to a point where it was driving him fucking insane. So when Scotty came back, Dennis wanted to take a vacation. I come to practice, Phil calls me and says, Dennis wants to tell you something.
When Dennis wants to tell me something I know, it's not something that I fucking want to hear.
So Dennis says, I need a vacation. And I look at Phil, what do you mean vacation? He says, you need some vacation. You need some time off to let loose. Look, Phil, let me tell you something, man. If anybody needs a fucking vacation, I need a vacation. We look at Dennis and said, Dennis, what are you going to do? He said, well, I need to go to Vegas. Phil, you let this dude go to vacation, we're not going to see him. You let him go to Vegas, we're definitely not going to see him. So then he looks at Dennis and said, Dennis, well, can your vacation be like 48 hours? And Dennis is like, I got no other choice. I take whatever you gave me. I'll take the 48 hours. 48 hours. You got 48 hours. And I'm looking at Phil like, you ain't gonna get that dude back in 48 hours. I don't care what you say. He's done. Okay. 48 hours. You leave that room, go straight to the airport, boom. You don't hear it, see Dennis for 48 hours. But I remember that.
I went to fucking Vegas.
Dennis was bizarre, but I think what made it work was Phil and Michael's understanding that to get the most out of them on the court, you had to give them some rope. And they gave him a lot of rope.
But And it makes the percentage that I was making, that put me 15th in the NBA, so shooting better than NBA players. And I was terrible at basketball in school. So this stuff is really accessible to people. Because I'm just I'm just an ordinary Kansas boy, who was horrible at basketball. But these practices and the science in the book, it changed me. It changed my mind. And it wasn't just the basketball. Basketball changed a lot of things. But it changes your outlook. It really reduces depression and anxiety and mood issues and all that kind of stuff. And everybody's going through that kind of stuff. And so that was one of the reasons I was so excited to get on the show, because after everything we've gone through for the last 3 years, we were dealing with a lot of stuff. So I really wanted to get this information out to people. And not necessarily that people buy the book, but actually look at the library. If they don't have to read second edition of the gospel of science, ask them to get it. Find some way to read this book, because it'll change everything. It's really blowing my mind. What this stuff is capable of doing. So explain what you mean by mind-body practices. Well, the science that I collected over the years is actually 5 practices. And I practice all of them. And in the back of the book, I have techniques where people can practice the same techniques that I do. And so the big science is on meditation, yoga, Tai Chi, Qigong, and mindfulness practices. And all of those have these transformative effects on not just the mind, but the whole body. In fact, they change our DNA. And they can even reverse the aging process. Regular meditators are on average 12 years younger than other people that were born the same year as them biologically. That's pretty good algorithm. Yeah, and you really feel it. I mean, it's like I feel it. When I do this stuff on a regular basis, I really don't feel much different than I did when I was a teenager. But then when I get away from it, I start feeling more my age. And then the title of actual science of your book is not a religious book. Yeah, that's correct. And I'm so glad you mentioned that, because that is something that people misunderstand when they read the title Gospel of Science. They think that I'm promoting religion. But no, it's a book of science. The reason I chose the word gospel is because gospel means, the word gospel means the Greek word, the good news. And so it's good news with science. Now, it does things to us, like it increases, we have to feel compassion parts of the brain, and it shows the stress and fear parts of the brain. So it kind of segues with spiritual traditions in a lot of ways. It's not like it's anti-spiritual or anything like that, but it's a science book, so it's not a religious book at all. And it shows how this stuff is really acceptable to everybody. It really transforms everybody's life. Yeah, it's pretty good at it, isn't it? Yeah, well, just think of it now, cultivated over thousands of years. And so there's been thousands of years of research, but what's different today is that we have, as I touched in science earlier, we're the first generation in human history who's had the modern science to prove the research that was coming out of India and China primarily over the last few thousand years with these practices. And so it's really exciting. And like I said, when I was immersed in the science writing the book, it was just unlocking possibilities in my mind. And so then when I got to practices, it became so much more powerful. So the combination of the science and the ancient practices seems to take this stuff to a whole new level. And that's what the unique definition got for science. But what is consciousness mean to you? Well, that's changed as I wrote this book as well, and got exposed to this science. Because as a kid growing up, we're all taught that our consciousness is just in our heads, right? In fact, we're kind of taught that it's just the brain. But what we realize, what science is realizing now is that our consciousness is actually, they call it non-local. And so what that means is that we can tune into things on the other side of the planet. And the research and the science on that is really extraordinary. And so that really changed the way I saw my consciousness. And in fact, when I'm shooting my baptism in a practical laboratory at the gym, it's like I almost feel into what's called brain coherence, and that's a really powerful state. And in fact, what they found is that when you go into this brain coherence state, it's very healing. But it's a really natural thing because when you go into it, what they find is that the rhythms of your heart start to match the rhythm. And I just that meant really moving. Yeah, that's what research says. Well, there's different aspects to that. One is that when you're under stress, even with and they all pick up over stress. It's not like stress is bad, but we do stress management. We do techniques to reduce process that stress. And there's different ways to do it. Getting out in nature is one way to do it. And that brings us in more into like alpha brainwave state. And what was the original question? What kind of words that come out of that? Reversing our vision. Yes. So when we're talking normal stresses, our DNA stimulates sleep, and that diminishes the healthy expression of our DNA. So, everything about our body and how it operates is based on that. But when what science says is that when you practice these mind-body practices, what it does is it causes the DNA to uncoil. So it coils up tighter, and then our DNA expression becomes more helpful. Now, another thing that science has been able to determine is that as we age, the ends of the DNA strand, and the DNA makes up so everything that we are is DNA, it's totally DNA. But as we age, the DNA strands start to wear out. They start to fragile like an old pair of blue jeans on the end. But what science is finding is that when we practice these mind-body techniques that I have in the back of the book, and there's mind-body techniques all over the planet as well, I mentioned that before. But when we go into these alpha brainwave states, these relaxation states, with these techniques in the back of the book, it actually heals the DNA. It heals those DNA strands. So a lot of times in the classes, I'll get people that are, virgins or older, and they'll think, oh, I wish I would have started this earlier. When they hear this spiritual religion something. But I tell them, don't worry about it, because it actually reverses that stuff, the aging process. And I've experienced that myself in my own life, because when I get away from the technique, it's like I'll start to feel older. It's like everything change body well. But then when I get back and I start using the techniques again, then it's like I say, it's like I start feeling really better about what I did when I was doing it. So the various aspects of practice to get to this point include, well, in the back of the book, I have the techniques that I practice. And so there's the sitting relaxation therapy, there's the guided visualization, and I have YouTube videos for the free. So in the back of the book, it'll tell you how to get to the YouTube channel for the free instructional videos. But it's a guided relaxation visualization that just gets you into your body, out of your head, and it gets you through these different processes to create that heart-brain coherence that's so powerful. And then, in addition to the sitting meditation, the relaxation guided visualization, I also have little samples moving design exercises. And so, and those are on the video and back and forth. And it's real slow in motion, but you do them with your eyes closed once you get used to doing it. And so you go into a mode of, that heart center time where you're feeling the body moving. Everything's very effortless, very natural, very relaxing, and it feels really good. And so you go through this process of just letting your whole body get relaxed through these slow motions. There's about over 12 and 13 of them that we can go through. And then I also choose the Tai Chi short form. And the Tai Chi short form is real simple Tai Chi form. Tai Chi is what slow motion can do. And now the techniques that I do and practice myself that I have in the back of the book, they also include a mindfulness aspect and also some yoga breathing techniques. And the mindfulness is being present and feeling the sensations of the experience. And that's a practice that you really develop in your brain. And then it starts to carry over into your life, where you just kind of slow down and you start, the way you actually changes your brain and your nervous that, it's like when I feel myself, like if I'm driving, somewhere or whatever, and I start worrying about things, I'll just practice these techniques on, some of these techniques on driving, where I just take big breaths, and I just let myself just relax while I'm driving, and then just feel the vibration of the road, and by just letting go and breathing, then I just start to notice how beautiful the sky is or how beautiful the clouds is. It just kicks into this, kind of presence and mindfulness so that you notice the things in your life. And what the science says is that the scientists that have studied this so far, the term they use is gratitude consciousness. And what that means is simply just enjoying the experience of our lives. That could be anything from the warmth of a warm cup of tea in our hand to the sunlight on our bed to nice spring breeze on the first notes, all the things that make us alive. John Lennon had a great line in one of his songs. He said life is what happens to you when you're thinking of another man. And so these mindfulness practices cleanse your brain and your nervous system so that you're just more present for just the simple pleasures of life. That's very healing. It actually causes it changes the molecular structure of the heart and the brain. That's how much it changes. They can actually see that scientifically. And you can use these techniques for just anything, can't you? Yeah, right. Yeah, my teacher of that student, for me, like I said, that's kind of a laboratory. The idea that rest of this stuff in every aspect of our lives is like my focus is so much better, for, when I'm doing work or whatever, in my relationships with coworkers or, whatever I'm working with, they work at a different level. As you start to play with these things and with the consciousness, you start to realize how things are kind of interconnected, and there's actually research. One of the scientists that I interviewed was Dr. Kim Kinberg from the University of Virginia, and she's in the Division of Professional Studies, the psychology department, and their study really looked at this. And she talked about a study that they did where they taught people how to meditate. And after they taught them how to meditate, in the following week, over 55% of them started reporting having extraordinary consciousness experiences. And extraordinary consciousness experiences, they can vary. It can be anything from, like you think of somebody and then you don't think, but to, much larger, life transformative experiences. And in fact, I had one today. I was just in a hotel. I checked into a hotel for I have for the night shift. And so, at a certain time during the day, I was standing at the desk. I thought there was something wrong. I just said it's not sure, I'm like, go to your radio, grab your phone, hey, this is a radio show. Pick up the free radio app from the App Store or radio.com. Great tennis in the KFI 24-hour news room. 21st confirmed death in the crash of the U.S. Osprey that happened off the coast of Japan. At least 6 people on board. Witnesses say the aircraft's electric engine appeared to be on fire as it descended. Fishermen in the area reported 3 people have been found in unknown condition. President Obama has been told to get ready for a new year. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration says there's a 95% chance of El Nino. It'll bring above-average rainfall to SoCal and above-average high tides to Malibu. Former President Rosalind Carter will be laid to rest in a private burial later today. And Google says there's terribly bad for directing drivers on desert roads. The I-15 corridor between Vegas and SoCal is shut down. They're removing the detour. Since we're on the 91 eastbound between Greenwood Road and the 70 level, big areas that you gotta know about. All lanes are going to be closed for us at 6 a.m. And also with the Cajon Pass and other work on the traffic comes up on the 15 northbound, with Kenwood Avenue and Clay Point Road, that's the 2 right lanes still so bad and the backup all the way to 215. Stay up on the fly up, keep your head back. I'm Devin Henderson. Thermal Migration Team well over 179,000 members, so now we're headed for 180,976 people to follow. Turning on at base.com. Yeah, plenty of your favorite transcripts at terminalbase.com. If you're looking for some of the opinion on the course, check this out. You go to terminalbase.com/seniors, then you could like me, folks like 60 plus. And then 15 years. So find your friendship. Find your book. Terminalbase.com and terminalbase.com/seniors. At terminalbase.com, you reach the most fantastic people. Hi, you got it. The family objected to new red style was setting against the CHP. Earlier this Monday, officers responded to a report that the new was walking on the freeway. The CHP says the new used its taser on the officer during a struggle. Attorney Michael Carrillo says the family has yet to see proof the new had not a taser. We can't depend on the CHP or the evidence. The parents say the officer should have called in more resources and assistance when stopping the Nunez. They're calling on DA Gaston to prosecute the officer. What's stolen? Thus, continue to expand the positive findings from the Israeli response to allow for the release of more hostages and Palestinian prisoners. The original 4-day ceasefire was extended by 2 days on Monday when the first ceasefire announcement expected to expire today. This Hamas president has announced next year will be his last Shark Tank, while he reportedly works on a deal to sell a majority stake in the Gaza project. ABC's Alex Jones has proven that looking to sell the stake in the NBA franchise to a family that runs casinos in the state. Mark Cuban would be there with control of all day-to-day basketball decisions despite selling much of the team with billions of dollars. The Allison family said yesterday it was selling $2 billion of its shares in the Las Vegas Gaming Corporation to buy an unspecified professional sports team. When we come back, families at the Alabama Rabbit Hole event have started with lessons in chemistry. Tell you all about that. Southland weather Central and 5 most of the time. We keep the high chance of showers this afternoon. High today upper 50s and mid 60s for Pacific. Tonight, chance of showers beginning at tonight, nearly wide and hot with cloudy skies and highs in 50s and 60s. Mostly sunny as you're heading to the weekend with highs in the 60s. Could warm up a little bit off the low 70s Wednesday. It's 39 in Orland Park, 52 in Central Lane. We've got problems. They continue in industry. And to check out your headlines. For the weekend, or you can always try to go to the Food Boulevard with these wider for 30 grand multi blessings right now between the 60 and the 5. Hey, to find the channel, super quick faster. I'm just calling you. Shepherd's over. There's not a way like that. I was that. This stuff is a big deal. There's Shepherd's there for the today. With a super good back to the best. Because I'm not going to tell you how it's done. We have a lot of us to work for. So travel and medical out of our phones. We're doing more than just selling a solar company. We're trying to help people. And we were but to be clear, you're not nothing you like. You got to really so clear that it's rare for you to get back to the zone. With solar, this is one of the ways that we can be independent. It's free. It's free. It's free. Come on, come on. So there's a little chance for your views and royalties and access. And you have to wait for all of those needed and everything you do. Anytime you have sessions, move forward, let's get off and feel it. Actually, someone's out there watching over us. Old guys with me. It's the best. The great energy independence with solar center stores from local and ready-to-own Shepherd's alone. Now the most deserving generous today. Go solar American style. Call or visit shepherdsdeland.com today. Your promotion for Pilgrim Outdoor Rocking is not in your life. It can put more possible repair and life-saving usage to create restoration of your life. And this is free for all time. We belong to save life by making donations truly matter. the International Day of Solidarity with the Palestinian people, observed since 1978. And that's your daily calendar for AFI AM 640. Former President Clinton, President Biden, along with President Carter, attended a house vote yesterday. People to pick up the notes where they stay. At 5:50, drive it flying to tell a little lifetime story. It follows the journey from the lab to the kitchen where chickens are posting a TV show called Cover. If you know from the very first episode, because they launched it with her, probably won't be another season. The show pretty much seems to satisfy me. It was based on a book, so it kind of encapsulates the book, I would imagine. I haven't read the book. If they wanted to see another season, I think they probably could, but from what I'm hearing now, it's pretty possible to do it. But it really works to watch. I think it's a really good one. And then as I tend to do when I start streaming stuff, when I start searching around, and I dive down rabbit holes, and I did it yesterday because after I got done watching the last episode of Wrestling Chemistry, I found Hannah Waddington on Christmas, and so Hannah Waddington was back on Christmas, and so she does this Christmas special, which again is on the fifth season. It's only 45 minutes, so it's a pretty quick watch. I would tell you that one is a good one. If you want to feel good about the Christmas tree one, this is actually good. This is the one to watch because her segment is comes through, she's just beautiful and so consistent, and it was really kind of cool because it was like the whole cast was kind of like we will do the show, the live show, and it was really good. And then as I do somebody like on the rabbit hole, and I'm like, you know what, I really like the Christmas episode of Ted Lasso. So I went and found that and watched it and reiterated my opinion that Ted Lasso is probably the best show on TV in the last 10 years.
I could have been a mom. I could have been in jail. I could have been dead. But I worked my ass off to get here. You know, you hear a lot of negative things about Dennis Rodman. But people don't actually know Dennis Rodman. They just see the record what they read in the papers. They say, God, he's a bad person. Does it hurt you? No, I just think that I created this monster. But nobody can say anything bad about me as a teammate. You know, you got the great Michael Jordan, great Scottie Pippen, great Phil Jackson. But if you take me away from this team, do they still win a championship? I don't think so. I love Michael Jordan to death. I love Scottie Pippen, all these guys. But they really don't do the things that I do. You gotta go out there and do all the dirty work, take the abuse from other players. I want to go out there and get my nose broken. I want to go out there and get cut. Something that's gonna really just bring out the hurt, the pain. I want to feel that.
God, the game's over. Chicago Stadium is going wild.
First of all, there's no backstabbing going on here.
That's fine for me.
This will be Phil's last year as the coach of the Bulls.
Are the expectations way too high? Where do we go from here?
Question, how long can it last?
They still might be considered world champs, but so far this season, the Chicago Bulls have looked more like that old circus act from the 80s called Michael and his Jordanaires. Defending champs need help. They're really looking average. As for MJ's supporting cast, Rodman is having trouble getting out of the gate.
Well, Michael already tired of talking about Memphis and all that, yeah.
Pretty much. So something happens to the set, we have to continue on with it. But,
First meeting featuring Michael the player against Larry the coach. Bulls and Pacers. Dennis Rodman blocked by Dale Davis. Reggie Miller. Look at the crossover. Wide pass. Jordan delivered. Phil Jackson. We've seen that look before this year. Pacers go on to the win, dropping the Bulls to 8-7 last season. Chicago didn't lose their seventh until game 56.
we missed a lot of easy shots. We really shot the ball particularly well. But tonight what killed us was our rebound. Rebounding so horrendous. Couldn't get the rebound. Couldn't play the boards.
Dennis is he's kind of lagging back there behind everybody else. His enthusiasm for the game right now.
Dennis Rodman's the best on-ball defender I've ever seen. 30 years. The problem was that he wasn't always motivated to play.
One of those players that board is there on that flash over. Most of them put them all on the fire.
Well, I didn't see it. There's a lot of things I don't see. Most of the time, I see the shit you.
Dennis had accepted the role that Scotty wasn't going to be around, and we needed you to be more accountable. I need to count on you. So around that time, we had a game, and he gets kicked out for some shit. And I'm living because he gets kicked out of the game and leaves me out there by myself because Scotty's not playing. And Dennis knew he fucked up. He knew he screwed up. I hear someone knocking on the door in the hotel. Now, Dennis never comes to my room. And he comes and says, "Man, we got an extra cigar."
I went to my issue as for cigar, but I think that he knew the fact that, that I think that's probably his way. Me showing him that, my bad.
He didn't say apology. He didn't say anything. But by him coming to my room, it was his way of saying, "I fucked up." And from that point on, Dennis was straight as an arrow. And we started to win.
I'd like to ask all y'all one question. What time is it?
I think Mike had a lot of confidence in me too, knowing that I'm going to be there for him. I'm not going to let him down. I'm not going to let the team down. Let the city down. No.
That's gave it a whirl, but just did not have enough. The defending champion Chicago Bulls knocked off the New Jersey Nets 100-92.
Dennis is what held us together when Scotty was out. He had to really focus to make us as competitive as we were. We adapt, and we adapt quickly, and we're off and running.
Rodman got into the rebound, saving it! And snatches it out of the air.
As a black kid that live in the projects,
life was really fucking nuts, right? It was like, well, my mother drove buses for the school. And she got sick and tired of her ass not providing, not doing anything. And I think it was when I was like 18. Just got tired of it. Keep me out. So I lived in the street for 2 years. I was just trying to bounce around so I could stay at people's backyard, my friend's backyard, something like this. So that could have been a drug dealer, I could have been dead, I could have been shit, anything, man, at that time. I don't know why I never did that drug stuff, but I never did. I just sit there and watch them do it, watch them sell it and stuff like that, and I watch them do it every day. Go to the gym, come back, do the same thing every day. I was just fortunate to start picking up basketball and start playing. And I just got lucky that some guy from some college that just want to play for us. I enjoyed it. I want the balls out every time. I don't know. I just know how to go full speed. So when I was in college, I averaged like 27 points, 14 rebounds a game. Trying to, get through school, try to get a degree and things, When I finished school, I was, I finished this.
Well, we just had two other picks here in the second round that I'll give to you very quickly. Rick Dreiling went to Indiana, the big center, and Dennis Rodman, the youngster from Southeast Oklahoma State, went to Detroit as the 27th pick in the 1986 draft.
When he first came to Detroit, he was just an innocent, beautiful person, but a little naive about like the world.
He was simple at that time. Like he would say, man, you don't know life till you just go out, get away from everybody, make a fire, cook your food outside and just look at the stars.
I think the second or third year in the league, I actually figured out what I could do best: rebound and play defense. Basically, I just started learning how to perfect that. I just used to have my friends late at night, 3, 4 in the morning, go to the gym. I said, shoot the ball. Just shoot over here, shoot over here, shoot over there, shoot over there. I just sit there and react. I just practice a lot about the angle of the ball and the trajectory of it. You got a Larry Bird, it's going to spin. You got a Magic that makes spin. When I can shoot over here, I position myself right there. Now I hit the rim, it's boom, click, go back this way, boom, here, click, go that way, boom, that way, click here, go back this way. So basically, I just start learning how to put myself in position to get the ball.
Rebound, get the line by Rod.
It's pretty much like that rash. Hopefully, that rash you can't never get rid of, right? Dennis Rodman was the fuck up person. He just fucks everything up. He's a pest. Shut down wherever he wanted to. It was always a challenge. He was one of those players that had changed the game just by his presence.
I'll tell you, you talk about coaches' dreams, there aren't many players like him. Couldn't be a player I'm more proud of, proud to be associated with.
He had a great relationship with Chuck Daly. Chuck was the only person that understood.
Here, let's say you got the outside, you're in here, like your defense, block him here.
I remember one time I was working with Dennis, and then Chuck called me over and he said, just leave him alone. You don't put a saddle on a Mustang.
You considered a troublemaker on the court in college?
No. I built that in Detroit.
There's no disputing that Detroit is one of the most physical teams in the NBA, and it's all part of their strategy to take their opponents out of their rhythm.
The Detroit Pistons were the epitome of the physical, tough, hard-nosed brand of half-court basketball. They had big, strong guys that played their horn. Rodman, Sally, they had a great defensive player, Joe Dumars. They had Isaiah Thomas. I don't think they cared.
At that time in the NBA, they seemed to do anything you want. Compared to today, 30 years ago, shit. Back then, you could just sit there and just We can literally beat people up and still get away with it. But I tend to believe that.
Like a hockey team. Everyone want to see us fight. Rick McCoy told me how to elbow, and it said if you hit somebody, do it on purpose. Don't get a cheap foul. That's stupid. If you're going to hit them, hit them.
They acquired the moniker the Bad Boys. You know, they played a tough, intimidating style, and a lot of people didn't like it because it was getting away from the beauty of basketball.
We weren't the league's favorite. We weren't the pretty team that had got invited to the Lakers and Celtics party. When we showed up, it was almost like we were crashing their party.
This is the way the game of basketball was played at the time. These guys on the other side may not be as talented, but when you do come to Detroit, you gonna get your ass whooped.
It's basically this. Okay, we're bad, but we just start feeding into it. Next thing you know, we start to win.
Pistons had overtaken the Celtics as kings of the Eastern Conference, and they're rolling along just as the Bulls are really starting to emerge.
In 86-87, Jerry Krause made a head coaching hire. I think we all felt that we needed something different. This speaks to Jerry's strengths. He identified a young Doug Collins, who he felt would bring an energy and enthusiasm that a young team needed.
This game that we're going to run at Irons. Irons go. Win tonight, you got tomorrow off. Spend all night in Los Angeles, do whatever you want to do. I don't care. Otherwise, we got to practice tomorrow.
Dougie was a breath of fresh air. You know, he believed in everything that I believed in. He wanted to win. He was an easy guy, great guy to play for.
Yeah, man. This guy who won the casino.
Doug's energy on the sideline was unparalleled. He'd walk off the floor of a game and he would be drenched in sweat. I mean, he looked like he played.
Make sure, above all, we get some rest. Detroit, we're 1-4 against them. And it's on national TV, and I want to beat those guys on Sunday.
The year before I came, the Bulls had been eliminated by Boston in the playoffs. The roster was a little thin at that time. I'd seen Michael play, but I really never had spent any time around him. Our second best player at the time was Charles Oakley, who was a vicious rebounder, brought a lot of toughness. You know, John Pax was on that team, Dave Corzine.
And their head coach, Doug Collins.
The first game I coached, we went to Madison Square Garden. And the Knicks, they had Patrick Ewing, Bill Cartwright, and they were loaded UB Brown, a Hall of Fame coach. 2 minutes to go in the game. The game was tied. I'm soaking wet with sweat. I've chewed my gum to a powder. It's around my mouth. And I saw this hand come out with a cup of water, and it was Michael Jordan. And he looked at me and he said, "Coach, take a drink of that water, clean that stuff off your mouth. I'm not going to let you lose your first game."
All alone. Turn off the glass. 32 points for Michael Jordan. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Corey Sparrow working on him. Jordan to the basket to score.
He went out, scored like the last 10 points of the game, ended up with 50.
Michael Jordan setting a new Madison Square Garden record for an opposing player tonight, scoring 50 points. Chicago Bulls make Doug Collins a winner his first time out. It is an empty Doug Collins on the far side.
I remember being on the plane go back to Chicago. I said, "Wow, I mean, this guy is something like I've never seen before."
Doug and I went like this, He designed the offense to support the way I played the game, the way he wanted to coach.
I think he loved my competitiveness. He understands that the greatest respect you can give a great player is to coach him and coach him hard. Michael's big thing was stack the practice against me and I'll still win.
Doug always tried to maintain competitive advantage in practice. I'll give you the starting five.
And then next thing you know, in the middle of Wealth is winning, he put me with the second team.
There was one day at practice, he got upset, he thought I was cheating on the score. And he got upset and left practice. And came back the next day, and they were asking, have you talked to Michael since practice yesterday? I really haven't had a chance. We will. And about that time, Michael came out, and I reached over and grabbed him. I kissed him on the cheek. I said, I love you, love me.
Would you come here a second so we can kiss on TV here, please? There we go. Would you tell him everything is fine? Oh, okay, we kissed and made up.
I coached him for 3 years, from the 86-87 season through 88-89. When I was coaching him, he was the MVP of the league. He was the MVP of the All-Star game. He won the slam dunk competition. He was the defensive player of the year.
Up court pass stolen by Jordan. Michael Jordan takes it.
That's greatness. You know, I mean, he was now the best player.
Under Doug Collins, the Bulls were rapidly improving and suddenly becoming a real contender in the Eastern Conference.
Detroit was certainly at the time the team to beat in the East, but who was going to be their challenger? Who was going to really rise up and challenge Detroit? It was going to be one of two teams. The Bulls were in ascension, obviously, at that time with their young core, Jordan, Pippen, and Horace Grant. But Cleveland was, at the time, a great team. So these are the two rising teams in the East.
The Bulls are going to play Cleveland in 89 in the first 3 to 5. Most basketball observers believed Cleveland was better.
Nobody has picked the Bulls. Everybody in the media picked Cavs. Everybody's picked nationally the Cavs.
Back then, we played teams 6 times in our division. They beat us 6 times, 6-0. So now, in our mind, we got nothing to lose.
Bulls win the first game, and then Cleveland wins the second. Cleveland. We go back to Chicago. Bulls win game 3. Game 4, Georgia's got a free throw at the end of regulation. Misses.
The Cavaliers have kept their hopes alive.
We go back to Cleveland for game 5.
And welcome to the Richfield Coliseum for game 5 between the Chicago Bulls and the Cleveland Cavaliers.
Up to that time, the franchise, the history of the Bulls was blowing leads. And you're like, oh my God, this is going to happen again. They're going to do this. They're going to blow this. They're going to lose a series of Cleveland.
So, game's about to start, and there was 2 other beat writers. Beat writer from the Sun-Times, Lacey Banks, and Ken McDill from the Herald, and me. And Lacey's picked Cavs to sweep in 3. Ken's picked Cavs to win in 4, and I picked Cavs to win in 5. So Michael, game's just about to start. And Michael walks over to Lacey and points to says, "We took care of you." And he looks at Kent and he says, "We took care of you."
and looks at me, take care of you today.
We went back and forth the whole time.
Jordan against Harper. Great turnaround.
And it was a very tough game.
This is the playoffs, and here we have two great teams right here. Guys that lay it out.
It was a constant battle.
We have had drama here in the final minutes of the game. 11 seconds to go. In the middle of the floor, Jordan has and Jordan puts up the jumper and hits. 6 seconds to go. Jordan hits the basket and now has 42 points in the game, and the Cavaliers have called a timeout. D'Lo will inbound. He gets it in the dance. Gets the ball back. Tries to go. Here's our story here at Richfield Coliseum. One of these teams will advance. It has been a thrilling game. The Bulls have 3 seconds to try a shot and try to win the game.
Everybody knew where the ball was going to go.
You know, they had Craig Elo on me at the time, which, honestly was a mistake. Because the guy that played me better was Ron Harper.
We up by 1. I said, Coach, I got MJ. So the coach tells me I'm going to put Elo on MJ. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Whatever. Fuck this bullshit.
We drew a play where I was coming to the ball, but I only had time enough to get one dribble and get a jump shot. We were going to live and die with that scenario. So I was doing everything I can to get the ball.
The inbound pass comes into Jordan. Here's Michael at the foul line. A shot on Elo.
I'll be very vindicated from when we started the playoff. Them look that everybody was giving us. Even I asked you in the locker room, I asked everybody, what was the feeling back in Chicago? Did it write us off yet? And when you said some of them have written us off, I said, well, tell those guys to stay home.
Somebody had written or said that the Bulls were going to go home. Send them home. And so when he gets the shot, go home, motherfuckers, go home.
Get the fuck out of here. Get go fucking anywhere, but you out of here. Whoever's not with us, all you fuckers go to hell.
It was so dramatic, and it was typical what we'd see Michael do the rest of his career in big moments.
That shot enabled the Bulls to start growing and believing that something special was on the horizon.
We finally got over the hump of losers mentality. We were starting to become a winning franchise. And, you know, the sky was the limit.
How high can this man fly? Michael Jordan is soaring, and the Chicago Bulls are going right with him. But now, Superman faces his toughest test. As we bring you the first game of the Eastern Conference Championship between the underdog Chicago Bulls and the favored Detroit Pistons.
The NBA was invested in making Michael Jordan a star. The Pistons were slowing that down.
We knew how important to the NBA it was to get Michael to go to the next level. The blueprint was Larry, Magic, now Michael. And all of a sudden, it was just a little team in Detroit who just messed up the whole story. Love that.
Go ahead. And yeah, he carries me even to this day. They made it personal. They physically beat the shit out of us.
When we played the Pistons in that series, it was a arm-to-arm physical combat. But we never backed down. We fought them back.
The Bulls have won the first game.
So we got game one. They won game two. We came back to Chicago. Michael had one of the most incredible games.
Steele, he kept it in the Bulls. Here it is again. You'll see him elevate, do a 360 and just bust it up. Right short. There it is. He's on him one-on-one. With 5 seconds to go. Short off the glass.
That was get the ball, Michael. Everybody get the fuck out of the basket.
Jordan pretty much took over the game, made all the big field goals down the stretch. Showed the superstar that he really is.
We knew Michael Jordan was the greatest player, and we tried to use it as a rallying cry to come together. We had to do everything from a physicality standpoint to stop him.
Detroit had Jordan moved just for Michael. I don't know how he came out of it alive.
The infamous Jordan rules, the Pistons' defensive tactics designed to contain their namesake, are enforced whenever Michael is on the floor.
When he was in the air, we had no shot. But, when everything was on the floor, you can hold your own. You have to stop him before he takes flight.
Because he's not human.
Again, the implementation of the Jordan rule. The story of this game, Detroit defense.
This is what the Jordan rules were. On the wings, we're going to push him to the elbow, and we're not going to let him drive to the baseline. Number 2, when he's on top, we're going to influence him to his left. When he got the ball in the low post, we're going to trap him from the top. That's the Jordan rules, and it was that simple. That's when Lampier ball would go up and knock him out to the ground.
As soon as he steps in pain,
Chuck Bigler. This is the Jordan rule. You want to go to the fucking basket, put him on the ground. When you come to the basket, he ain't gonna dunk. We gonna hit you and you're gonna be on the ground. We trying to get physically hurt.
Had no place to go.
how bad do you want it? Are you willing to be injured to score a basket?
It's one of the things one play whenever it gets in the paint.
And the referees back then didn't look to see if Michael was hurt or not. It wasn't make sure that the savior is okay. That wasn't the way it is.
It is over at the Palace. The Pistons have beat the Bulls.
I can give her Michael Jordan to nobody because for him to survive that and still maintain that greatness, I mean, it's very unparalleled.
We were not ready for the Detroit Pistons at that point in time. They were more physical than us. They were the aggressors. Detroit had our number.
The Detroit Pistons, by virtue of a 103-94 victory, have eliminated the Bulls and indeed are heading for the final.
Unfortunately for the Bulls, the story was the same. Control Michael and the win is yours.
We did not have, as a unit, the confidence that we felt like we needed to beat Detroit.
The game's over and the Pistons have won the World Championship. They're going down to Detroit as one of the greatest defensive teams ever in the history of this league.
It seems that in sports, there's always that one team that you have to overcome. And you almost build your team to beat them. And unequivocally, for the Bulls, it was the Pistons.
A friend of Dennis Rodman was worried enough about the Pistons' whereabouts overnight that he called 911 to initiate a search. Police found Rodman at the Palace early this morning in Auburn Hills. Rodman had taken his legally registered rifle with him, his mood characterized as despondent.
I'm here.
That's Dennis at about 8 this morning, trying to assure reporters that he's fine, that he's not on the verge of an emotional breakdown, and that he did nothing out of the ordinary, at least with him. There
report that we have is that he took a gun and had a gun in his truck. Have you heard that? Can you confirm that?
I've heard that, yeah. That's all I know. I had a gun in my hand, like in the front seat. Luckily, I fell asleep. The cops came and got me. I was at a lost place at the time. This lost place. That time in my life, I think that was a wake-up call and a rescue call.
Last night may have been the last time we see Dennis Rodman in a Pistons uniform.
Dennis Rodman used to be a Piston. He's out of there.
The Worm is now with Spur, traded for Sean Elliott and David Wood.
Dennis goes to San Antonio, and then Demolition Man comes out and changes his hair color.
That's me. That's Dennis Rodman. I'm not trying to please anybody.
And then Madonna goes, he's cute. And they started seeing each other. Madonna explained to him, you have to establish who you want to be in this life. Don't be who they tell you should be. He started realizing he can push to any boundary. And that's a freedom.
People that write the things in the paper don't really know Dennis Rodman. They don't even talk to me, so they just have to write something that's crazy and stupid to make me look like an asshole. I just want to do something that makes me feel like that I'm free, that I can go do anything I want to do.
What does it mean? The outfits, the tattoos, the sunglasses, the velvet hat, the rings, the stuff. Why?
I like doing what I'm doing. It's making me happy, making me feel like I'm a 10-year-old kid.
Can I ask you to do one thing for me before we leave this interview? Take off your hat. Let me see.
I don't worry about it.
Take off the hat. Let me see what color it is.
There's no color. You know, I've been pretty much lazy in this hell where I'm thinking about shaving at all.
I want to know the part. That's what I do. And Jimmy Stack, who was my assistant at that point, came to me and said, let's talk about Rodman. I said, no, I don't want to talk about Rodman. And he said, Jerry, I've done some homework. I really felt like I had a different perspective on Dennis.
Dennis Rodman already has it. It's another one, and out he goes.
Dennis was acting out in San Antonio, but I just felt like the structure that we had with Michael and Scotty and the leadership, Dennis would respect those guys and play and try.
If we had not had Michael and Scotty, and people in our locker room, we would have never taken this. And if Phil had not been a coach, I don't think we would have taken him. Because I knew that Phil could handle it.
That was awful. I walk into Jerry Krause's house. He's sitting on the couch. He's got a po' boy hat over his eyes. He's got the rings in his nose and his mouth. And he doesn't stand up to me. So I said, stand up, Dennis. Take your hat off, shake hands. Let's go outside and talk. We had to break bread at the house. So basically, he said, then you want to come play for the Bulls? I said, I don't care. Whatever. What's up?
Last week, the Bulls announced the acquisition of a player many people consider the most controversial basketball star in the NBA. He is Dennis Rodman, one of the best rebounders in NBA history. Is it one of the shrewdest moves the Bulls have ever made, or one of the dumbest?
It was a visceral reaction, Rodman. Rodman was at the center of the most hated team in the history of Chicago.
We all thought, well, there's no way they would ever accept him. Like, even if they signed him, they'll never accept him. You know, and to their credit, Jordan and Pippen especially said, hey, he can help us win. You know, we know how tough he is.
Dennis was a dominant defensive player, and what Dennis brought was exactly what we needed. Somebody who gave us that edge on the front line.
Good job. We're gonna love it. Play basketball. That's it. That's what he did.
Dennis was one of the smartest guys I played with. He understood defensive strategy with all the rotations, he had no limits, in terms of what he does.
He could guard multiple players. He studied each guy. He knew players' strengths and weaknesses.
He knows how to play his role well. He has a great understanding of what it takes to win. He's a huge reason for our success.
I know. You gave me a good article the other day. I appreciate that. The one that you said, quit worrying about what he's going to do. Don't worry about it next year. Leave him alone. But ask him questions about what's happening. I'm sick of it too. I'm tired of it. I am totally tired of it. I'm going to stop talking to y'all.
Just say next question.
I mean, y'all got it. You got it. One place on the road. That's what killed me.
It's got to be a little draining. Every city, it's like, is it Michael's last game and everything that's going on with that? Is it wearing on you a little? Does it wear on you a little bit?
Yeah, it's all, but questions don't change. The answer is pretty much the same.
It would be nice if Bulls fans could enjoy this title run without worrying that it could be the final running of the Bulls. More questions in that vein for Michael Jordan today.
You said this is your last year.
If this has been your last outing in the area, it's your last regular season here, to get a sense it's Michael's final run as well. Do you think tonight will be your last time here?
Should he retire?
It's his decision.
Are we required to ask every game if you're going to retire?
You don't get the same answer. Although I may have the same answers. I practice them quite a bit. You never know. You never know. It's maybe the last time, last dance, whatever. But I'm not focusing on that. I'm just focusing on the game. Enjoy the moment. Enjoy the game. And whatever happens with this organization, at the end of the season happens. What happens after that happens. I think people, or the media basically, trying to redirect, trying to change some kind of little emphasis within the question and see if my answers change. And my response will change.
So what about next year, Michael?
I love you guys.
Everybody, let's go meet the Smith brothers. These are the Smith brothers over here. There's Gus Smith, CT Smith, Calvin Smith, Tom Smith, John Michael Smith. These are all the Smith brothers. They got Michael over there. The Smith brothers are Michael's security guys. The Smith brother is actually a jock sniffer. So we used to say everybody was sniffing Michael's jock, so all those guys would always be around. He's the General Sniff right here. Brigadier General Gus Sniff. The president and Smith brothers, he wouldn't have this problem.
All people that's in the business of crooked too, let you know now. That was Craig's sake, give you $20 to pick him up fine. That's like a bribe. That's what I'm saying. And he must want to enter. He wants something. That's his problem.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You like Chicago?
Oh, yeah.
You give the Nationals.
No. I've been to Nashville, but
2 months ago, Scotty said he would never play for the Chicago Bulls again. But then he softened his stance, saying he was looking forward to returning to the team. So, the question came, when would he come back?
Changed my mind about coming to play. I knew that it was probably going to come down to me and the team trying to, play hardball. And I would lose in that situation because they would start to find me probably. So I wasn't going to let them benefit in that way. Bottom line is I was willing to accept the trade if they did it. And I knew they wasn't going to do it.
After watching 35 games from the bench, the Bulls forward suited up at the United Center tonight and took the court.
Now, as for Dennis Rodman, check out the newest hairstyle. The word is that those are 33s in tribute to Pippen's return.
Pippen ended up playing 31 minutes, scored 14 points, grabbing 4 rebounds, dished out 5 assists, and the Bulls have to feel uplifted by having Pippen back.
When Scotty wasn't there, Dennis loved the fact that Michael needed him.
Let me know when you're going to set a back screen on this. Set that shit right there so when we open up against home. You have to switch out. Switch out. I can stop the right there. Hope's not turning around to stop right there. She gets out. When the clock is running down, he set that screen and being over the top. Switch in that situation.
He was, hey, Michael, it's me and you. We got this. And when Scotty came back, that's when they lost him.
When Scotty came back, we got the 3 amigos again, and I'm pretty much the family.
Rodman, his champ, became dramatic. His drinking, his partying, his connection to reality.
The thing about this team, people don't understand, it's just not basketball that we have to deal with on this team. It's not just that. It's the pressure of bullshit. I play the game for free, but you get paid for bullshit. After you get it for the public pressure, the media pressure. I'm not talking about no comment. How about that? Basketball is simple. It's a simple game. But when you leave this confined zone, it's hard. It's hard. Like I said, I know about the people in this country that are dismissed because they can dismiss and kiss my ass. Don't get what they think about me.
Everybody understood Dennis's impact on the group, and we understood that he had different needs in his personal life than we did.
When Scotty was out, Dennis with his bottle to a point where it was driving him fucking insane. So when Scotty came back, Dennis wanted to take a vacation. I come to practice, Phil calls me and says, Dennis wants to tell you something.
When Dennis wants to tell me something I do, it's not something that I fucking want to hear.
So Dennis says, I need a vacation. And I look at Phil and say, what do you mean vacation? He says, you need some vacation. You need some time off to let loose. Let me tell you something, man. I'm not on. If anybody needs a fucking vacation, I need a vacation. We look at Dennis and said, Dennis, what are you going to do? He said, well, I need to go to Vegas. Phil, you let this dude go to vacation, we're not going to see him. You let him go to Vegas, we're definitely not going to see him. So then he looks at Dennis and said, Dennis, well, can your vacation be like 48 hours? And Dennis is like, I got no other choice. I take whatever you can give me. I'll take 48 hours. 48 hours. You got 48 hours. And I'm looking at Phil like, you ain't going to get that dude back in 48 hours. I don't care what you say. He's done. Okay. 48 hours. He leaves that room, goes straight to the airport. Boom. You don't hear or see Dennis for 48 hours. Well, I remember that.
I went to the fucking Vegas.
Dennis was bizarre, but I think what made it work was Phil and Michael's understanding that to get the most out of them on the court, you had to give them some rope. And they gave him a lot of rope.
I do remember being in Vegas with him. It was on. The party was starting.
I love
right away. One thing about Dennis, he had to escape. He liked to go out. He liked to go to clubs. We'd go to his favorite restaurant, then we'd go to a nightclub, then we'd go to after hours. It didn't stop. It was definitely an occupational hazard to be Dennis' girlfriend. It was wild. But to be honest, I didn't realize what the team's schedule was. I didn't know he took a detour.
He can come back on time. Maybe go get his ass out of bed. And I'm not going to say what's in his bed, where he was, and blah, blah, blah.
There's a knock on the door. It's Michael Jordan. And I hid. I didn't want to seem like that, so I'm just like hiding behind the couch with covers over me. Come on, we gotta get to practice.
Dennis came back and joined the team. Yeah, that's the way it went that year.
I just want to think about you. Get your body, do anything today, Dennis. You got to put your body through things so the muscles doesn't ever take you. Try to make it no bigger.
Michael and Scott is something to me for who I am. They say, you know what? He does what he does, but he cares a lot. I go party hard, I'll work hard. And we get along so well because we want to win. We want to win the championship.
The game's over.
First of all, there's no backstabbing going on here. That's right.
This will be Phil's last year as the coach of the Bulls.
Are the expectations way too high? Where do we go from here?
Good question. How long can it last?
his vacation. Dennis comes back to practice. Phil now, his whole motive is to get Dennis back in shape. So we start this drill called the Indian drill. Everybody starts running in a line. And Phil blows a whistle. Whoever's in the back, run to the front. Now you can't stop. Whoever's in front controls the pace. So I'm saying, well, fuck, this is kind of messed up because now I'm getting caught up in Dennis getting in shape drill. But in essence, I had taken a vacation. So I tell everybody in that group, I said, look, whoever gets in the front of that row, slow down to a fucking walk. We're just going to jog and jog and jog and jog. So, Steve Kerr and Doug Bushler, they all get to the line. We just slowly just run. Slowly just run. Then Dennis takes off. Boom. Now, he blows the whistle. Now, we cannot stop until we get back in front of Dennis. It took us 4 laps to catch up to Dennis. It was like in his psyche. He needed to get away. But in all honesty, Dennis was always there. He was always on point.
Phil realized that I was different, man. Phil knew me so well because he knew I needed to be right. Because so much shit I was doing, but I had to get ahead, right? That's what's so cool about playing with that team. And Dave was all about anybody that could do something. He was all about it. Phil was cool about it.
Dennis is always a rebel. At some point, he wants to join the group, and the other part of him wants to be autonomous. So we appreciate the fact that he's a maverick. But yet, when it comes time for him to perform, he's always on the court for us, always playing hard for us.
Dennis and I have this Native American bond between us. He comes in one day, and Dennis and I are mad in the team room. In the team room, I have a bear claw necklace, turtle shell, came from another Indian reservation, and various other Indian artifacts. And so Dennis is like, wow, he said, I have this necklace from the Ponca Indians in Oklahoma. I'm into that. And I said, well, Dennis, their tradition and the tradition that I do, you would be a Heyoka, a backward walking person. There were people that were different, and you're a Heyoka. So you're this Heyoka in this tribe. He don't look at me as a basketball player. He look at me as a great friend. He realized that I probably need him for inspiration. He wants to see me persevere.
I had never met a coach who was that different and genuine when it came to bringing the group together. He had this real interest in Native American history, and he would weave that into our own culture.
He brought in Zen Buddhism and Native American Indian philosophies. Everything was about being focused, playing as one.
When I was in Great Falls as a kid growing up, my grandparents had this boarding house with small little cabins. And Native American people from Poplar Indian Reservation used to come and play them their kids. And so I started learning more and more about this Native American culture. There was a certain negativity about playing with these kids. I didn't feel that at all. Cowboys and Indians was a game that kids played. I was always the Indian. My dad was a pastor. My mother was also a minister. She was an extreme belief about the second coming of Christ. So that was something that was foremost in your mind. And growing up, would you be ready if Christ came to be taken as part of that group that would be raptured? My goal was always a conflict. I would rather be playing sports than being on my knees praying. I played basketball from the time I was a little kid. Eventually went to the University of North Dakota. The next draft took me in the second round. And I made the all-rookie team my rookie season.
I remember seeing Phil Jackson
And he's always smacking guys around. He was like an earlier version of Dennis Rodman.
Those 11 years with the Knicks. He was having good years. He went to the finals 3 years. We won 2 championships.
Phil and I wrote Maverick together, and in that book, Phil talks about taking acid. And thinking he was a lion roaring up and down the beach in LA. Phil was like a hippie and different from NBA fraternity.
When I was playing as a pro, Red Holzman encouraged me to think about coaching, and particularly in Puerto Rico. I ended up coaching for a while.
I spent a lot of time down there in the Superior League. It was called, they played every other day. And these players would just play ferociously.
There's a local animosity in these small towns. There were fires on your way out of town, rocks being thrown at your car.
They killed a chicken in a graveyard and poured blood on the visiting team's bench.
The town I went to, Cavalitas, was ferocious. The mayor had actually shot a fish one time with a gun and hit him in the lower leg.
So his punishment was he wasn't allowed to go to any home games for the rest of the season.
But really, there's a lot of love about the game, and I learned a lot of things from the process. And then I got a call about coaching over at CBA for the Ultimate Truths. And in '84, we won the championship.
That's been a great team effort ever since. I think
After that, the Bulls tracked me down, and I got up to interview for an assistant job, understand all that. Jerry Krause and I had a really good relationship.
I wanted to bring Phil in, and he came in not dressed real well. Stan was very conservative, and Phil looked anything but conservative at that point. And Stan quickly nixed that idea. 2 years later, we had an opening. And this time I called Phil and I told him how to dress and how to talk to Doug. Doug Collins was our coach, and I kind of helped Doug think about it, and we hired Phil.
Under Doug Collins, one of the assistant coaches was Tex Winter. Jerry Krause had the idea that Tex was going to be a mentor. Doug was going to follow kind of the things that he would teach as a coach.
When I took this job 11 years ago, the first person they hired was Tex Winter. He's a brilliant man, finest offensive mind in basketball.
Triangle is formed between forward 2, guard 1, and now 1 forward. And center 5 forms the apex of the triangle.
He had a system called the triangle. Jerry said, I've been listening to his basketball philosophy for years, and he's got the kind of philosophy I'd like to see happen with this team. Doug's philosophy was different. Doug had had these plays that always ended up with Michael Jordan being the recipient of the score. Tex was always like, there's a way of playing this game that's different than that.
Tex Winter, he raved Doug about you should institute the triangle. Doug would not hear of it.
Doug finally had heard it enough and said, I'm tired of hearing that. And then the argument escalated a little bit. And Tex Winter stand from the bench. He wasn't coaching on the floor anymore. He's sitting in the corner taking notes about the practice. Jerry Krause was really unhappy with it. During that period of time, Krause made the decision that I should work together with Tex Winter.
Phil was picking the brains of the best basketball man I've ever known in my life. I was watching it. And I just get more and more interesting all the time.
Is there anything that you were missing?
I could have got another tier here. Like watching 9 balls and can't throw the ball in 18-foot blocks. So, big man, if your man clinch, you must tell Michael that he's alone out there so he doesn't get naked on backwards.
Midway through my second year, I sort of felt that Phil could be the coach. Just sense. Somebody's just feeling.
Jerry wanted to talk to me. So I go in and talk. He says, I may have to do something that's going to rock this franchise. I said, what? He says, I'm going to have to fire Doug Collins this year. It's going to be some fucking balls. Fire guy just took us to the Eastern Conference Final.
Now, if you're getting ready for work right now, then you're probably not Doug Collins. Chicago Bulls head coach was fired from the supply of the move yesterday.
Well, I got the worst kept secret in town sitting next to me. You guys, as usual, got us on that one. For the last 2 years, Phil Jackson has been a very integral part of this organization. He's now ready to be a head coach. Welcome, Coach.
Yes, I am.
What do you say?
Congratulations. Let's go win a championship.
Phil took over and just had a different approach. Doug's approach was more catered to Michael, and Phil's approach was more catered to the team.
I wasn't a Phil Jackson fan, when he first came in, because he was coming in to take the ball out of my hands. Doug put the ball in my hands.
Tex Winter, his right-hand man, had sold him on an offense that he believed would get us out of this one-on-one type of basketball.
The triangle offense is set so that there's a key pass that creates motion. And then there's 33 different types of options that come out of that single pass. Players can do spontaneous, creative things using their strengths.
Everybody has an opportunity to touch the ball, but I didn't want to go correctly on the ball 5 seconds left. That's not equal opportunity offense. That's fucking bullshit.
60 points for Jordan. 69 points for Michael Jordan.
Right, there's so many times the tech used to yell at me, saying, move the ball, move the ball. This is no INT. It's an I and win.
I had a meeting with Michael, and I told him what we're going to do. Obviously, you've scored 37, 38 points a game the last couple of years. I don't anticipate you're going to be the scoring champion in the league. The spotlight's on the ball, and if you're always the guy that's going to have the ball, teams can generate a defense against that, which is what's happened with the Pistons the last couple of years.
He said, I'm not worried about you, but we got to find a way to make everybody else better. We got to create other threats.
I came in the game as being a point guard, but Micro sort of grew me into a small forward. The triangle offense allowed me to be more what I wanted to be.
Scottie Pippen's turnaround.
Scottie kind of developed that new position called the point forward. Instead of being in Michael's shadow, Scottie was starting to blossom as one of the top players in the NBA.
Making his All-Star debut from the Chicago Bulls, Scottie Pippen.
Michael Jordan is making an adjustment to this new philosophy, which tries to relieve him of the offensive burden.
He realized that him playing, just scoring 30 points, wasn't going to win the last game of the season.
I'm not going to be the type of person who's very hungry to lead the league in scoring once again or to chase individual accolades.
He made a conscious effort to say, no individual is going to be the team.
Right now, I'm more or less geared towards team success.
That special thing to have happen when the largest icon that the NBA's ever had understands that you don't have to have the ball in my hands all the time.
With the triangle offense,
certainly it needed a little time to adjust for everyone to adjust to it at their own pace. And it took us about a year or so as a team to do it. But by the 1990 playoffs, we all felt that we were ready to beat Detroit Pistons.
The hurdle that comes up now is the big one. And we know that the challenge of the Detroit Pistons is immense, and it's one that we've been waiting for all season long.
Chicago was the only team to beat the Pistons in the playoffs last year, and they're a deeper and more balanced team this time around.
I felt like we were in a position to win, and we pushed them to a game 7 in their building. Yeah.
The defending world champions, the Detroit Pistons, extended to a 7th game, and 21,500 are gathered here for a very special afternoon.
When I got up that morning and went down for breakfast, I had a headache. It started feeling like I wanted to throw up. I went to the arena, did my regular routine, warming up, and I was just like blind and I couldn't see.
No time to this stuff. 110%. No time.
Got Scotty BJ?
That was it. We gotta go. Don't leave anything out. Play hard.
Game 7 from the Palace. It's the ball.
As the game started, I couldn't focus. Everything was blurry. I was seeing double black, and I just I couldn't get my eyesight.
If it is 1 and 5 this evening, 1 and 6.
I told him I can't see. I was taken out of the game.
He said he had a migraine. I can't argue the point that he had a migraine. It was just one of those things that, it's so unfortunate.
When you can't see and you're seeing double and you want to vomit, and you got to play against Dennis Rodman.
Here's Isaiah. The best of 7, beginning tonight on CBS. Michael Jordan in 3-1, and he's with Battle Bryant.
All right, Michael Jordan here in the midst of the celebration. What are you saying to the other players like that?
All you can do is wish them good luck. I mean, we fought hard. They were the better team. We want to be where they are. But we still got to win our turn. We still trying to improve our team. They were the better team, and they played better today.
We were sitting in the locker room after the game, and nothing was said. Everyone just sat there for a moment.
We had a chance to beat them. We just didn't respond. We got to that hill. We almost looked over the hill. And I was devastated. I was absolutely devastated. I cried on the bus. My father came home and said, look, it's just one game. Bounce back. Come back next year.
I remember losing to the Pistons. Damn Pistons. That shit hurt. You couldn't deny that they were a great team. We had to either change something about our show, or we weren't going to be there.
Congratulations.
After that game, instead of us all going on vacation, we all showed up and we started working out. Everybody, starting with Michael, changed.
Before the Pistons, Michael didn't play train. He didn't go in much for strength training, and after getting shit beat out of my Pistons, finally decided I got to put some muscle on.
I was getting really beaten up, and I want to administer pain. I want to start, fighting back.
It's very difficult to add muscle for an athlete that's constantly burning calories and running up and down all the time. We started at 200. We added 5 pounds until we got to 215.
I put it in just to get myself physically strong enough to go against the tour. I was a slim and skinny kid. But now, I put on a couple pounds, I can throw my weight around.
I would give him a certain amount of reps to do. He would never stop at that number. If I asked for 6, I know he was going to do 12. He got to the point where he was just like, instead of them dishing it to me, I'm going to dish it back to them.
One of the criticisms has been that like great players, he can't easily make some championships. He can't make them better players. That's not
Which hated it didn't. It did. My energy started to gear towards my teammates and pushing them to excel.
Michael forced the hand of a lot of the players to really dedicate themselves to off-season training. Like, okay, we're going to spend the summer dedicated to this proposition, that we're not going to be runners-up, we're going to be champions.
Michael was on us. No mistakes allowed.
Man, I see a screaming devil. You make a mistake, he's going to scream at you. So literally, he demands almost perfection. Man, when you see your leader working extremely hard in practice, you feel like, oh man, if I don't give it my all, I shouldn't be here.
He taught me how to stay in the gym, and he spent a lot of time starting to build the confidence that I needed.
Pippen became my focal point.
More than any other player, Scotty benefited from playing with Michael Jordan. Because Scotty had this raw athletic ability. What he didn't have was what Michael brought every day, which was the drive to be the very best every single day. Mental focus of the game.
The thing about Pip is, you stand next to him, you make him stronger. All the Detroit times when Robin wanted to pick on him, he needed someone there to stand there and say, look, I think you just fight. Scotty and I bonded, because he felt like, okay, he has someone that he can count on. And I'm looking at, okay, I got someone who I can actually count on. And then Horace came right behind him. During the time that the Pistons reigned over us, every time they do something to us, we would complain to the referee or we would try to go back at them. Horace used to get beaten up.
He got Chris with the elbow at the side.
And he would come back whining. I'd say, don't fucking whine. Don't let them see you whine. That's when they know you got you. With them being more mentally dominant than we were, they knew as soon as we started complaining, they had us, and they did.
Grant have got to realize this game is not over. You can't give the world champion anything.
Just be strong. We don't beat these bullets.
In 91, the Bulls were determined to be the tougher team. The pain of losing to Detroit again the year before brought a fury into that season that they had not had.
Jordan knocks the ball out. He saved it.
Being around Michael every day like that, he just brought it out of us. Scotty evolved, Horace evolved, I evolved.
This is a great feeling. We have matured in a lot of ways, physically, mentally. It was time for us to become the top team in the game.
Chicago hate the Pistons. This was personal. Like, if anybody says it wasn't personal, it was personal. I didn't really want to deal with my relatives in Detroit during that period. I didn't want to go stay with them. My first cousins, whatever. You know, you don't like the They didn't like us.
We had a character challenge the last 2 years. We failed. But that third year, we put them in our review mirror.
I thought we were a good enough team to at least make the series a little bit more competitive, and we did.
Stepping against Penny up the right side. To the baseline. Fills it up and a foul. All right, Amon. Game 4 of the best of 7.
You know something's coming. This team's desperate. They've done everything they can. Now they're really desperate.
Armstrong and Detroit with Igers now in the backcourt. Look like it's still time right. And Scotty coming up right here. One will be a flagrant foul. And it's getting very, very tough out there.
Dennis Bobman pushed Scotty. And could have injured him pretty severe way.
It was clearly a flagrant foul.
Pippen didn't respond to that abuse. There's nothing they could do to beat us in.
Scotty was unshakable. Then they won a Band-Aid. We saw that. It was over.
You know, it was just like, okay, it's a foul. Let's go ahead and finish kicking their ass and,
and pull them out of their misery.
Fourth rebound. He has Pippen. Chicago Bulls about to put the Pistons away in 4. Chuck is now clear to me. Still a genuine grand player of the game. Scotty Pippen of the Chicago Bulls.
Tasting victory over a team that just kicked your butt for the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, the gratification, you truly cannot put it into words. That's the only time that I think I had ever been swept in a series. I was normally the one doing the sweeping. Their time had arrived, and ours was over. As we're coming out of the game, Lambeer said, we're not shaking their hands. This is how we're leaving.
Just wasting more time and getting out of here.
We're gonna shake hands now. We just walk up the court. Fuck you guys. Thank you for kicking our ass.
They left the vacuum on the 7 9 10 seconds remaining. The Pistons just left.
I think it was very difficult for them because they were 2-time champions. But, there certainly has to be some respect. Straight up bitches. That's what they walked off like. We just kick your ass. Go ahead.
Detroit had a similar thing with Boston that we had with them. They had to overcome Boston, and they did. And I can still remember it was the first time that Detroit beat them. And I can see Kevin McHale coming out to half court and shaking hands and things like that.
Adrian Dantley was shooting a free throw, and the Boston Celtics were walking off during the game. And I grabbed McHale, and then he stopped as he was walking off the floor. That's how they left the floor. And to us, that was okay.
knowing what we know now and the aftermath of what took place, I think all of us would have stopped and said, hey, congratulate, like they do now. Hey, congratulate, love you, man, love you. Hey, congratulate you. I mean, we would have did it. Of course we would have done it. But during that period of time, that's just not how it was passed. When you lost, you left the floor. Was it?
Well, I know it's all bullshit. Whatever he says now, you know when there's two actions then. You know, it's time enough to think about it. Or the reaction of the public that's kind of changed his perspective. Yeah, you can show me anything you want. There's no way you can convince me you wasn't an asshole.
Knowing what we know now and the aftermath of what took place, but during that period of time, that's just not how it was passed. Just wasn't. And you can go back and you can look at any of those old games or whatever. When you lost, you left the floor.
All you gotta do is you go back to us losing in Game 7. I shook everybody's hands. 2 years in a row, we shook their hands when they beat us. There was a certain respect to the game that we paid to them. That's sportsmanship. No matter how much it hurt. And believe me, it fucking hurt. But then I have to shake our hands. We knew we were there. That's already. We got past them. And that was the most, that to me, that was better than, in some ways, winning a championship.
In sports, the stage is set for the Air Magic Show in the NBA Finals. Starting Sunday, it'll be Michael Jordan and Chicago Bulls against Magic Johnson and the LA Lakers.
You know, when you're a competitor, you want to play against the best. I played against Larry. I've always wanted to play against Mike.
Up until that point, the stigma that Michael Jordan, all he does is win scoring title. He never wins championships. That was my chance to get in the category of Larry Bird, Magic Johnson.
I guess this is something that I can win. It's a team that's wanted the most. I've been the biggest. Even though they may have that experience, they have that motive.
The NBA is a league of stars, and none shine brighter than Magic Johnson and Michael Jordan. And while much has been said about their respective teams, nothing has been more anticipated than their individual matchup.
We were nervous, the first time, and we didn't even play well.
Now Patrick got it out to Monty. What a play. Magic Johnson.
Sam Perkins hits a 3 at the end. The Bulls lose game 1. Everybody including me, goes, okay, the Lakers win this thing.
They beat us on our home court. But in our mind, we had a chance to beat these guys and we didn't even play good. So we were looking forward to game 2.
We are set for game 2 of NBA Finals.
So game 2, Jordan goes nuts.
The change of putting Pippen on Magic Johnson rather than Michael Jordan.
Magic Johnson's the greatest point guard I've ever seen. And Scottie Pippen was picking Magic Johnson up full court. Nobody did that.
Scottie accepted that challenge, and I knew what Scottie was going to do. I see it in practice all the time. He gets up in your face and he ratchets you. He'll never let him get it started. Once we did that in game 2, we never went back.
Chicago Bulls take a 2-1 lead in the best of 7. Chicago Bulls come away for the resounding victory.
It's this simple. The Lakers have to win 3 in a row. Game 5, moments away.
Hello, everybody. I'm Bob Costas. This is the Larry O'Brien Trophy. All indications are that by evening's end, it'll be in the possession of the Chicago Bulls.
Game 5 is a great back and forth game.
Lakers for the 1-point lead. The Warriors full. The Bulls lead at 5-3.
It's in the fourth quarter. It's a precarious lead. So during the timeout, Phil asks Michael, MJ, who's open? He goes, Paxson. He goes, all right, then get him the ball.
To shoot that shot. John's open right there. He's a hit shot.
Phil said, force it. Paxson is open. Get him the ball. And I started looking for Paxson.
Everybody, the world's expecting Jordan to force something through a double team. He doesn't do it. He draws initials. He trusts his teammate to make the shot.
Once Pax hits that first shot, so okay, fine. Let me do this again. Penetrate around Pax. And he just kept hitting him,
That was exactly what Phil was trying to get Michael to understand and believe in over the couple years, is that these other guys can help you out.
finish line, you know that you won. All those emotions that you wrapped up into, you can just kind of let go. I mean, everybody knows, has the picture of, in their mind, when we beat Cleveland on that last shot, and he's bringing a punch in the air, and he's all excited. That's who we knew. The competitive Michael Jordan. The
win at all costs Michael Jordan. Sometimes you question whether he was human, whether he had feelings. Just a guy that was totally focused on one thing only. The only emotion we had ever seen out of him was anger or frustration. We were literally stunned to see those emotions.
When they beat us, we met in between both locker rooms. And he just put his arms and just started crying. He was so happy that he had won, that he busted through. That was a special moment for him and myself. It's a beautiful feeling. If you're gonna lose, you're gonna lose to them. You know, and I'm gonna lose to my friends. And that's how it should be.
Glad I fit somewhere in the category of Larry Bird and Magic Johnson.
No, we're here. Don't show anybody. Let me show you. Yeah. Denver. How about them Broncos? Hey. Cheese head. Security. This man never is shaking. Dennis Robin. Oh, hey, one. Hey, don't say that on camera, yo. Single man, these niggas can hang out on this. Hey, don't put that tape. Don't put that tape. One girl. Am, come on. A lot. Hey, Am, he's a lot. He's got everything. Not a tape right here. Hey, why not? Get some sleep, man. I got a whole lot. You got a hangover this morning? No, Am, my mom and dad gonna watch this. Mom and daddy's alcoholics. Hey. Hey, Phil. You can't work for the media if you're on this plane. Right here, see? I'm the biggest media guy in the world. On a mod makes more media. No, you with it, though. You with it.
KFC finally won. It's actually kind of like a sign of times are changing. Might be changing the NBA too.
While the Chicago Bulls were on the road, shot back home. Jerry Krause again made his plans for next season very clear. Coach Phil Jackson won't be back, and with Michael Jordan on record saying he won't play for anyone other than Jackson, Krause told the Chicago Tribune, quote, if Michael chooses to leave because there is another coach here, then it's his choice, not ours. We would love to have Michael back, but Michael's going to have to play for someone else. It isn't going to be Phil.
Phil's not back this year, I'm not back. So, I mean, it doesn't leave me with any other choices but not to play next year.
There's absolutely no room at all for you coming back under any other circumstances.
No, not at all.
The Bulls were dominating the East. The East didn't seem to be a question. The question was out West. The team that they had met in the finals the year before, Utah.
Beautiful.
And keep in mind, this was probably a finals preview. This is the litmus test.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the Delta Center. And the thing that's really surprising is the timing of that story by Jerry Krause. Yeah, Dick, unfortunately, it's very cold, it's sad, and if you really think about this, performance and loyalty by the coaches and players are being just thrown out the window. And the Bulls starting out sharply leading. George hits the open shot. The Bulls are doing it all. Almost free pass from Longley to a cutting Scottie Pippen. And it's a 47-24 lead. The Chicago Bulls are running the Jazz wild on the Jazz front court. This ball on Malika. Now goes the run and Roddy into the double foul. You can see that this group ignites
Losing for the Jazz. Way back in this game, Utah Jazz getting a one sweep of the Chicago Bulls this year, winning here in Salt Lake City.
Jerry Krause, the big question is why? Why now come out with a statement like this here at the All-Star break? And this is something for after the season.
You know, I think it's just a bad case of judgment on his part.
Well, Reggie, this looks like a reality check for everybody. Is this the end of the Bulls as we know?
Isn't that? You were so good looking. One of the famous things of all time, kids. Look at this. Athleticism. Right, so guys, you that's Oh. What's up with that? Dollar. Who knows? Look at this, just like this season. Kobe. Spider-Man. Go. Go superstar. Look at this Northside gangster. You consider yourself the greatest Westside gangster of all time? Yeah. Who's two? I'm. Who's three? You. And who's four? Me. Who's five? I'm the best Mr. Cozy.
Michael Jordan has said it many times. He considers Madison Square Garden to be the mecca of basketball. If in fact this is his final NBA All-Star game, it's a perfect place to make the last statement.
On the verge of a three-peat, Michael Jordan is playing his last year. Bulls GM Jerry Krause swore on Wednesday that Phil Jackson would not return next year and said if Michael chooses to leave because there's another coach, then it's his choice. Boy, hey, your people are good.
Kobe Bryant, meanwhile, the youngest All-Star in history at 19 years, 5 months.
Well, I've been talking to him. It's the same thing as the 19-year-old kids. You know what they said? Kobe was ready to be the man at the All-Star game. You can't forget the king is still on the court.
Hey, you like this girl right here? Yeah, get all chairs. Man, I must be the old guy. I remember I used to be way into that. And we want to give you a nice, comfortable chair.
You feel all right, huh?
I guess so. She's gonna play me for me.
Everybody ready? Shots out there. You get in the middle, you don't have anything. Kick out, make that extra pass. Somebody should be wide open for three. Okay? While we're here, we might as well win. All right?
I don't think we'll take it back on us.
No, right?
You don't let the game come together. He just brought his thing. We're gonna take you up. So make it. Come on. gonna make this a one-on-one game. After the first four attempts, if I was a teammate, I wouldn't pass the fucking ball. Hey, you want this ball again, brother? You better rebound. This is the East locker room. You got nothing to do with the West. We got nothing but his damn Laker colors on. Yeah, like he coaching.
Nah, I'm with your old mother. Old mother.
There ain't many of us here, dog.
That's why I come and say, what's up? It's about that.
How you been doing? How you doing? Yeah.
Hey, Michael.
I'm loving it, though.
You like to have his ass?
Hey, you know I'll be coming at his ass.
Just like I used to come at both of y'all.
Just about tip-off time at Madison Square Garden for the 48th NBA All-Star Game. And there you see Kobe Bryant in the foreground, the man many have dubbed the next Michael Jordan. Here is Michael.
I grew up watching Michael on TV, and now you got a chance to go face to face with him. You get a chance to really see, like, touch and feel the strength, the speed, the quickness, and it was fun to be out there.
He's got the ball in his hands again. To Garnett. To the
It was a rough couple years coming to the league, because at the time the league was so much older. It's not as young as it is today. So nobody was really thinking much of me. I was a kid that shot a bunch of air balls, you know what I mean? And at that point, Michael provided a lot of guidance for me. Like, I had a question about shooting this turnaround shot. So I asked him about it. And he gave me a great detailed answer. But on top of that, he said, if you ever need anything, give me a call. He's like my big brother. I truly hate having discussions about who would win one-on-one. You're a fan saying, hey, Kobe, you beat Michael one-on-one. And I feel like, yo, what you get from me is from him. I don't get 5 championships here without him. He guided me so much, he gave me so much great advice.
Kobe had a challenge Michael. Michael comes out and he's saying, not tonight, brother. I guess no drinks left in my bag. He's not ready to leave yet. I'll see you down the road.
I'm only going to allow him to have his trophy if he promises to come back and do it again. The all-star of all-stars, the MVP, Michael Jordan.
If there was ever any doubt that he could have kept playing at an MVP and championship level, here's the All-Star game. He's the MVP. He's still the star among stars, even though there were explanations offered. People couldn't understand why he was going to step away. The public wanted him to keep going.
First of all, there's no backstabbing going on here. It's time for me to move on. This will be Phil's last year as the coach of the team.
Are the expectations way too high? Where do we go from here?
The question, how long can it last?
Knowing this is the last dance, unless something actually changes. Going into Madison Square Garden, this is the last time I'm going to be playing here. And that was my favorite place to play. I'm back and grabbed the old pair of Jordan 1. It's the first shoe I wore in the Garden. So this is going to be the last shoe. You know, being that this is going to be the last time I play in the Garden.
Kick it. Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
Nowhere around you was baby when I first did that. 84. How old are you? 12 years old. When I started. Tony was still backwards. Hey man, you look at these shoes, put these shoes on there, put on something else. Innovation is taking a long time.
I first met Michael Jordan in 1984. I actually went to North Carolina to interview Michael and his family to represent him. His parents asked great questions. They were very intelligent, extremely personable. Our firm, ProServe, had a lot of very high-profile tennis players like Jimmy Connor, Stan Smith, Arthur Ashe. Arthur Ashe had his own shoes, he had his own tennis racket.
This is the racket I won Wimbledon with, and you could have bought it. Really?
The strategy was to try to take a team sport player and treat him more like a golfer or a boxer or a tennis player.
I said to David, what are you trying to do? You're trying to turn this guy into a tennis player? He's a basketball player. He's not a tennis player.
I said, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. And the very first deal was shoes. We took him out to meet Converse, which at that time was the official shoe of the NBA.
Converse, that shoe, that man to do what he was born to do.
They had Magic Johnson, Dr. J, Ron King, Larry Bird.
You already know what you did for me. What? I walked away with the MVP.
The Converse weapon, the number one weapon of the NBA.
Converse had big players and told me we cannot envision you being put ahead of them. Okay. All right. That was Adidas. I like the Lakers. I like Marcus Johnson. And I like Adidas shoe.
Adidas was really dysfunctional at that time. And they had just told me, we'd love to have Jordan, we just can't make a shoe work at this point in time. I wanted Nike to go with Nike because they were the upstart.
In the early 80s, Nike was, for the most part, the track shoe company. Michael didn't even want to be at Nike.
I couldn't even get him to get on the damn plane and go visit the campus. So I called his parents.
And my mother said, you're going to go listen. You may not like it, but you're going to go listen.
Mom, I don't want to hear. I know what I want to do. I am not going to Nike's mom. That's Michael. You have to give him an opportunity.
She made me go on that plane and go listen. Go into that meeting not wanting to be there. Nike made this big bitch. On the policy, you gotta be a fool. Not taking this deal. It's the best deal.
Back then, the best guy might have gotten like $100,000 or so. And he got up to 50. It was like, we would pay him. What? I'm young, rookie. They've done nothing. Must be out of your mind.
When I negotiated the Nike deal, I said to him, you're a small company, and if you want Michael Jordan, he's got to have his own shoe line. Nike just come out with this new technology for their running shoes called air soles. And obviously Michael played in the air, so I got to call it Air Jordan.
Yeah, Jordan. That got a pretty good ring to it.
I'm your idol, the highest idol, numero uno. I'm not a
Nike's expectation when we signed the deal was at the end of year 4, they hoped to sell $3 million worth of Air Jordans. In year 1, we sold $126 million.
I get paid when my record is played to put it short. I got it made, got it made, got it made.
As a commodity, Michael Jordan is as hot as a Cabbage Patch doll right now. The endorsements are fast and furious. The photo sessions seem endless.
Like a politician, Jordan moves gracefully through a crowd of admirers, sipping orange juice, collecting business cards. Deals have already been cut with Wilson Sporting Goods, McDonald's.
I never lose, I never lost because I'm the boss.
For a kid, it was almost like owning the rights thing from Star Wars. You needed that shoe to be like him. It was more than a status symbol. You knew this guy was God.
Respect, I got it made, got it made.
Jordan changed with the time.
Everybody was like, you gotta get a pair of Jordans, you gotta get a pair of Jordans. So every year we would save up money. I would cut grass and do chores and save up money, you know, wait in line at Foot Locker.
Before Michael Jordan's sneakers were just for playing basketball. And all of a sudden, sneakers became fashion and culture.
My first one was no shoes that I had, but I played a character named Mars Black, and I made sure that Mars be wearing a pair of Jordans because Michael didn't feel of the too.
My brand new white Air Jordans I just bought. How much you pay for them? American. 108 with tax. I give them 100 headed.
The fact that Nike used Spike Lee to produce Jordan commercials suddenly brought urban culture and crossed it together with sports.
Yo, Mars Blackman here with my main man, Michael Jordan. Yo, Mike, what makes you the best player in the universe? Is it the vicious stunts?
No, Mars.
Is it the haircut?
No, Mars.
Is it the shoes?
No, Mars.
Money's gotta be the shoes. Shoes. You sure it's not the shoes?
I'm sure, Mars. My game was my biggest endorsement. What I did on the basketball court, my dedication to the game led to all this other stuff. Believe me, if I was averaging 2 points, 3 rebounds, I wouldn't sign anything with anybody. So my game did all my talking.
We are back at Madison Square Garden. Michael Jordan wearing the original Air Jordans that he wore the first time he played at Madison Square Garden back in 1984.
And Michael will get a standing ovation from the Garden crowd here.
Michael, 2 seconds to shoot over Houston. Got it. It must be the shoes. Michael hits again. This is beautiful basketball that we're watching.
By halftime, my feet up, believe me. But I'm having a good game. I don't want to take them off.
Michael, a number of the players and even some of the officials are laughing. Michael Jordan now has 40 points. Only one guy is this level of artistry. Setting in the lead this slam. And Spike Lee is all over Michael Jordan. And Michael has a few words by way of retort.
But just told him that he couldn't guard me. Right, see, he said he can't guard me. He looked at me and says, hey, you come out here. You come out. Spike said, I feel money.
And if this was Michael Jordan's final game at Madison Square Garden, he leaves no doubt whatsoever, and he exits just as he is. The best there is.
I couldn't take those shoes off fast enough. And when I took the shoes off, my sock was soaked with blood.
It's kind of fun to come back here and play and remember some of the old days and some of the things that, some of the games that I've had here. The shoes was a part of that, so my feet are killing me. Go back all the way in. Y'all
Prior to the season of 92, the team talked about the difficulty of repeating. We had this statement, you're only a success at the moment you perform a successful act. You have to do it again.
I've always thought the 92 team was maybe the best Bulls team ever. This, or you can give it that. This, or you can give it that. You can give it this, or you can give it that. You can give it this, or you can give it that.
Starting with that season, I felt Michael Jordan never played basketball anymore.
He just figured out how to win the game. He knew how to steer momentum. He knew how to get guys going. And not only was he that good on the offensive end, he was just as good on the defensive end. So he was just playing a different game than the rest of them. He let us play, but he was there to win the game. And he knew that. And once he figured that out, you couldn't beat him.
Good evening, basketball fans, wherever you may be. Tonight begins the 1992 NBA Finals.
The Chicago Bulls, the Portland Trailblazers, the two best teams in the NBA, go head-to-head. We have two great teams led by two superstar players. All eyes will be focused on the matchup of Drexler and Jordan. And when you look at these two players, there's not a whole lot of difference between them.
Both an outstanding seasons that statistically mirrored each other.
Mike Glide says we're the two best in the game, but I'm not getting into a war of words with Mike.
Clyde wasn't a threat. I'm not saying he wasn't a threat, but me being compared to him, I took offense to that.
I'm working for NBC. I'm covering the finals. So the night before game one, we were at Michael's house playing cards, and he said, "You know what's gonna happen tomorrow. I'm gonna give it to this dude." So he hit that first, and then here come the second, the third. Michael didn't want anybody to have nothing over him. Anytime he hit a three, he glanced over at me at the NBC tape. And he was like, "I'm killing this dude."
Based on where I was playing at the time, it wasn't even close. So I attacked him every night.
What is great, so is almost impossible. Congratulations, Chicago. The one thing I would say, and I'd say it from Jerry Reinsdorf on down, this is a great organization. This organization is special. From Jerry, it starts with Jerry and it goes down all the way to Joe Lee, my clubhouse guy who's been here 25 years. It's an organization thing, and that's what it's all about. The team is a great team, but the organization is one of the all-time great, if not the greatest organization ever. That's what I'm so much proud of.
Coming off his second championship, second finals MVP, second MVP season, Michael was the king of the world. And it was the first year that we were trying to get pros to get into the Olympics.
Yeah, but I got a lot of things to do now today. I'm in charge of this neighborhood. I'll tell you, listen, if Chuck doesn't play over 10 minutes, I'm quitting.
With the United States basketball taking a beating in international play, a call went out for NBA help. The result? In 1992, for the first time, a team of mostly NBA players will defend America's Olympic pride.
For that 92 Olympics, Rothorn calls me and says, we would love for you to be on the dream team. I says, oh, who's all playing? He says, what does that mean? I say, who's all playing? You know, he says, well, the guy you're talking about, who you're thinking about, is not going to be playing.
All right, we'll just ask if you think
All right, more Isaiah Thomas.
no idea Thomas question.
Now, there has been speculation that your icy relationship with Isaiah Thomas is the reason that he was not selected.
I respect Isaiah Thomas's talent. To me, best point guard of all time is Magic Johnson, and right behind him is Isaiah Thomas. No matter how much I hate him, I respect his game. Now, it was insinuated that I was asking about him, but I never do his thing.
I don't know what went into that process. I met the criteria to be selected, but I wasn't.
Dream team based on the environment and the camaraderie that happened on that team. It was the best harmony. Would Isaiah made a different feeling on that team? Yes.
Magic Johnson angry. He's very upset up there. Definitely Magic and Isaiah had their thing. Bird and Isaiah had their thing. And Scotty, man, this is half the team. They did not want to play with him. Everybody puts it on Mike. Because we knew that dislike was out in the open. But there was a lot more to it than that.
Want to attribute it to me? Go ahead, be my guest. But it wasn't me.
Jordan, Pippen, and Magic and Bird leading the way. This team's built as the greatest ever assembled.
The price. And the camaraderie. You know, a lot of guys bonded together.
Sometimes I dream that he is me. I just want to be like Chuck. I mean, Mike.
You can't get too close to Mike with the foul. You're community violence on the TV. Man, I hear you talk. You ever found out of the game? When do you ever found out of the game? I'm the young guy with the old elders.
That's right.
They all have to listen to me. Whatever I say goes.
Man, I had some of my fondest memories just hanging out with Michael. We played cards every night against each other. And if I had the upper hand, he wanted to play another hour. And then he never wants to just beat you. He wants to put his foot on your neck and just... I mean, you're not satisfied with beating me? You want to crush me too? Yeah.
They had a practice game in Monte Carlo, and Magic and Barkley's team got off to a big lead.
That was the greatest basketball I think that we all were involved in. Great passing, great shooting, great defense. All NBA players going back and forth at each other.
There was some real trash talking going on, particularly from Charles and Magic toward Michael.
Magic always got on Michael's skin for some reason.
We're up about 8 points, I think it was, something like that. And I went over and tapped him. I said, look, man, if you don't turn into Air Jordan, we're going to blow you out. Man, what did I say that for?
Michael proceeded to score every time down the court. It was like, okay, you want to know who the guy is? Here's who the guy.
He broke the huddle, hit a three, bam. Came back down, hit another three, bam. Came through the middle and just shook everybody, bam. Before we know, they was up too.
He drove to the basket and the referee called a foul. Then Magic threw the ball up to the top of the arena and was screaming about just like the NBA. He gets every call, same thing over here. No. Come on, man. After the practice, they get on the bus to go back to the hotel. And for a couple minutes, there's like no talking.
When we got on the bus, it was man.
All of a sudden, Magic says to Barkley, he said, "Hey, Charles, I guess we should have pissed the man off." And then everybody, "This is the greatest practice ever. We love this."
After that game, everyone kind of acknowledged we were in a new era. Michael Jordan was the alpha. Period.
Michael, game on the line. Who would take the last shot? Me.
That's a dumb question.
But now a cavalry rides to the rescue with the Olympics open to NBA players. The U.S. sends the greatest team ever assembled. The United States will be the overwhelming favorite in Barcelona. Among the competition, though, there's one team that stands out. Like the USA, it's loaded with talent. Croatia has built a basketball powerhouse. There's Tony Kukoc, the 6'10 wizard they call the left-handed Magic Johnson.
A lot of excitement about tomorrow's game against Croatia. Our first chance to see Tony Kukoc against this kind of competition. What do you know about him and them?
Well, I don't know a lot about it, but if you listen to Michael and Scott, they know a whole lot about it because apparently there was some mixed emotions about him going to Chicago.
With the second pick in the second round, the Chicago Bulls select Tony Kukoc.
Tony's certainly an outstanding young prospect. I also think that he's an outstanding young man. After I was drafted by the Bulls, the situation at home was not so great because of the war and everything.
Yugoslavia is, of course, a country divided. In June, two of its republics, Croatia and Slovenia, declared their independence, igniting a bloody civil war.
I just decided to play a couple more years in Europe first, just to be there, kind of just to not take off completely. And I was making considerably more in Europe than I would make my first couple years here. We're not talking little money, we're talking a couple million.
Jerry went over to watch Tony play in what was then Yugoslavia and said Tony Kukoc is going to be the future of the Chicago Bulls.
Jerry was fawning over Tony so much while our team here was winning championships. And it brought a lot of the players the wrong way, unfortunately. The timing of this Kukoc thing is where the problem's been all along, okay? He went out to negotiate with Kukoc while Pippen was waiting to sign the deal that he's currently under. They kind of put him on hold while they negotiated with Kukoc.
Krause, he's willing to put someone in front of his actual kids who have given him everything that we can give him.
At that time, I have no idea what was going on with the Bulls. I don't know the frictions in between Scotty and Jerry, Michael, Jerry. So going to the Olympics, I kind of thought everything was okay.
A major storyline that carries into this game involves European star Tony Kukoc.
In the Dream Team locker before the first game against Croatia, like to take guys, Kukoc, even for Scotty and me.
Kukoc being played by Pippen. And
Well, I didn't play a good game. I got surprised by how straight they played. Even I didn't expect somebody to be next to me literally the whole game.
Tony Kukoc became a great teammate, and I love Tony Kukoc for who he is. The way he was introduced to me and Scotty was, I didn't appreciate it. It drove my energy.
And at this point, Tony Kukoc, 0 points, 0 rebounds for the Croatian team. Jordan and Pippen have been all over.
I feel bad for Tony. And I thought Michael and Scotty were out of line. He was terrified.
Well, to this point, it has been all Scottie Pippen.
Jerry paid away for a lot of hell to Tony Kukoc. Not only was just me and Michael, but every guy on that Olympic team looked at that kid and felt like he may not even think about coming to the NBA after he played against us. There wasn't anything personally about Tony, but we were going to do everything that we could to make Jerry look bad.
18 off a 19-5 on the Jordan. Here's a 3-on-2.
A 33-point victory. Pippen also holding Tony Kukoc to 4 points.
I know Scotty was a little pissed about all the publicity surrounding Kukoc, and he proved today that if they're going to give anybody in Chicago any more money, it better be him.
I still hear talk that he just had a bad game. He was nervous, but if he's that nervous, then he can't come to the NBA and play in 2 games.
They didn't know me. I mean, I don't see a reason why would they try to take it of me. They don't know me at all. That's the first time we meet.
He doesn't think he can play in the NBA.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfair to the other teams. I mean, you got to realize, I was playing against 11 of the best players in the league.
Once we're in the finals, because obviously the United States is going to be the second finalist, then we'll play.
Coming up shortly, the Dream Team, the U.S. men's basketball team, will take on Croatia for the gold medal.
This is the second meeting between the United States and Croatia. The last time they met, last week, the United States won by 33 points.
For the second game, when we played him, the coach came back, and I gave him credit. He came back and played a much better game than he did the first game.
Tony Kukoc certainly has turned it around from his performance in the earlier game against the United States.
Americans didn't understand how tough people like Tony Kukoc were. They had no idea. People have no idea about the war-torn situations and the poverty and the oppression the guys like Kukoc who came from them produced them and hardened them. And so it was stupid to call him soft. He had to fight to gain their respect. And he did it.
To come back after being totally emasculated showed me a lot about Tony Kukoc.
Kukoc now has 16 points, 6 assists.
I remember Michael coming back from Michael Chen. You played pretty well, man. You suffered with fire.
The team won the 92 Olympics. And then Michael decided that he didn't want to display the Reebok logo that was on his uniform.
Maybe Michael Jordan did come to the 92 Olympics with an innocent desire to recapture his pure love of sport. But money quickly complicated the sentimental journey. Reebok has spent millions to outfit the teams in Barcelona and expected all U.S. athletes to display its logo, especially the high-profile Dream Team.
That's still a big issue. They're still talking about that.
Try to hide the Reebok on the trail. They can't hide it like I'm gonna hide it.
Michael was so singular in his competitive drive, the drive that extended to his partners like Nike, that he could not bear the thought of wearing the Reebok logo on a global stage, receiving a gold medal at the Olympics. So he covered the Reebok logo up with the United States flag. It was extraordinary.
Here in Barcelona in the Olympics, these folks have done a job taking basketball and Michael Jordan particularly to unbelievable heights.
Michael was the face of the Dream Team, and the Dream Team changed everything about international basketball. The Dream Team is entirely responsible for the NBA's profile, taking a massive jump forward. It shaped how the world felt about the NBA.
Michael Jordan, the Dream Team, helped bring sports into that place of cultural influence. It wasn't just music that was cool. It wasn't just fashion in the U.S. that was translating into other countries. All of a sudden, it was the NBA.
Yeah, I think it was the first time that sports was being sold in a cultural way. We were selling Americana, and then what attached to it was this incredibly handsome, successful player, his swagger, and people wanted to be part of that.
After the Olympics, Michael was the most recognizable, most popular sports figure, but really cultural figure in the world. He was really a global superstar. Everyone around the world knew Michael Jordan.
Sometimes I dream that he is me. Got to see that's how I dream to be.
Once he got to the point where it was be like Mike, that changed everything for him. There's pressure to be like Mike. If you're going to be like him, you've got to be clean, you've got to be Teflon, you've got to be completely spotless as a person. And no human being is like that.
Any African American in a society that sees significant success has an added burden. And a lot of times America is very quick to embrace a Michael Jordan or an Oprah Winfrey or Barack Obama, so long as it's understood that you don't get too controversial around broader issues of social justice.
Part of the reason he remained popular is that he never did anything to piss anybody off. Probably the most controversial thing Jordan said in his career was when Harvey Gantt was running for Senate to be the first African American from North Carolina to serve in the U.S. Senate. Michael would not come out and endorse or support Gantt, and was quoted as saying Republicans buy sneakers too.
Democrats in North Carolina have nominated Harvey Gantt as their candidate for the Senate. If he defeats incumbent Jesse Helms, Gantt will become the state's first black senator.
1990 North Carolina Senate race. You have the infamous Jesse Helms and an African American by the name of Harvey Gantt. The stakes are really high. Jesse Helms was a reprehensible figure in terms of his racism and conservative politics. There's nothing cool about Jesse Helms.
Jesse Helms can take full credit or blame for killing a new national African American museum. Helms also stood against the Martin Luther King holiday.
I'm not saying we wouldn't have segregated schools or largely segregated schools under freedom of choice plan, such as I suggested. But I will say that would be the choice.
Michael refuses to do a commercial to support Harvey Gantt, and the statement that emerges, Republicans buy Nikes too, sounds as though Michael is saying my personal wealth is more important than my politics as it pertains to the issue of race.
I don't think that statement needs to be corrected because I said it just on a bus with Horace Grant and Scottie Pippen. It was thrown off the top. My mother asked to do PSA for Harvey Gantt. I'm not speaking out of pocket. I don't know, but I will send a contribution to support it.
which is what I did.
Conservative incumbent Jesse Helms won a fourth term, defeating liberal black Harvey Gantt.
There's no joy in Goodwill tonight.
Gantt was not bitter in defeat, but this contest proves that race is still a powerful issue in American politics.
Michael did lose some credibility with the African American audience, and people were disappointed because he did not come out and support Gantt.
Everybody in the world respects Muhammad Ali. You know why? Because he stood for something. He stood for something, even if it meant sacrificing a payday. We respect that. Ultimately, Michael Jordan may be forgotten. Muhammad Ali won't be forgotten.
I do commend Muhammad Ali for standing up for what he believed in, but I never thought of myself as an activist. I thought of myself as a basketball player.
I wasn't a politician, but I was playing my sport. You know, I was focused on my craft. Was that selfish? Probably, but that was my energy. That's where my energy was.
I'll be honest that when it was reported that Michael said, Republicans buy sneakers too. For somebody who was at that time preparing for a career in civil rights law and public life, knowing what Jesse Helms stood for, you would have wanted to see Michael push harder on that. On the other hand, he was still trying to figure out how am I manage this image that has been created around me, and how do I live up to it?
It's never going to be enough for everybody. I know that. I realize that. Because everybody has a preconceived idea in terms of what they think I should do or what I should do. The way that I go about my life is I set examples. If it inspires you, great. I will continue to do that. If it doesn't, then maybe I'm not the person that you should be following.
In 97 and 98, the ticket requests, went through the roof because there was a question mark. Did Michael want to play? Did he want to retire? And that year, we put our tickets on sale on a Saturday morning at 10 o'clock, and people lined up at the Chicago Stadium. By noon, the entire season was sold out. But then, every request was a battle for the rest of the season. Michael, on most nights, would need anywhere from 12 to 20 tickets. Other players would want some. And it was funny, too, because at some point I had to limit the players. We didn't have unlimited tickets in those days.
Doesn't matter where you're at. Or you want to leave the building. Lock on next time. Bam. Next time. God. Just got one for me. Just kidding. No, he ain't. That's a lie. Don't take that off the tape. You better. He's not kidding. Shit.
Who's confident they have for the Christian special defense?
The road was sometimes more challenging than at home because you were dealing in other people's arenas. When you played down in Atlanta, the Bulls played down there, they had more people than you'd have for a football game in the Atlanta Dome just to see Michael.
NBA record 62,046 fans packed into the Georgia Dome to see what may have been Michael Jordan's final game in Atlanta.
And right now, if we had another 15,000 seats, I believe we could still sell it for this game. It's the hottest thing I've ever seen.
All I know is when the tickets came this morning, my wife ran downstairs and she was crying. She was so happy. So I'm the hero.
Everywhere you went, people wanted tickets, but it became overwhelming.
Save enough money and the job is 24 hours. See, it's a dream.
Tonight's game is sold out. Do not purchase tickets from scalpers on 7th Avenue. They are counterfeit.
Everybody in the world begged me for tickets. You know, the movie stars would come in and celebrities would come in.
You got the note. I can beg. I'm a beg. If there's tickets we got, I will buy it.
People expect me to still put on a show. He does that each and every night for me. Look, I'm gonna be like Coco.
Michael doesn't pass me the ball at all. Michael doesn't pass me the ball at all. I want Michael to play as long as he wants. Right now, he's at the top of his game. It's a shame what Krause reminds us to do. I don't understand.
The similarity between the Bulls and Seinfeld, the show in the 90s, the team in the 90s, and I'm trying to make quitting the move of the 90s. Let the new people in.
This is photo set. These are a couple of good friends right here. Every day we come in and watch the game, they're watching your show. I'm not saying sooner or later you gotta get tired of something. Let's go back.
Hi, Phil. All right, have a good day.
Let's keep you out.
Give us that.
All right, I see.
All right. This is not going to work, by the way. Let me get that out of there. You know,
Right. Get to the top. It's great to be admired and respected. I'm not saying that wasn't fun. But every time I would get by myself, I think about the end of the season, ultimate goal. Holding up that championship trophy and being recognized as the best team in the world. It's something at the end of the rainbow that I'm fighting for, and I'm going to give every little bit to get to it.
That's a good shoot.
We got quiet, please. Roll sound.
It's funny, a lot of people say they'd like to be Michael Jordan for a day or for a week, but let them try to be Michael Jordan for a year. Let's see if they like it. It's funny, a lot of people told me that they like to be Michael Jordan for a day or for a week. I don't think you can see the true Michael Jordan. It's funny, a lot of people say they like to try to be Michael Jordan for a day or for a week, but I don't think they quite understand it's no fun.
Woofside.
Shit. Lay back, watch TV all day. Peaceful here until you guys come up with me. Don't worry about anybody, Bob.
I'm scared they're gonna read that number.
I think what people don't realize is that from the moment Michael Jordan leaves his hotel room, the spotlight is on him. Everybody in the world wanted to either see him, talk to him. They all wanted a piece of him in some way or another. He was under pressure to be on all the time with people. Given his whole hectic schedule before a game, he would sit down for 5 minutes, 10 minutes with a terminally ill child.
You got a birthday, dude.
And he made the kids feel like they knew Michael Jordan. On top of all that, he had to perform. He knew that everybody from every game was there to see him. After the game, he has 10 minutes in the locker room to cool off, and then a room full of people. Even when he's done with the media interviews, he still had to hang around people that would come up to him. It was like a flock of bees around honey, trailing him down the hallway.
Listen, everybody, can we move this way? Kind of spread out a little. I swear to you, he ain't gonna run away.
You get back to the hotel, another large group of people. I wouldn't want to be like Mike. It's an impossible task.
This is not one of those lifestyles that you envy, where you're confined to this room. Ready for getting out of this life, so you know when you get to that point, up there, with no reservations at all. There.
The game's over.
First of all, there's no backstabbing going on here. It's time for me to move on. This will be Phil's last year as the coach of the Bulls.
Are the expectations way too high? Where do we go from here? Good question. How long can it last?
I need an extra one. See, they get all the tries till they get one closer, and then I get 3 or 2 tries. It's the last one. All right. I get 3 tries. Yeah, that's 2 tries. 2 tries. That was it. 2 tries. You ain't got it. Okay, Jerry Krause. Negotiate something. You can say, come on. No.
Michael was competitive at everything, whether it was on the golf course or playing cards, whatever it was. I mean, his life was just one big competition. Scotty, Michael, Ron Harper, these guys would play cards in the back of the plane for major money. I'm talking about thousands of dollars.
This is my way to give you some of my money back.
And me, John Paxson, BJ Armstrong, we would play blackjack in the front of the plane for $1 a hand. he knows that we would never play with him in the back because it's just too much money. But he would come up to the front. He's like, "What are you guys doing? You mind if I play?" I remember John Paxson looking at him going, "Why in the hell do you want to play with us? We're playing for $1 a hand." I remember he looked at him and goes, "Because I want to say I got your money in my pocket."
I give y'all 4 tries to be mine. Toss.
One toss?
Yeah.
And 4 tries?
Yeah. Okay. Which one at first? I've seen it.
How much? $20?
Yeah.
That?
4 tries. Come back.
Yeah, she did.
Your stuff roll. You see how he just roll up there? I got good at this. Yeah, y'all get the hell out of here. Go protect the damn man. Security! Come get security out here.
Hey, Scotty. Guys, so funny. You guys know what's in here?
We used to see him in the playoffs. We don't know how he did.
Welcome to another edition of Bulls basketball. The Bulls remain just one game away from securing home floor advantage in the Eastern Conference playoffs. They can do it with a win tonight.
After a hard day, I would take great Gatorade, but I don't think so.
That's all we think is like, I been here.
I don't know why y'all here. We don't want y'all to tell us drinking up here.
I don't care what you feel.
Hey, you did go back and back 10 years ago, you see half the brothers drinking a case. At halftime. When I first joined the team, they were drinking beers at half and smoking cigarettes. Hey, you know what? Shit, they were getting the cigarettes to go to the cigarettes. Hey, you gonna stand, kind of buy a cigarette. I got you. How you doing? Yeah, I'm going out the other way. All right. Well, once again, I want to say thanks. It's been 8 years, going into my 9th year. We got 2 championships, and hopefully we got a lot left. And hopefully we can bring more and more championships to Chicago. Thank you.
You don't have to be a sports fan to know that this man is beyond human. At age 30, Jordan has led the Chicago Bulls to NBA championships, the dream team to an Olympic gold medal, and most importantly, he's given America and the world a sorely needed hero. A Jordan sighting sparks a frenzy, his touch a burst of tears, and being Mike means being the most popular human on the planet.
Michael Jordan had become such a huge cultural figure in the early 90s. He was so widely celebrated.
inevitably there's going to be someone who's going to start trying to find some dirt.
I guess one of the things that started the problems was Sam Smith's book, Jordan Rules.
I did an investigative reporter when I started my journalism career. I wasn't, a typical sports reporter coming in. I was sort of interested in what happened behind the scenes. Every time I looked up, you've been on TV, you met the character on because everybody always said, pull the curtain back. What really goes on in the locker room?
Obviously, when you do books like that, you got to have controversial things. You got to have things that are, people would not suspect or know.
The Sun-Times reports the book details conflicts within the team.
The book outlines alleged turmoil on the club during its run for the title last season. In fact, it alleges Jordan was kind of a tough guy with some of his teammates.
Everybody got tired of seeing the McDonald's and the Cokes and all that other stuff. They really want to see something other, something positive.
I was shocked when it exploded like it did. But the book was popular because it made it public that Michael Jordan is not perfect. Not everybody loves him. He wasn't particularly beloved by his teammates.
Michael actually told teammates not to pass the ball to a certain player during crunch time.
Threatening the other guys, saying that if they did it, they would never get the ball from him again.
Jordan also allegedly punched Will Perdue during a practice session.
Everybody loved Michael around the world. But after Sam Smith's book, Jordan Rules, there was certain backlash and some of the brightness had come off. People saw a side that we didn't see before.
Concerning Team GM Jerry Krause, Jordan says, "This thing isn't over. I'm going to get that guy fired."
Jerry invited me to come to his room, and he had earmarked about 25 different quotations in the book, and he wanted me to sit and listen to them while he read them. And now it started with, who do you think could do this? Were you part of this?
While the early reports have brought a flurry of denials, players giving out sensitive information to the press is one surefire way to cause a division within the team.
I didn't contribute to that. And that was Horace. He was telling everything that was happening within the group. As we started winning championships, and everybody talked about Michael, and everybody talked about everybody else, that really pissed off Horace. He felt slighted. He was like Michael's shadow.
No. Not one thing have I ever devoted to Sam Smith about my relationship with my former teammates. A lot of people, because Sam and I have a great relationship, use me as a scapegoat. And so be it.
It couldn't have just been Horace. It had to come from a number of different places. It could have been coaches, it could have been owners, it could have been management. We have a star for 5, 6 years, and then pretty soon people start chipping away at the pedestal of that star, that hero, and try to knock it off the clock.
If I'm going to be knocked off this pedestal, I'm going to make sure I do something. I just be knocked off. I'm not going to let someone else knock me off for no apparent reason. The comments that I didn't say.
While some of Michael Jordan's teammates view the book as a bunch of gold, Smith says it may have a positive effect down the road on the world champions.
I think Phil will use this book to an extent to say, here, this is out there, they're trying to divide us apart, and I think in a lot of ways it'll bring this team together.
I was under siege when the book came out. They really turned on me, in fact, to the point where I was getting a lot of threats, and the newspaper had me stay home for a week, told me not to come. Jordan Rules took a big toll on him off the court. But on the court, he was still the most dominant figure in the game on the most dominant team.
those players have won 2 in a row. Isaiah won 2 straight. Magic won 2 straight. But none of them won 3 in a row. The third championship was the separator. And you win 3, you're on Mount Rushmore. So for that team, it was all about winning the 3rd straight. Without question, it was this incredibly tough, motivated, and well-coached Knicks team.
In the early 90s, the Knicks replaced the Bad Boy Pistons as the team Chicagoans hated the most.
It's very intense because I know how bad they wanted to beat us.
Both clubs throwing at each other. Michael Jordan and Xavier McDaniel having were double technicals were called. McDaniel.
They were on the come up. They were trying to be the next Chicago Bulls as we were to the Detroit Pistons.
Yeah, they were a hard-working team, but I firmly believe that when we were playing at our best and they're playing at their best, they're a much better team. Magic was the biggest focus for us offensively. We hated each other. It was extremely physical. It wasn't really allowed to the true blood.
When I was coaching the Knicks, I told the team, you can't let them dunk on you. You gotta knock him down. If we don't beat him at the rim, he's gonna embarrass you.
Only way we can beat this guy, we got to hit him, let him know that you just can't fly to the rim.
Battle lines were drawn between them. And then, of course, 1993 playoffs are playing the Knicks in the conference finals.
That's come down to this, game 1 of the eagerly anticipated Western Summit Eastern Conference Final. Patrick Ewing and his New York Knicks facing Michael Jordan and a Chicago Bulls.
We got tested in that playoffs by the Knicks. The Knicks got the same defense that we just had to overcome versus Detroit. They were going to be physical. They were going to come up body to body all the time. That was a tremendous battle.
Jordan knows that all eyes are on him tonight as Bulls go for the needed split in New York in the Eastern Conference Finals. After shooting 3 for 13 in the second half Sunday, Jordan needs to light it up in game 2.
Second game of the series. They were stepping things up and really physical.
In sports, the Chicago Bulls are down 2 games to none in their playoff series with the New York Knicks. Some are suggesting that superstar Michael Jordan may have dropped the ball.
In the last quarter against the New York Knicks Tuesday night, Michael Jordan looked tired. Was he worn down by the Knicks defense in a grueling physical game? Or was he worn down by a visit to this Atlantic City hotel on the eve of the New York Times said today that Jordan was seen in the hotel's casino as late as 2:30 in the morning.
Well, honestly, let's get away from New York City. Just you and I go to Atlantic City. We got a limo. We went, gambled for a couple hours. We came back. Everybody went, told you, hey, it was in the casino last night. It was late. Got home by 12:30, 1 o'clock.
The reason that I was there is I wanted us to get away from the city of New York, get about all the losing, the game situation, whatever, just keep my mind away from the game of basketball. I couldn't go play golf.
So I wrote up there with my family and my friends.
Jordan's hours triggered harsh headlines and dominated the sports talk shows.
What it shows me is a lack of commitment to what is the goal right now, and that is to win a third championship.
Jordan had violated no team rules, no league rules, no state laws. All he violated were people's expectations.
I addressed the Atlantic City thing, and he was like, going down to Atlantic City in the afternoon and getting back at midnight, it's not going to affect my basketball. It's going to take my mind away from this impression that we have building up in the playoffs.
Okay, the backstory is this. So the Bulls win in 91. Won the championship. Well, the White House would win the championship. Except Jordan didn't show. He said, time for family. I got to be. He was out gambling with Slim Buller.
Slim Buller was a golf hustler, and back in December of 1991, he was brought up on drug and money laundering charges, and federal agents found a check made out from Michael Jordan to Slim Buller for $57,000. Jordan initially said, it was just a loan that I made him. But Michael was a witness in this case involving Slim Buller, and Michael admitted that he was repaying a gambling debt.
What was the money for? Asked Buller's attorney. Answer. It was what I lost gambling. It was never a loan. I said it was a loan strictly to save the embarrassment and pain.
So when Michael spends all night gambling in Atlantic City after they lost game one, it became a very public issue in terms of, is this signs of some kind of problem with him? And then you add to that the Skinas book, which came out in the midst of that Atlantic City fiasco.
The book titled Michael and Me, Our Gambling Addiction, Richard Skinas, a one-time general manager of the San Diego Sports Arena, makes the claim that Michael Jordan owed him more than $1.2 million as a result of gambling on their golf matches.
Richard Skinas, met from a third party. I'm actually playing golf with people all the time that if they want to gamble, we gamble. The character of those individuals, I find out later what kind of people I was playing with. I learned that lesson. But the act of gambling, I didn't do anything wrong.
And he right away went right to the most deepest, darkest kind of side of it, that is he throwing game.
Has it gone beyond golf?
Never has. Michael and I were competitive and gambling on the golf course. We played cards. I was in many of the card games, but never anything else.
I never bet on games. I only bet on myself. That was golf. Do I like to play blackjack? Yeah, I like playing blackjack. There's no laws of that. And the league did call me in, they asked questions about it, and I told them exactly what was happening.
Michael was betting on this golf game, larger numbers than you or I might bet if we played golf together. But we, given Michael's earnings and the like, we just never reached epic crisis levels in my view.
I understand that people would see and hear about amounts of money like that and go, wow, that's a lot. What I used to always say to people is that for Michael Jordan, $10,000 is like you gambling $10. He's got it. It's good for him. Don't have to worry about it.
The thought has occurred that you aren't really gambling with money. You're gambling with your reputation. You're gambling with your good name.
What was this? My good name appears to all be a person that does make mistakes.
It wasn't all part of this carefully cultivated image that he had of being the best basketball player in the world that everyone wanted to be like.
Do you think you have a gambling problem at all?
No, because I can stop gambling. I have a competition problem. A competitive problem.
It didn't affect his endorsements. It didn't affect him monetarily. It didn't really affect his popularity. But the damage was to his reputation. And the price to pay was how tedious this all became for Michael to have to answer these questions. answering these questions over and over again and feeling you have to defend yourself. It's exhausting.
He was really starting to grate against the media onslaught. Michael becomes irate and refuses to talk to the media. The curtain of silence started to come down.
You want to know part of it. Let someone like his dad have to answer these questions for him.
I stopped talking on policy. Let me handle this and sit down. You don't have to. You sit down. You wanted to.
He had given the best of him. He had sacrificed to try to satisfy everybody. And after doing all of that, he would still find a way of knocking and saying, damn, how much is enough?
Around that time, I remember Magic Johnson saying, you guys are going to drive him out of this game. If you keep this up, because he's tired of you guys picking on him.
People build you up to tear you down. And it happens in sports all the time. If a team wins too much, you want them to lose.
The public has an appetite for these kind of rise and fall narratives.
I think he was disgusted with what happened, and Michael had to respond. And respond he did.
Michael could make things up to motivate himself. He didn't have to make anything up here. This was real. This was media scolding you. And he says, I'll show you. And he did. Game 5. Series is tied. The Bulls are up 20 seconds left. And there's more Charles Smith trying his best to get the ball into the basket. Jordan, Pippen, and Horace Grant simply refusing to let the ball go in the basket. Wouldn't allow it. One of the great defensive sequences of all time. That's the series. They close it out in Chicago the next game.
You feel like all that negative publicity about Michael going down to Atlantic City really pulled you guys together this week?
Yeah, we take that personally. It's we're a team. We've been a team a long time, and when you attack one of ours, we got to bond together. It's the only thing we have, and I think it showed today on the floor.
Come on, man. Let's go. Where you going? Okay. Let's go. Where that? Yeah.
That's entertaining.
145. Let's go. Scott, talk to us.
Is there any chance, Mike? Come out here, Bill. Hey, give me 20 cents. Hey, give me 20 cents. Now, y'all got to pay a bill on this. Let's go. Yeah, wait. You know how to put it in gear? Yeah, why? Oh, no. Let's go. All right.
What's some tits and ass?
Bye-bye. All right, thanks. I can't read the green.
You didn't hesitate. Why not go ahead and get that shit?
Hey, you want to keep it on the side, but it's 100, 200. What? That wasn't you doing what? You said I had you said you know. I said Paul Burger. That's what you just did. I went $20. Never told me that. Go. Go with $40. That's good about Phil. Phil knows we need a break. Young coaches get probably practice day to day. Yes. Mean guys.
As Michael Jordan and the Bulls get ready to take on the Suns in Phoenix, they're knocking on the door of the pantheon of the greats. Winning 3 straight NBA titles put Jordan and his teammates in the company of the great dynasties of the past.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bob Costas, and welcome to the NBA Finals. News is that Michael Jordan has broken his 2-week media silence. About an hour and a half before the game began, he was willing to talk specifically to Ahmad Rashad.
Before game 1, Mike goes, hey, man, can you go get a camera? I want to do this interview, but they're going to talk about my gambling, man. I'm sick of all this stuff, and let's just get it done right now. I went, okay. Do you have a gambling problem? No, I enjoy it. It's a hobby. If I have a problem, I'll be starving. I'll be hawking this once. A championship rings. I would sell my house. I would do this. My wife left me, or she'd be starving. My kids would starve. I do not have a problem. I enjoy gambling. Now, it didn't help that Michael had sunglasses on when he was doing the interview. You take them sunglasses off. The media has taken it far greater than what it is. Soon, whenever I walk away from this game, I think that's the only thing that people are going to say was a bad thing about Michael Jordan. Could it soon be after this year? Could be.
Phoenix, we had a great year. We had the best record in the league. Charles was the MVP that year.
I felt very confident going into that series. We were very determined because if there's anybody you want to beat, it's Michael Jordan.
I was a little bit upset that I didn't get MVP that year and they gave it to Charles. But with that said, okay, fine, you can have that. I'm gonna get this.
Award goes to Dan Marley West of Guard Michael Jordan.
I knew that Jerry Krause loved Dan Marley. And just because Krause liked him was enough for me. I think he's a great defensive player, but I'm gonna show you that he's not. I'm putting it in my mindset that if I don't do this, then they're gonna consider him on the same level as me. And that motivated me to attack.
Game one of the series can be summed up in a word: nerves. The Bulls showed that experience does pay the Suns' lack of it. Costume.
We lost game one because we were so nervous. But in game two, I played as well as I could play. And Michael just outplayed me.
The sun's looking down a real dark road right now.
That was probably the first time in my life that I felt like there was a better basketball player in the world than me, to be honest with you.
So the final score of the Bulls 108, the Suns 108.
We had won 2 games in Phoenix, and we came back to Chicago and like, let's finish this out.
Michael, it's not ready up. So many kicks. Double him. Take somebody else. They're good. And he hits it.
One of the most roller coaster series I've ever been in. Game 3 went into triple overtime.
Not to brag on myself, I was not going to let us lose.
After Sunday night's effort, there's a feeling that the Phoenix Suns are here as foes, not foils. That they made it a series again. And now it's the Bulls' turn to respond to a challenge.
Before game 5, they already started celebrations in Chicago. They were boarding up the windows. They want you to celebrate with class and don't destroy stuff. And by the time you get to the game, you'll speak, to be honest with you. Realize, guys, we cannot lose this game.
I tell you, the Phoenix Suns are playing better. They're hotter. They're playing better than the Chicago Bulls and the Orlando.
Will do it. The Phoenix Suns, leading most of the way, remain alive in this best of seven. This series goes back to Phoenix.
Take that shit off the windows. You don't need it tonight.
We lost in game 5. So we have to fly out to Phoenix and play this game number 6. Michael got on the plane. He had a cigar. He said he wanted to speak to the team.
Everybody's dreading getting back on the plane and going back to Phoenix. So I just say, look, man, I don't know about you guys. I'm only packing one suit. We're going back to win one game. I'm not going there to play 2 games. Michael had that ability where he was not going to let them lose.
Chicago team was 14.1 seconds down. Nothing like this. They're going to put the ball in Michael Jordan's hands.
You know, people give Jordan a lot of credit for jump pass and Steve Kerr hit so many big threes.
The ball was not supposed to come to me. But as a player, you're always ready. And for me personally, it was pretty special.
I have no problem losing to Michael. Losing to Michael, there's no shame in that. Sports are like a gunfight. And we lost to the fastest gun.
Physically, I was getting exhausted. But mentally, I was way past exhausted. When you try to do something repetitive, you lose some of the hunger and some of the edge.
Here's the thing. I think when we won the 3rd championship, being around him, there was more like relief than true joy. You know, like, it's over. You know, he was tired.
You know, the aftermath, like, you kind of feel like, yeah, what are we going to do? This has been a very hard, trying time. This has been a tough year.
Do I have to do anything else? Can I just sit here for a few minutes?
Is it joy or is it relief or is it a combination? This has been a great year, but a tough year.
It's both. You know, it's relief. Plus, it's great to win. You know, I think we've gone through a lot. Me personally, I've gone through a lot of ups and downs, but you know, cap it off this way means a lot to me. My fame is, it was good. Anytime people talk about you in a positive way, it's great to hear those comments. But now that you're up on a pedestal, it's not just the positive talking that you hear. You hear some good points. You got some people taking shots at you. That really changes the whole idea of being out there for people to see you. You want to get more behind closed doors so people don't know you as much. So I'm at that stage in my career, in my life, that I'd rather get behind closed doors and be out here in the spotlight to be taking shots. from everyone that really don't know you as a person. If I had the chance to do it all over again, I would never want to be considered a fraud. It's like a game that's stacked against me. There's no way I can win.
I think I've been asking about a million times. Is it gonna quit? Or is it not gonna quit? I'm having fun making up stuff. No one wants me to walk out knowing that I can still play the game. I don't want to leave 2 years before my skills say that I can't play this game. I don't want to miss my time to go. There's a lot of players say that I'm gonna play until I can't play it ever again. Right. I think Patrick said that one time. That they have to carry him off the court. You know, I said, shh, ain't never, nobody can carry me off the court. I want to walk off the court. I heard a lot of people say, well, you're gonna miss it. I'm not sure if I'm gonna miss it. I don't think I'm gonna miss it.
There is, says Michael, a zen calm around the Bulls as they start their postseason tonight. A calm that blocks out the speculation about Jordan's retirement, Bill Jackson's departure, all the front office politics. If indeed this is the fabled last dance, pay attention because it does begin tonight for a team that has arrested Scottie Pippen, the best player in the world, the top Eastern seed in 5 games to tune it up against the New Jersey Nets.
I've never seen this type of athleticism. I hate that motherfucker so much.